All right. Hello, guys. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, as you might all know, we have a lot of stuff to talk about in this live. I don't even know where to start, to be honest. So I might even ask you guys what you think is best. Also, let me know if there is something wrong with the setup or stuff because I'm streaming from a different location now. So I don't know if everything is good. But yeah, let's just see. I think the main points we're going to cover in this live stream are going to be the revolution for the SSR units that, other than a few of them, I haven't read them. I didn't really have the time, so I will do it in this live stream, I would say. And I will see if I also want to write the skills upgrade in like while we're looking at them and while I'm talking about those. We'll see if I can multitask. I have no idea. But actually, sir, operator, since you told me to apologize because I thought what they were going to send was like a code in the email from which we could claim Yihwa, they sent it via email, like they send there via email, but they did send the code via email as you already wrote. So might be an alpha apology, even though I don't know why I would be apologizing in the first place. But yeah, the end of the day, a code was received. So I don't know. You tell me, guys, if I should apologize to Zero Operator, even though I don't know why, but okay. So, that being said, let me know if you think I should start with Revolution, if I should start with testing out Yihwa and no dupes, because at the moment, other than the free copy, I still haven't pulled anything. I just took her exclusive achievement to plus 30 and her report to whatever 7. So, oh well, actually I have to unlock this. I didn't even upgrade her slot 5. How much accuracy do we have? Yeah, I also have to talk about accuracy now and Dresden's facility again. So we'll see, we'll see. And also, if I don't reply immediately to the messages in the chat, is because I'm using the phone next to me to look at the chat. I don't have multiple screens here, so it's a bit trickier, but let's see how it goes. So I think we might start with Yihwa. It's probably going to be the thing that takes the least amount of time. Yeah, exactly. There's so much content, it's crazy. You tried her in bosses. What do you mean in boss? You mean this unit in boss fights? She has 100% attack boost, which is higher than expected, to be honest. But uh, depends. Because I mean, now with the archive stuff, evasion might be actually better than before. It's tricky. I don't know which state of the game, like at which point of the game you are, or which kind of sets you have. If you are like early on, you don't have access to ignition weapons. That's a different thing. If you are in the late game, you might want to go with resistances. It all depends, and so it's complicated in terms of stuff of stats. But I will try her with my usual Runda set. Let me see if I have a green team here. Yeah, I can just replace that useless Lozel with her, and I will just give her the Runda set. I'll give this one. It's annoying that the enemy I want to use the green team against is the last team. I might even say let's first win the other fights. We could try that, yeah. This unit already has it, okay. This guy too. Review the new skins. We can do that as well, but maybe later. I mean, that's probably the piece of content you all want to see. I don't know. We'll see. Now I will just give her the set I just gave to Yihwa. Let's win the first fight. I think there is no good matchup for blue. Maybe this one. I might be swapping the two. Anything annoying? Not necessarily. Let's just swap the two fights. Already gave these sets to blue, so I would just have it win the first. The second team will be the first win, and then we'll just move stuff. Could be low because I'm again recording from a different device. And let me check if I can do something about it, but I doubt it. Maybe I just have to increase my voice in general. I don't know. But is it so low it's like hard to understand, or it's fine just low? I don't know. Let's see. I hate data machining, but it's fine. Okay, not really fine. Oh wait, damn it. Ah, yeah, I was just doing bosses before this when I forgot to turn auto on. Damn it. They were not casting special moves. Ah, you cannot even select her in the PT for the normal banner. Yeah, I didn't get that. Like I haven't pulled yet, so I didn't know, but interesting. Okay, good that someone is hearing perfectly. I don't know why it's this low, to be honest. I see also from OBS that the bar doesn't really hit max, not even close, but I don't know. Should still be okay. Now let's hope with the special move my team can actually do something. But we'll see. Data mashing is always kind of a problem in the enemy team, but if she stays there, she's going to die. Did I give Kaiser the resistance set? I hope so. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, you're not late. I just started. I'm going to try out Yihwa first, so the version with zero dupes. Let's just close this because they're going to lose. They have nothing. Let's try to win with this team. It should be fine. This one is okay. This one has the set. This guy doesn't. I will give him this set. Then this guy here too. And Bam already has it. Okay, let's see if this one can also win. Yeah, because I gave the ignition weapons to the blue team first, so everyone's like, yeah, let's just have the yellow team die, and the other two obviously was not going to continue. Would have been a waste of time, and we don't have much time to be honest. There are so many things. Okay, okay, yeah, makes total sense. When are those guys going to die? Come on, quicker. Uriwa, the only unit without 100% resistances. That's the end. And this one, yeah, they will also lose, so let's stop it. Let's go. Okay, fine. She already has it. Yes. This one doesn't, so let's give her. I could give her the set that Kaiser has, but I'm too lazy to scroll down even more, even though it was in the same section. But okay. This guy then gets the second one, and we should be okay also for this team. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out now. I want to see how she performs at zero dupes, and then we can see gradually how many dupes she would need. If she's fine at zero dupes, if she's a better at three red, and if she actually needs the revolution upgrades from the revolution. So I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. But I will personally spend Suspendium on the Hiwa banner. So when we do the pool later, I'm going to use Suspendium because I want to use the black market tickets to max all my remaining SSR plus units. Since it's so cheap, I figured I will just use Suspendium for that. Well, it's so cheap because I have so many, like so much Suspendium. So yeah. All right, now this one. Also, for some mysterious reason, I saw that I won the match in the high ranker arena. That's terrible. I will probably throw the next one because I want to see how the new mode works. And also, I'm not competitive in PvP, so I'm just going random pretty much. Now, I will just try her with Runda to begin with. She has resistances. I don't care about Magic Pierce, but she also has some. It should be okay. Yeah, in 2 weeks, Iran is coming. I will max her out so bad. So we'll see. Let's see how this team performs. The combat power is a bit low because obviously we have a zero dupe unit here, but it's okay. Yeah, better than Lozelle for sure, even though I don't know the Revolution upgrades for Lozelle yet. But these AoE attack or just heal that also damages the enemies is crazy. The special move is insane. I really like this unit. Maybe we could have, like, after all the wait, we could have slowed it down just to see how it plays out. Nobody died in the enemy team. Nobody died in my team. It's just tanks versus tanks. Urek died just now with Ren's special move. Ren is just a monster, so whatever. Nobody from my team died yet. Ren is hopefully, no, he went there for the healing. Okay. Yeah, now they are just dying. Their Oro just stuck the passive and Ren just destroyed them. Pretty good, pretty good. Who died? I lost one unit there. Ah, yeah, of course. The only unit without resistance is always Child Yuri. I didn't pay attention if she actually. What the? Okay. Zahard did quite a bit of damage, probably too many shields. Yeah, there is also Ryang. Makes sense. And also Yuri. Okay, makes sense that he's top damage, but it wasn't really. It was just shield damage, so makes no has no impact, more or less. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Special move is really insane. So I will have to get her to work with some Revolution upgrades. She's just tier 5, but I didn't put any levels in the sub nodes, so she's just underperforming in general, but it's fine. I didn't pay attention if she like avoided being one-shotted thanks to Hiwa. I have no idea. We'll have to figure that out. Now I can use Hiwa in the single teams, I would say. I can just remove these two guys. And also this one I don't need. Well, I could have left her, but okay. Let's just try it like this, because I'm lazy and I don't want to change too many things. And we might as well do it like this. Yeah, who cares? What do you mean I trash talk there? I never. I mean, I just said that I'm not expecting anything. I didn't say it was going to be trash. Yeah, yeah. The second half of the year is going to be insane with Calavan, White, Yarang, insane. Solo leveling, I hope so, but not sure. Uh, it seems like it's not guaranteed we're going to get solo leveling collab, but we'll see, guys. We'll see. I hope so. From Ray would also be a sick one. I mean, I should probably use her with different units because I cannot really test anything with Kaiser and Ren in the same team. Because it doesn't matter if it's death is like if it's on a color disadvantage, Ren cannot die. So it's just stupid. For sure, Kaiser dealt more damage, but well, actually, to be at a disadvantage against well, only 2 units, so it doesn't really matter. No, it's not a mistake. They did it on purpose, just because if they said they were going to be added, nobody would have pulled on their banners when they were out. Yeah, season 2 is coming at the end of the year, but still not that sure. Yihwa is good at base rarity. The thing, at least from what I'm trying out, she works fine. The only condition, because dupes matter way less than people think. The most important stuff is ignition weapons, and that's it. If you have like, I have her at 0 dupes, but she cannot die mostly because I have sets that allow her to get to 100% resistances, and she won't get any damage. So not bad. I actually haven't looked at which stats scale on these units, so we might do that now. Like look at the kit and try a bit more, because just going around in adventure, it's partially useful. I don't know. I wouldn't really go all out on her, because just looking at the kit, now we will have a look at what scales with levels. That's usually what you look for to understand whether you want more dupes or not of a unit. In here, we see that the time it takes to generate a stack is fixed. The threshold at which this ability activates is also fixed. The thing that changes is the amount of heal. I might say is not too important, unless uh, like, because my biggest doubt is the threshold is really, really low, like 5% means normally that unit will die. So if with the heal, like, okay, sorry, let's try to put it more clearly. My doubt is this going to also void the overkill damage? So let's say you are at 6% HP. You take damage equal to 100% of your HP. So you go down 1%. You are healed back by 20% of Yihwa max HP. Let's say she has the same HP as you. So you go back to 25%, but then the remaining 99% is going to be then pushed on you, or that 99% is going to disappear. I don't know, and I haven't checked before when Child Yuri died, so maybe I could look uh, at the replay or just try again with Child Yuri to see exactly what happens. Because if the unit dies from that single hit, then means nothing. You cannot use this passive, even at max level, even if it's 40% of your HP, you cannot reliably use it on a unit that doesn't have resistances. So it's kind of tricky, I would say. That's what we need to figure out. Then the last part is just an AoE heal, which is not bad for 4 seconds, 40% level 1, and then an 80% level 5. It's okay. If that's all it scales, I would say it's 0 dupes, totally fine. This one is damage, again, not important on a support. Well, obviously we have the attack increase. Already 50% is pretty solid. We don't really need to aim for a 100%, especially because it's on the unit with the highest HP percentage, which might not always mean your carry unit, which is usually what, like the one you want to target with this buff. So even if you don't have the 100%, is not a big deal in my opinion. It's going to increase the defense of your lowest HP percentage ally, not too important either. The heal is already fine at level 1. So also for this active skill, I don't feel like you really need dupes. Regarding the special move, the first part is the same, so obviously the crowd control is not going to change. Decrease in energy from 200 to 400. It's nice, nothing to go out of your way for, I would say. The heal is 500% of her attack, not bad, and if she's gaining 1 life flame, doesn't stack either. I would say dupes are not needed. Just looking at the kit, the things that scale won't have a major impact. So in my opinion, doesn't really matter that much. Just looking at that, but we're going to try it out. As a new player, is it okay if I just use the 900 summons of Evankel? Uh, you mean you would want to skip the welcome banner for Evankel and select her in the non-stop banner? That's what you mean, so that you can save the suspendium for Irang. Hmm. It's tricky because let's mention this also quickly. This non-stop banner, contrary to my expectations, the rates are awful. Like 1% is really terrible. I was expecting a minimum of 2%, but whatever. So you cannot guarantee, well, you couldn't even before, but at least before it made sense with 2% and 900 summons, and then you take the 300 PT, it was around 20-ish summons. Now we only get 12. So 12 copies means 3 red. And in this case, the most indicated unit is going to be red. I would say if you're just starting out, the only question is, do you want to go for Evankel? Yes or no? If you want to go for Evankel, then Ren 100% as a pick. If you don't want to go for Evankel in the welcome banner, then Viol becomes an option because it gets to 3 red, which is a really good threshold for him. And at that point in the black market, you can just focus on Kaiser. That is not near, obviously. So depending on whether you want to spend Suspendium on Evankel or not Suspendium, but just your normal tickets and your Suspendium on the welcome banner, if you aim for her, you need to get her to Rainbow 5. Anything in the middle will kind of suck. So it's tricky. I would say it's a difficult decision. If I were to start now, I don't even know if I would max Yihwa just to save resources for other units. Maybe I would stop with Yihwa at like 3 red. The problem with that, you lose Evan. So it's really complicated. I would say the thing is, you're a new player, you cannot max the anniversary units, probably neither of them. Yihwa, fine skip, you can just have her at 0 dupes, is fine. Irang, you cannot max her out, I would say, with just 2 weeks playtime. Even with all the things you get, you don't get a lot of black market tickets. You get a lot of Suspendium, but I fear like it might not be enough. I don't know if you can get in 2 weeks more than like around 250, 300k Suspendium while pulling for Yihwa. It's really messy for new players, I would say. I feel like going the safe with a lot of no, well, no, I don't even know if it's safe because you cannot guarantee. Like I was trying on my some of my alt accounts I did for the friend invitation event, and you cannot, like, it's really, you have to play a lot and push a lot hard, like really hard, if you want to get the Rainbow 5 Yihwa and Rainbow 5 Evankel. Like, you actually have to play the game quite a bit. If you are casual, it will be tricky, and if you are unlucky, it will also be tricky. So I would say if you can max Yihwa within 200 pulls, which is 2 rotations in the welcome banner, if you can max her to Rainbow 5 in 200 pulls, then go for Evankel Rainbow 5 because you will have enough resources to more or less get her. And even then, is not guaranteed. So that's the problem. Otherwise, you could also be safe to go Yihwa Rainbow 5, get the Evan free copy, save everything, and go the Viol route. So get Viol in the nonstop banner. It will be a perfectly fine red DPS. You can skip Evankel, and you'll be totally fine. It's a harsh decision to make, but at that point you will save enough that you might have a shot at getting the Hirang if she were to be good, or just go for Kaiser in the black market if she ends up being mid, which I doubt, but you never know. But yeah, I think I missed quite a bit of like quite some messages. Can the live the invite a friend event? I mean, for this one, you have to, let me check. You just have a code that you have to give to someone that's not, where is it? That you have to give to someone that's below stage like 740 or something. So if you are above, you have a code, you just give it to someone below that, and they will get missions, you will get rewards when they complete those, and then you have an exchange shop. There is not much to it. It's just barely that. So The issue is that the missions are up to floor 16. I thought they were going to be a lot easier. So it will take a lot of time for me also. Like it will take days and days to reach that. And I also think they unlock day by day those missions for the students. They can borrow your units 3 times a day, so that's going to be super simple for them to just crash through content even if they didn't pull anything. So if you want to create 3 alt accounts, you can just do it and then you borrow your units and destroy everything. But yeah, I don't know. Like there is not much to that event, and also the rewards are not that tempting. Like 15 black market tickets is 7,500 suspending. It's really nothing. But okay, I will just move on to other questions because I don't think I can really afford to spend too much time talking about other stuff. Let's see. Okay, that one is already replied. The new endorse, is it worth going all out? I haven't checked there yet, to be honest. So let's do that. Do you ever? I think so. I bought the one for 3,000 suspendium. Let me check. Where are you? I might also use her now in one of the fights and no dupes because it doesn't really matter. I have to unlock the carrier. So let's see also what scales on her kit. We have the passive defense increase. Interesting. Starts at 50, so it gets to 100 in theory. No, okay. If it increases them by level, it's 90% like the others, obviously. Okay. Then we have the defense increase. That was fine. The jewel heart is granted whenever she reaches. No, okay. She's going to consume the stack when she reaches 10% HP. This is also, we also need to check if, no, okay, it doesn't because it was written, I think, below. Guys, wasn't there a description in the site? Let me check on the update. I have to look for it. Because I remember saying that if you take fat, okay, no, okay, it was just formatted badly. Does not activate when taking fatal damage, even when possessing jewel art. So if you get one-shotted, doesn't proc, which is also what I want to check with Yihwa. And every time you inflict fascination on an enemy, you're going to get one jewel heart, which is pretty good. So you get some heals, which unfortunately does not prevent one-shotting. So you want to run resistances, but that was a given, I would say. The scaling here is just the HP recovered, which could be irrelevant a little bit, but not that important, I would say. This one, damage, doesn't matter. The decrease in magic resistance doesn't scale, okay? And this one also, the attack scaling doesn't matter too much. Magic resistance decrease also doesn't scale, and the increase doesn't scale. So far, seems like dupes won't really matter much. Maybe they might increase damage, but really low amounts. And also survivability won't be that great. She's increasing her max HP, not too important to me, so it's fine. Because you see, guys, a lot of this stuff, when you have good ignition weapons, just lose importance overall. So I don't know, like this max HP increase might be great early on, but once you start gearing your units with 100% resistance sets, this max HP will really matter nothing at all, basically. Other than increasing the damage from her skills, that's okay. But other than that, not really. Then she's dealing, again, attack as damage. Pretty good, the scaling, 600%, okay. And is going to charm them. She also deals a lot of her max HP to enemies, which in PvP is pretty nuts, I would say. In Adventure, not that relevant. Enemies will have way too much HP compared to yours, so won't really matter too much, but it's definitely a good addition. And yeah, again, just increasing HP and attack. I don't see much value in the scaling. What we need to see that I missed on the other unit is the Revolution, actually. I cannot even open it if I don't have the limit break. Why? Well, wait. Can I see that from the codex? Please tell me I can, because that's going to be shit. Or I will have to do perhaps. No, obviously I cannot. But okay, it doesn't seem like she needs dupes. The only question mark is Revolution, which I don't know, unfortunately. I will dupe her up later and then we can see. How much spending do I need to get 70,000 points in the event? Around, I would say, 35k, or was it 70k? I don't remember. Probably 35k or so. You were able to Rainbow 5 Kaiser and fully upgrade Sundance. Pretty good. And also Child Yuri from 3 green to 3 red. Really, really good, man. The percentage increase with the 60 attack speed, you mean exactly how much impact that will have on the frequency of attacks? Actually, I have no clue. I should try to test it out somehow. I'm good, but I will say this is like it's so hot. I'm very, very tired. But okay, I will manage somehow. I have no air conditioning in this shitty place I'm at the moment, so it's really terrible. But okay. So we'll see. You have tested the new Endorsee with the new Yihwa full rainbow against the full yellow unit with 2 SSR plus, and she was phenomenal. Yeah, they seem really, really insane. The thing is, doesn't seem like they need a lot of dupes to be fair. So for free-to-play players that just started, I wouldn't worry too much about getting them duped up. The main shortage you will have early on will be the exclusive equipment mats. You will not be able to get their exclusive equipment to plus 30 anytime soon because you will have other units to prioritize. And those resources early on are so hard to get. So getting dupes early doesn't really matter. It's true we have the missions. Did they change them in some weird way now? Or okay, these ones were already with limit breaks. This one is what I'm more interested in. Okay, 1200 summons. All right, the special summon, but they're pretty cheap, so it's not a big deal. Unfortunately, I cannot see a revolution until I get her to like 3 blue stars. So I might as well just pull for her, to be honest. Let's just do the pulls. Maybe also open some boxes. I have some of them, so why not? Obviously, we got nothing because that's always like that. All right. This is good. Hopefully, one could be a SSR plus or a double. A double. Okay, I'll take the double. Okay, I don't need that, and I don't need this guy either. Damn it. All right. It's automatically selecting because I only have 4 units left. That's okay. Let's see who I get. Data mash is fine. Not the hard, please. Okay, I'll get that. Then let's keep going. But shouldn't there be like a 30? Okay, yeah. I just had to go out of the screen. Let's just go 30. Wow. No SSR in 30. That's awful. Okay, this guy is useless. This is Endorsee. I never read this. Okay, yeah, Endorse. Perfect. All right, the second Endorsee, pretty good. Okay, another Endorsee, but the wrong one. And that's about it, right? Yeah, 1, 2. And we got the wrong Endorsee. That's also fine. I still haven't maxed her out, so it's okay. Let's go with 30 more. I have to convert some Suspendium, but let's do it. Let's go. Damn it, nothing here. How can we go from 4 to 0? Let's just do these remaining 10 pool, and then I will select her and open some boxes just to get her to 3 blue, I would say. That's insane, but why? Why would that be the case? I mean, I really hate this. Okay, at least we got another one. All in all, 100 summons for 3 copies plus the PT is not that bad, I would say. It's okay. It's also above average, actually. It's 1.8%, so it's good. Pretty lucky. The session in the middle just saved me, so that's cool. I will just open some boxes here. Where are those? So let's open 2 of these. And that should be fine. Then when she's at 3 blue, and I can test her out a bit at this level. All right. And if you go here, limit very cool. Let's have a look at what the revolution is. I'm really going blind on revolution, guys. We are going to look at all of them soon. But yeah, I'm going blind. I really haven't seen them. Defense decrease 50%, pretty strong on the single target skill that fascinates. Hard zone is announced, decreasing the caster's damage taken by 15% per enemy within the zone. Pretty good. Doesn't say that it doesn't count summoned units. So against, yeah, like Gustang or Ran is also pretty good. It's nice. I would say still, it's always the same thing. Like with 99% resistances, all of these matters because we still get 1% damage anyway. So that all of these reductions will work on that 1% damage and it will bring us to take close to nothing. But at the end of the day, the change, if you're not pushing crazy deficits, you won't even notice, I would say. So this one is nice to boost the damage. Really like that. This one is strong. Is strong for people that are far into the game, not necessary for other people, most likely. So yeah, I don't know. I will see. I will try again the 30 summons later and we'll see what happens. But so far I would just test her out like this. I can also enhance this piece even though I don't want to pay this much gold for this, but it's okay. All right. I can try to clear something using both of them. So yeah. Just join the stream. Is new endorsee worth duping out? Since I'll be picking Ren for the non-stop banner. You don't necessarily need too many dupes, as I was just saying. It all boils down to what ignition weapons you have, guys, because dupes are really not too important overall, unless you're really pushing crazy deficits or you are into PvP, stuff like that. If you're just free to play, trying to enjoy the game, you don't need to stress too much on supports and tanks most of the times because their kits do not really scale too much, or even if they scale, you don't need the things that they scale with most of the times. Like Endorse in this case, you don't really need the increase in attack. It's unnecessary. She's not your carry unit. If she does one like 100,000 damage or one like 200,000 damage, doesn't matter if your carry is dealing 50 millions. Doesn't matter at all. So all those scalings, not too relevant for free-to-play players. Everything is good in PvP. Everything is good for people that are far into the game, but is not necessary. Like as we can see here, you can just reach this amount of stats with a normal ignition weapon set. You're fine. She's not going to take any damage. You don't need the extra HP. You don't need the extra defense. They will do stuff, obviously, because she might die now. For some reason, the deficit is not too high. It's 190 levels. It's not too crazy, but still, she could die. So we'll see what happens. And I will also try to use her as the solo tank of this fight, actually. Let's have a look. Is also a disadvantage. Shouldn't matter, but we'll see. And let's also play Leroro here. Okay, now my CP is really low, obviously. I have 2 0 dupes units. I put Child Yuri in only to test out. Oh, wait. No, this is a problem, guys. Give me. And this is another problem. Oh, damn it. I cannot test them in this fight, I believe. It's going to be tricky. Let's try this way. Why do I have to face two enemies with Pierce in the same team? That's nuts. She's going to die from Misang, pretty sure. She had like, well, no, she started with 130 with just a 16% Pierce. She shouldn't die. She didn't die, which is good. My team is holding up, but it's really complicated. She's taken a shit ton of damage. Okay, she's casting the special move. Normally, they would have died, but Sela is broken, so she managed to survive. She didn't even taunt anyone. We lost damage from. I hate also the roar with this projectile stuff. We only lost Zahard, but that's fine. And Yuri. That's also perfectly fine. She's still alive, so I'm happy with that. Ren should be able to do something. It's crazy that I'm fighting with elemental disadvantage and against two enemies with Pierce. I'm really hating myself for some reason. But these three units are really destroying the enemies. The enemy should have, yeah, they already have 40% magic Pierce. How is Endorsing not dying? That's crazy. Well, actually true. She's getting resistances out of the enemies that are close to her. That's insane. Things might change as soon as Red Masquarian dies, because then she loses something from Sela, but still working fine. Let's try to speed it up because I'm really hating this low speed. I mean, as you can see, guys, with the right ignition weapons, they can survive no problem. Now, the main issue here is one, the elemental disadvantage, two, Leroro and Red Masquarian. Those two were just the wrong pick. I shouldn't have tried this team here. But the fact that all three of them survived here is insane. This is really stupid. They're so strong. I still didn't get if the passive works with like to prevent one-shotting. I have no clue. I will have to test it out probably separately and more in detail, but yeah. Now try Shiliel since a REVO work. Okay, but I mean, I can look at Shiliel, but I'm not really that keen into spending REVO mats on her, to be honest. We'll see. If what she has really surprises me, because again, I haven't read it. We'll see. What did I try it again? Yeah. Okay, this time it went a lot differently. So they exploded immediately. What did they change here? I will just try it differently. I mean, it's really going to be tricky against those guys. The ice attack unit might very well be one of the two assassins there. I could try to pull off something with the Jinsung and go with the red team, but really not that fond of. Whatever. I think those units really, scale-wise, don't require that many dupes. The main question mark was the Revolution, but for Endorsey, like Revolution 4 is pretty nice to boost damage, but not needed. Revolution 5 is nice to reduce the damage taken, but also that one not needed early on. So to me, oh nice, Rainbow 5. So to me, Endorsey and Yihwa do not require dupes. So don't feel pressured to get them duped up. But obviously, if you can and you have the resources, leveraging the event missions will help a ton. That's for sure. I mean, it's free stuff. Regarding the sub nodes, I still haven't upgraded any of them to level 10, but I fear, looking also at the starting stat, they're going to be the same as the other ones. So level 10 is going to be pretty shit. That's a problem, but they went out of the way with the starting effect, so the T4 and T5 base. No, I still haven't. And now I'm going to go. I think I'm going to go over those now. I feel it's a good time. It's going to take a long time, guys, here. So be patient. And if I say something that doesn't make sense for you, just let me know and we'll try to, I don't know, reason again and see if we can figure out exactly the impact of every revolution upgrade. We can start with this unit compressed rack. It was the first SSR in the list, so we can do that. And let's see. So his T4 is going to be increased critical damage by 50% for 8 seconds when power shock activates. Nice buff. Nothing too crazy, I would say. But it's definitely nice, especially because he revolves a lot around critting. So it's nice to have a 50% crit damage increase, but nothing too insane. I was expecting maybe a bit more. Like this one. This one is not bad at all. Ignore defense of the target with Antros Mark by 50%. Pretty nice. This one is really good. It's going to boost the damage quite a bit because enemies in adventure will have crazy high defenses. This is nice, I would say. Revolution color wise. Yeah, we will go in order by color because I think they are also ordered like that. So the next one is Yihwa. Yihwa recovers XP useless. Okay, I'm not even reading that. Undying Flame is announced, adding an Ember stack to enemies hit by special move. The Ember stack is the passive, so I'm guessing the defense shred, right? Defense shred, max 6 stacks. She probably cast the first special move before these effect stacks. She won't have enough time to cast 6 basic attacks. And it's also good that it applies it to all enemies, so she also turns into sort of a team buffer if you're using her with another DPS. That other DPS is also going to deal more damage. So that is not bad at all. Yeah, I would say her Revolution 5 is definitely a strong one. It might help quite a bit at keeping her alive since unfortunately level 10 is likely to be very low percentages like 27% crit rate, 27% crit damage, 30-ish% attack, really low numbers, unfortunately. And these, what, like 7%, maybe a bit more. Special move pierce, like 15%, I think, at level 10. Really terrible. So this effect is going to help quite a bit with the first special move is going to destroy the defense of the enemies. I think it's going to be nice. Don't know how important, but definitely a nice upgrade. Then the next one is Bomb. Increase nearby allies' defense by 60% for 20 seconds, 4 stacks, 240% defense increase. Okay, okay. So the passive is every 5 seconds, so pretty good. After 20 seconds, you will have a full 240% defense increase on nearby allies. We need to see how, like, okay, nearby are the same that are going to get the energy actually. So just supports and a DPS most of the time. One support, one DPS. I don't know. Not useful in adventure. Could be okay in PvP, but strange. I mean, it's good, but if you think about the fact that it's not going to apply to all teammates, but only the ones that normally get his energy, is okay. And again, adventure doesn't matter. The enemies have way too much damage for your defense increase to matter anything. Other than just maybe making you survive a bit longer to reduce that 1% damage, but that really matters at more than 200 levels deficit, I would say. Before then, as we also saw before, units do not die that easily, so it's fine. Applies the same effects to the caster when activating Prodigy. This one is pretty much worthless. It's going to increase the attack of this guy. What does he scale of attack? I don't think anything other than damage. That's damage. Okay, he recovers 400 energy, so he can give additional energy earlier with this special move, but doesn't matter that much. Attack and defense increase doesn't matter if if all it scales with attack is damage. No. I don't know. Quite disappointing, to be honest. So I don't know. To be honest, I was expecting more. I mean, he's already a great unit, so just this small stuff are nice additions, but put into practice, I don't feel like it's going to be that impactful. And okay, yeah. Let's have a look at the next one. I think this one I had a brief look before, and it was nuts. Like this one, yeah. Upon using Scrappy Underdog, the passive, which means starting from the start of the battle, increases the caster's physical resistance and magic resistance by 10% per yellow element ally at the start of the battle. Free 40% physical and magic resistance. This is really insane, especially now with overcapping. This is really good. I think I might even unlock that soon, and I might use Shibisu a bit more. The thing is, we have Hats now. Oof, it deals a lot of damage. This guy is just going to. Well, actually, Shibisu is really good, and with this one, really gets a ton of value. So we'll see. We'll see, guys. I really like this one. Becomes invincible for 5 seconds when 1-inch punch activates. 1-inch punch is this one. Stun the enemy for 3 seconds. Okay, is the one that is procced at the start of the battle. So he's going to start the battle with 5 seconds invincibility. Nice, at least is guaranteed to last for 5 seconds, but with just the REVO 4, he's already extremely tanky. So I believe it's not the necessary, but definitely this one, I really like it. I don't know what you guys think about this one, but to me, this is really insane. I'm not a Shibisu simp, but this is really good. I haven't checked the Cheon. You mean Cheonwa, right? I think it's going to be close. So we'll see. Hat's damage taken decreases by 20%. That's kind of disappointing. It's okay. I mean, it's permanent. I guess it's fine, but could it be more? I don't know. Hat's defense increases by 30% for 6 seconds for each debuff removed, up to 200%. So up to 7-ish debuffs removed. Pretty cool, I would say. Defense is not that important in PvE, but it's going to be pretty beneficial against like in PvP or maybe even in bosses to help survivability, but it shouldn't be that important there either. In PvP could be beneficial, and the duration is a bit short, but it's also going to boost his damage. Now, I don't remember if the debuff removal is applied before the actual damage of the special move. In that case, that would be really good. At least it boosts the damage of the special move too. And this guy deals quite a bit of damage, so it's not bad. Yeah. Okay, now the next one, Vespa. Honeypot defense increase buff cannot be removed with buff removal skills. Oh, okay. So it could be removed like before. So also Endorsey passive can also be removed, and Mad Dogs too. Okay, interesting. But not Vespas. Fine. But there are only 2 units that remove buffs, so I don't see how this is going to be that impactful. Special move decreases active skill cooldown by 1 second and increases the caster attack by 50% for every attack on an enemy poisoned by deadly sting. Okay, but is there a cool, like there is no cooldown, there is no nothing. I thought there being but it doesn't have an expiration. So you just need to cast a special move, do 5 attacks on that unit, and that's it. And you get a 250% attack increase for free, forever. Not clear. Not really clear, but not too important probably on Vespa. I don't think his damage is relevant that the 250% attack is going to help, but I don't know, kind of underwhelming Vespa, I'd say. Will you make a video for SSR max limit break chest selection? Yes, I will. I first have to go through all of these SSR units, understand which ones are actually worth it. I will put all the data here. I could have started filling it, but I will do it off stream, guys. It will take too much time. So yeah, I'm just going to go through all of it now, and then I'm going to fill the spreadsheet later. So yeah, after taking all that into account, I will recommend the SSR units based on the priorities, etc. But I think before we get the actual chest, it will pass some time, so I have some time to think it through. But I will make that video for sure. What does effect hit do? Basically, when you hit an enemy with a debuff or a crowd control, they have a chance to dodge if their effect resistance is higher than your effect hit. If your effect hit is higher than their effect resistance, the debuff or crowd control is guaranteed to be applied. It's more or less the same as accuracy and evasion, but it works on debuffs and crowd controls. So let's say your accuracy checks out, you hit the enemy, then you apply the debuff. If the enemy has higher effect resistance, they might dodge it and the debuff might not be applied, something like that. I don't believe it works like that. You mean the effect of Vespa. So this one, I have no idea because it doesn't say it lasts for X amount of seconds. It might last for the duration of the deadly sting, which is like 40 seconds or something. But then you proc another one within those 40 seconds. So I don't know. Knocks the enemies for 2 seconds. You poisons the enemy every second for 20 seconds. All right, after being poisoned, the swiftness is decreased, blah, blah, blah. Could last while where is the swiftness still? I think it's in the exousia Kimen. Yeah, swiftness decrease changes to swiftness still, so it shouldn't be that one either because people might not have the exousia Kimen plus 30. I don't know. I have no idea when it expired, but again, I don't think it matters that much. 250% attack on Vespa, even if it is permanent, at best is impactful in PvP. At best. But I don't know. Yeah. Basically, it's like accuracy and evasion for debuffs and crowd controls. Now, Wang Nanja, let's see if they make this guy useful since they made the skin. Path of the Prince is announced, increasing attack by 80% per yellow elemental eye. 320% attack increase in a full yellow team. This is actually pretty solid. This is actually pretty solid. So, I don't know, might be worth a shot. I might test this guy out. I don't know. But this is already interesting. Like, this is a good start since we don't get the 120% from this node. A 320 here, actually interesting. Increases antimatter's bomb crit damage by 100%. This is a multi-hit skill. Is it going to increase the total or the it of the skill? 8 hits. If it's increasing by what was that? 100%. 100% per hit, it goes from 180 8 times to 280 8 times. That would be pretty nice as well. This is if it's like that, this is a pretty relevant buff for Wang Nanja. Not sure we would really want to run him though, but could be worth a shot. It's actually interesting. Or it might be different. It's not going to be a coefficient increase because here they specifically mention crit damage, meaning it might add to your crit damage stat. That's more likely because there are heavier diminishing returns there. So it's probably the case. Yeah, they want you to buy the skin. I don't think it's really going to work that well. It's really nuts. The 320% attack is huge. They didn't do that for Yihwa for obvious reasons. She would have been busted, but not too bad. I think Wang Nanja got a good one. Hawkin, we missed a lot of units. What happened? Like this guy, we missed him for sure. I don't know how the next works actually because they skipped units. Whatever, I will have to do it manually from the menu at this point. I don't think I will buy his skin. I might try him out though, even though I don't really have a lot of fragments. But let's see Hats. Let's see if they actually make him playable. I don't know. Invincibility while using the special move. Isn't that a single hit? Dash them in a fan shape. The fuck? Who cares? You're not playing Yeon as an assassin. Why would I care about an invincibility frame? Ah, T4 is terrible. T5. Strict training is announced, increasing accuracy and evasion by 80 for 10 seconds when attack results in a crit hit. 6 stacks. Oh, what is that? Like 480 accuracy and evasion. I think now with Archive, doesn't matter as much. Could have been interesting, especially 480 evasion. But what do you care if he evades? Well, actually, if you evade, then this one makes more sense. But Hats is also lacking damage, so nothing here is boosting his damage. I feel like it's going to be trash anyway, so nah. Filter it by color. Okay, yeah, I can do that, but I was already kind of moving only with within the color. So it skipped this guy, but it also skipped the home one. Let's have a look. Because someone mentioned he's going to turn into a Rihanna user. Activates to battle at the start of the battle. So this one teleports to the enemy with the highest attack. Cool, 900%, and provoke. Physical resistance decreased. Okay, well, for only 3 seconds, but okay. Combat damage taken from other enemies decreases. This is not bad. It's only for 3 seconds, but basically you one-shot an enemy, then you have 3 seconds of 80% damage reduction, because that unit is going to be dead. This is actually pretty interesting. And if people are playing since like start of the game, a lot of people will have this unit Rainbow 5, mainly because it was used for bosses. So it could be a worth investment, especially because it's like the first upgrade, not even the second one. So this is already pretty good. The second one, so okay, defense increase by 10% for every 30% HP loss due to Knight's Chivalry. What is Knight Chivalry doing here? Nah, this one is nah. Defense increase, okay for PvP, but nah. If people want to try him out, 500 for a Rihanna user if you don't have one yet in other teams, I don't know, or just for yellow, is an okay addition, I would say. It's just barely okay. It's not bad. I mean, 900% is a great scaling for a Rihanna skill. So could actually be played. My biggest doubt is just the scaling on the sub nodes. I don't feel like it's going to really make him that worthwhile. But 500 green is a safe investment if you want a free new Rihanna user. Not bad, I would say. Better than some of the others. Now, yellow is done, I would say. We can move on to purple. And we will start with Oakin. Seems good. So Oakin, we got the passive, decreases damage taken by 20% while the caster has Berserker status. 20% is not enough to make him play with like peers. So what's the point? It's okay. Instead of getting like 1% damage, we get 0.8%. All right. Not too bad, but nothing too insane either. Attack coefficient of White Style Spirit Sword, so the special move, increases by 100%. Wait, this could actually be a ton. What's the base one? 200. It's a 50% increase in the special move damage. That's a ton. This is really good. This is really good. Yeah, yeah. Attack coefficient increase is huge. So yeah, I really like this guy. With this upgrade, he can stay relevant, pretty much. The subnodes are shit, which is also a plus in theory because this is a really huge buff. So it's nice that you don't have to invest stuff in these useless passives. Maybe a bit of cooldown reduction, but like 7% is not worth it. So yeah, D5 seems reasonable on this guy. I will unlock it most likely, so I will try it out and see the damage upgrade there. Let's go in order. So Kiseiya next. Let's have a look at this unit. The first one is this one. Okay. Increases crit damage by 30% per purple element ally. Ooh, 120% crit damage increase. That's actually pretty good. When flanking attack activation targets HP is 50% below, ignores 70% of defense. Flanking attack is this special move. The thing is, does it matter if it goes below 50% with the hit, or should it be already at below 50%? If it must be already below 50%, kind of shit. If it counts even when you take it below with that hit, then that's good. It's probably going to apply only at the amount of damage that's left since the point where you take it below 50%. I don't know how to explain it in English because that's not my main language, but what I mean is, like, let's say the enemy is at 60% HP. You deal 1 million damage. With 200,000, you deal that 10%. Then the remaining 800,000 is going to ignore the enemy defense. If it works like that, then that's good. If it doesn't work because the enemy is 60%, so it doesn't activate because it's not below 50, then that's shit. So we also need to check what happens. It's not clear from the text. If it's the second, obviously this is trash. If it's the first option where it actually counts for the amount of damage that goes below the 50%, awesome. So this is also really tricky. Yeah, it has to be, yeah, if the target when the skill activates, because it's also saying activation target, makes me think this is trash, but I don't know. Yeah, compressed rack was the first one. I think the crit damage wasn't so much. It's okay if it's a 50%, nothing huge, but like for example, Kiseiya gets a 120. It's good on him because it crits a lot with this kit. The second part, it was like a defense ignore on the enemy that has hunter effect. I think like a 50%. That's actually good. But yeah. Yes, I'm Italian. Yeah. No, no, I'm not French. I'm Italian. I'm Italian. So guys, this is a 50-50. Could be trash, could be good. I'm not going to say more than good because no, actually it would be good. If it counts when it goes below 50%, like that amount of damage, then ignores the defense, that's good. That's really good. But looking at how it's written, activation target HP 50% or below, or does it also say something more about this activation in the skill? No, it doesn't. So I don't know. Feels like it could be trash 100%, but not sure. Not sure. So let's move on to the next one. Yes, yellow is already done. Yihwa, the special move upgrade is nice. It was like the application of the defense decrease on all enemy team. Pretty good to boost the damage of your other DPS in your team or just earth damage in general because she is not going to stack the passive on her basic attacks alone. So that's good. That's good. You could probably tell from my accent, or maybe you read the messages in my Discord because I already said I was Italian, kind of. Because he's Italian as well, looking at the name. So yeah, yeah, I'm Italian too. And let's look at Vivi using the ha 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 is the special move. What stupid names? Yeah, okay, special move. So when she uses the special move, the twister from the passive is activated, which is free knockback and some damage. All right. Nothing too insane, but it's okay, I guess. Additional damage. And then the use of the special move causes Vivi to recover life steal on the damage dealt with the special move. Nah, not needed. Not needed. Really dumb. What? It's okay. Nobody's running her without resistances, I believe. So it's really unnecessary. It's okay, but not worth a T5. Whatever. Let's move on to the next one. All right. The best unit in the game. Sure, let's see. When using the heroine in our own story while a link aligns. All right. They removed the backstabbing portion of the skill. They remove the backstabbing portion. So it's not going to remove energy from your teammate, it's going to heal. But heal how much? Doesn't say. Is it stealing a percentage? Is this one? Steals 100 energy. So is the healing going to be 100? Or how is it going to work? I just wish they were more clear in the description because here it doesn't say anything. Provides healing. How much? Yeah, it's green. It was better before when she was stealing the energy. It's nice that she's backstabbing, so it's fine. This, we have no information on the healing. Nobody's going to test that out unless T5 is insane, but weird. El capo di tutti i capi. Okay, fine. Yeah, we'll see this one. Increases lighthouse compression release range and pulls in nearby enemies upon using the skill. It's okay. It's going to be more of a supportive unit. No, I think they could have done better if they wanted this unit to be played, but who wants this unit to be played anyway? So it's fine. Just seem kind of shitty. Okay, I will also look the Jura one soon. Let's have a look at Verdi. So Verdi, this is the special move, right? Basic attack speed increases by 30 for 20 seconds upon using Shinsu Water Cannon. All right, I would say if I don't even know if she now is supposed to run Sundance or L yet because I cannot really tell if the special move or the basic attack is is most of his of her damage. Looking at the attack speed boosts and other things, maybe basic attack, so probably Sundance, meaning this attack speed increase is pretty okay, but nothing too insane. I don't know. Tier 5, damage dealt to enemies covered in ink through Inkjet ignores 50% of defense. This is an okay boost for your team. 50% defense shred. I mean, not too hyped about that. Is it a single target at an enemy to blind enemies in range? Okay. So it's a 50% defense reduction for 8 seconds, or is it lasting longer and not only for the blind duration? Okay, for 8 seconds. It's okay-ish, but I was expecting more from a DPS, to be honest. She was only used for bossing, probably going to stay that way. It's nice that at least now you have a defense shred included in the DPS kit, but doesn't matter that much, I think. Yeah. Then we have Yura. Yura, okay, special move upgrade on T4. Shining Gem is announced, increasing the duration of all allies star Shinsu marks by 2 seconds. Pretty good. And purple elementalized attack speed by what? 80 attack speed in purple that have 3 basic attack units. Oakin, Vivi, and Mashini. This is insane. What? 80. And all of them are running Sundance. This is insane. How long is the mark going to last? 10 seconds. This is insane. the fuck? All the others seem just shit compared to this one. So far, this one, Yura. What the hell is this? This is just too much. 80. If it were like on any other color, like if it was on yellow, it was almost irrelevant. Just maybe compress rack, add on to keep up the stun lock, maybe, but whatever. But purple, all the DPS units in purple have basic attack based kits. All three of them can run Sundance. This is just nuts. This is just stupid. And it's the first one, not even the second one. It's the first one. I mean, 80 is quite a ton. I will probably unlock it during this live. I don't know. It seems already pretty stupid. The first time Yura takes fatal damage in battle, she immediately activates. What? But that does not apply to herself. When an ally other, it doesn't explicitly say it excludes her, but I'm pretty sure if she's the first one to die, it doesn't proc. So this one makes it proc and ignores the cooldown. You, this is really good. Yeah, if it was on blue, Kaiser would have been crazy, but she's already crazy, so not really needed. This is also really good. Like a cheat death on herself, pretty solid. Really strong. Really, like, Yura is probably one of the best units with the Revolution so far. It was really insane. She was already nuts. Now she's just too strong. It's okay. Pretty good, pretty good. Let's move on to the next one. I think I already saw one of his upgrades, the one that boosts his passive, and yeah, that is also the first one. 80%. So from 32 to 80% buff. This is quite relevant, I would say. So she gets a second life. That's insane. That's really insane. Yura is really nuts. And Kunagero, this one is already quite strong. From 32 to 80% is a nice increase. We have to say that purple is kind of tricky for this part because we have Vivi that deals damage based on the enemy max HP. We have Joaquin that's already getting a lot of attack from his passive, so this 80% is not going to feel as impactful. We also have Machini that's going to benefit probably the most out of the 3 DPS in this element, but it's not a bad upgrade. Could actually make him pretty worthwhile in general. Now this is really good. Decreases physical resistance and magic resistance by 90% for 10 seconds when the enemy is released from the seal. So you're removing his energy, you're decreasing, I think also defense. I don't know if it's only in the special move or also in the skill, but whatever. And then 90% physical and magic resistance decrease. This is a boost for all 3 DPS units. Really, really good. The thing is, you cannot activate it when there is only one enemy. This skill is only activated when there are 2 or more. But still, really, really good. Before it was really useless. Like when you were removing a unit, you were just losing time. You could not damage them while they were gone. Now, as soon as they are released, they're dead. Really good. I like that. Not sure, like for free-to-play players, it will probably be a better pick than Gustang if you don't have a lot of dupes on Gustang. But I don't know if this is enough to justify like replacing a build Gustang for him. I mean, 90% is really huge, but it's only on one enemy. Not sure. It's still really valid. Definitely not a bad pick. Probably one of the best upgrades we got so far. Not bad. I just doubt it can beat a built Ghost Tank, even though mine is not really built, but could come close. So for free-to-play players is a nice upgrade to get, I would say. Now let's have a look if they made this unit useful somehow. Endorsing. So the T4 is this one. Enemies damaged by a reckless princess if their defense decreased by 100% for 8 seconds. All right, all right. Not too bad. Is a nice defense decrease if like the target is like the lowest defense enemy or whatever. Lowest defense, yeah, lowest defense in the back row. If you then have someone that can target the back row fairly quickly, this is really good. So probably Mashini works like that. Oakin with these teleports might work, so they might benefit from it. Other units like Vivi is difficult that she's going to target the backline, I believe. So this is not a bad upgrade to try and make her valuable. So it's okay. It's quite okay. Let's see the next one. What is this huge attack increase? 400% for 8 seconds. But it's only after she's almost dead, right? I don't know at this point. Because you don't, or maybe you do. With this, you might try her out with the Rihanna DPS build at this point. If she goes in, kills it, but if she kills the unit, then you don't benefit from defense decrease. Because the defense decrease is only applied after the unit takes damage, which if you run a Rihanna damage build, that unit is hopefully dead. So I don't know. Weird, to say the least. Is a huge increase, but only procs when she dies. If you run Rihanna resistances, it's not going to proc. If you run Rihanna damage, you are losing this one. And then, I don't know. Weird. Econo, do you think it's worth investing and maxing out an LSAT ignition weapon for magic pierce for carry units like Ren? You mean full magic pierce, or what do you mean? I mean, LSAT is already used on Yihwa, so you should already have one, theoretically. If you mean, there are like Ren is one of the trickiest one. I might even make a video on Ren directly sooner or later, because this guy has one of the weirdest sets of all. He wants the 4-piece L, especially if you have his Revolution unlocked, he's going to keep it up quite reliably. But the thing is, you have a lot of ways to build him. What I'm personally running at the moment is Magic Pierce slot 5 and Effect Resistance slot 4. And the issue with that is your goal is to get let's say 62% bare minimum on both. So if you can do it without main stat resistances, then go for Magic Pierce. If you can kind of do it for only one of the two stats, then focus on physical resistance in the substats and get slot 4 magic resistance. Then you can just get Magic Pierce again in slot 5. There are different ways to build. You could potentially, if you have him REVO 6 with the 20 levels in the special move Pierce, you could potentially go full resistances, though you would really lose out on a ton of damage. So I don't know. There are different ways to build him, but your main goal, your main priority is 62% resistances in both of them. That's your number one goal. If you can achieve it with substats alone, go for offensive stats. If you cannot, then probably main stats with the resistances is going to be better in the short term. Magic Pierce with resistances because I lack sets. Okay, you mean Magic Pierce in the substats or Magic Pierce in the main stat? But yeah, it depends. Like I said, it's really tricky. Like his build in particular has different variations. I'm still not sure which one is the best because I'm also trying to test him out. I think I prepared a different preset where I run more resistances. Let me see, it should be the green one. So yeah, I was running this set where I run magic resistance slot 4 and some more magic pierce in here. That could be an option, but then I would have to change also other pieces to focus more on physical resistance. That's why I also have some changes. And then you try to get to like 90% base resistances. That would help you a lot against some peers, because effect resistance is really good to prevent debuffs and crowd controls. Really, really good. But if you can get 90, 95% starting in both, you don't need the uh, effect resistance that much. And even then, I'm saying the starting for him to be good is 62%, but what you actually want to look for is more like 75%. That's going to be your goal, I would say, if you want to use the effect resistant route. So I'm good for physical resistance, not so much for magic resistance, because effect resistance helps you against debuffs that decrease magic resistance, physical resistance. Like enemy Machine is going to apply 20% magic resistance decrease on the special move. You can dodge that with effect resistance. What you cannot dodge is Pierce. Like we saw before, we had a fight against Red Mask, Warion, and Leroro. Both of them in the same team. It was crazy, but okay. Those two have Pierce. Pierce do not care about effect resistance, so you need to have overcapped resistances if you don't want to get one-shotted. So with 75, you get to 115, and that will be enough to mitigate the 16% Pierce that they have as a starting stat. So that's the whole reasoning behind it. Might not be that clear early on. You cannot really do much if you don't have the sets at the beginning. So yeah, I just hope it was a bit more clear what you have to look for on that unit. No, no, it's not. So the my SSR Plus guide was kind of considering you could get at the very least very, very close to Rainbow 5. Now that that's not the case, I would say units that explicitly said are good at Rainbow 5, like Evankel, Child Yuri, probably even Eden. Yeah, even Eden. Those kind of units, forget about them. Ren, still top tier, because that guy is actually good starting from 3 red. So that's perfectly fine as a pick. I would say probably is now the only option. So yeah, Viol got a bit better because at that point, if you have a 0 dupes Viol and you don't have Evankel, is also perfectly fine as a pick because 3 red is insane. But yeah, it changed quite a bit, I would say. My substats rolls are crazy. Not really. I mean, my ignition weapons are pretty terrible. I think Rance is one of the best ones I have, but yeah. You missed, I would say, only my reaction to Yura Revolution. That is simply insane. This is really nuts. I will definitely unlock that 100%. Yeah, exactly, only that one. And then I went a bit more in detail on Ran, but that's about it. You got one in 420 tickets. That's really awful. Really. Yeah, exactly. It's an average of 12, let's say, SSR plus copies. So yeah. Yeah, I'm still discussing revolutions, and I stopped a bit just to discuss about Ran. So yeah, we arrived up to Endorsi. I think I also covered the second one, right? The T5. Yeah, I just don't get this combination. One tells you you want to run Rihanna with resistances. The other one tells you you want to run a damage build. So it's weird. I don't like when there are these kind of interactions. I think you can either go for T4 if you want to run her as Rihanna and forget about T5. But I don't know. Nothing too insane. Now we have Nare that was mentioned by Huet in the boss guide. So I'm expecting something insane here in the revolution. Let's have a look at what she gets. Increase attack and defense of all allies who recovered energy through soulmate by 50% for 8 seconds. Max 4 stacks. All right, soulmate is the passive and is only applied to the highest attack unit, right? The ally with the highest attack. All right, every time she uses a skill. I would say this is good. This is a really insane increase, especially now I get why it's used on some bosses, especially like the special one we have now, because is immune to a certain level of defense decrease and is also immune to a lot of like magic and physical resistance decreases. It cannot go below 0%. So all attack increases are really beneficial. And this one is a really good one. It's a 200% attack increase. This is really high on the highest attack unit, which is your Kaiser in boss fights. But outside of boss fights, could also be good, to be honest. Could also be good in adventure to have this 200% attack increase. Not so much in a purple team. Yes, if you play her with Machine, because Machine doesn't really have a lot of attack increases. She has like basic attack piercing revolution. She has attack coefficient increase with her trident, but she doesn't have attack increases, so this is definitely beneficial for her. So yeah, for now, I would say the best one, I'm sticking with Yura. This one is definitely nice for bosses. I reckon that's really good. Let's see also the other part. Wow, decreases physical resistance and magic resistance by 50% while the enemy's weak point is identified through the whatever skill that is. So that's also the skill that decreases defense, right? Yes. So this is the whole package. She's decreasing defense. She's decreasing resistances. She's also just increasing the attack of your highest attack unit. This is really good. This for bossing, like they went all in to try to make her a bossing unit because the energy regen is already really, really high. All these buffs on top are insane. And they also fit really well with the limitations that some bosses are given. Like you cannot take them below 60% defense. This is a 48, you only lose out 8%. Perfect. Then you cannot reduce the resistance by a lot. 50% most of the time will kind of cover that. Really good. And then you have an attack increase on top. Really insane for bosses. So I get why Huet said that. So really, really good. Then if we move on to the next unit, let's see Ghost. I'm really also looking forward to this guy. I want to use him. So I hope he gets something good. The first one, increase defense by 200% for 10 seconds, removes all debuffs on the caster, okay, on himself, upon using this skill. This is the provoke, right? He's not going to frequently use it. The buff removal every once in a while. It's nothing too insane. Defense increase, okay-ish. I don't know. Kind of disappointing as a T4. Let's have a look at the next one. Ooh, this is good. Finally, because that was really annoying. Crit hit resistance is fixed at 0. Great. So he can receive crits now, which is what his passive works with. So this is good. Crit damage reduction fluctuates by 5% for every 1% increase or decrease in crit hit resistance. Does it always fluctuates positively though, or what? Because the fact that it says decrease means if the enemy ever gets a skill that says reduce the enemy crit resistance by 100%, this is 500% increase in damage you take from crits. Am I understanding it wrong? Or maybe if the enemy debuffs your crit hit resistance, you're still going to get a +5. Because if it's +5 no matter what, this is good. If it's +5, if it's a positive increase, -5 if it's a negative increase, then that could be terrible. Potentially in the future. I don't think there are many units that can, actually probably none at the moment, not that I remember. So to me, that's going to be a +5 no matter what, but I'm not sure. So basically when you get, like if we look at my ghost, it might have some. No, he has nothing. So if he had crit hit resistance here, like let's say 5%, that would go down to 0 and get a +25% in crit damage reduction. So the enemy crit damage would be decreased by a certain amount before increasing the enemy damage. So that could be pretty solid because there are times where you don't really want to get the, like on Ghost, since his passive works when you get critted on, when you take a crit hit, getting the crit hit resistance that sometimes is here and there is a debuff mainly. This one is going to make it so is always going to be 0, so you're always going to receive crit at the normal rate. And then whenever you are like you have normally in the stat an increase in crit resistance, you get a crit damage resistance instead multiplied by 5. This is pretty good. Hoping it doesn't go in the negative. That's the only question mark. This is a good one. I would say it will help out quite a ton. It will make slot 4 uh, crit hit resistance valuable for this guy. So that's pretty good. Would you recommend buy Revolution resources with Arena coins, or should I not spend them yet? With Arena coins, you kind of like if you already use the books for the Origin Orb, then by any means go for it. It's perfectly fine to buy those. I don't think there are many other valuable things, depending on your state of the like at which point in the game you are, because there is okay, I misclicked the shop. I should have gone in the other one. The heat is messing with my head, guys. I'm dumb at the moment. I'm really stupid. So, okay, these one are really expensive, but if you're early on, you have a ton of these arena coins, you might get some revolution if you are like 270, then because you know you need 300 to do the whole 10 levels. You might say, okay, let's take the remaining 30 from here. Could be worth it, but I would say the priority is this one. Only early on, if you are early in the game, you might think about exclusive equipment because it's a pain to level up exclusive equipment early on. If you are later on in the game and you're done with the origin orb, then the only thing you can spend them on is the revolution fragment. So by any means, go for it, I would say. Depends on which stage of the game you're at, basically. Now, let's go back to our purple team. So this guy, yeah, as I said, the tier 5 is pretty nuts. The thing is, not many people will have the tier 5 on Ghost, but not a priority. Definitely works well with the kit, so it's a really solid one for him. So let's have a look at the next guy, which is Vargarth. So good. The newest unit, let's see if they already went all out in the kit and did small stuff on the revolution, or if they went all in here too. Blood bonds, death increase cannot be removed. Okay, same thing as Vespa. The only one that didn't get that, well, actually, I haven't read the endorse. No, I did read the Endorsey one. Endorsey can lose it. Interesting. Can lose the defense buff, but Vespa and Vargarth, that are the only other two with the uh, defense increase in the passive, cannot lose it. Nothing major, but it's okay. It's good. Just because there are only 2 units that remove debuffs. The new Yihwa and the Urek with exclusive equipment 30, so doesn't matter that much. Shadow Wolf's HP increase effect cannot be removed again. Okay. Gain status effect immunity for 5 seconds upon using the special move. Okay. It was already really good with the base skills, so they did not really put anything crazy in the revolution. Makes sense. You don't need it. You can just skip that. It's a nice addition, but doesn't matter at all, I would say. You won't even notice it. So that's a good thing, actually. When you don't need to invest on a unit to bring out the best potential, for me, that's a win. Now let's look at this guy. This guy was mainly only used for bossing. So let's see if they boosted that part or they went for something more. Vicious Wound is enhanced, decreasing magic resistance by 18%. Max 5 stacks. How much is that? 90%? Wow. Okay. This is good, but it's only a single target. I think if you change targets, it disappears. We're going to check the skill later, but it's pretty nice. 90% single target works well, I would say. Not that much in adventure again, so they kind of went for the boss fight one, but okay. Special VIP service is enhanced, causing wounded targets to have their wounds explode upon getting hit, for further increasing the additional damage factor by 300% attack per stack. What? What? So this skill summons a giant Shinsu hand. Send them airborne. If the target is wounded, expand the wound to deal 30% of his attack. This is going to be from 30 to, or well, what is that? I think probably 40. Oh, from 40 to 240 per stack. Am I understanding that correctly? That seems quite a lot of damage. Though probably this guy's just weak overall, so no, 300% per stack. Okay. And the amount of stacks you can have, how many are those? 5. Is that increased with exclusive equipment? Nope. So okay, he has defense decrease, he has magic pierce decrease, and he has now a really huge multiplier, unless it's 300% of the 40%, so 120. I don't know. Could be nuts, but probably just bossing mainly. But I think Uets will let us know if this guy gets any better with that. Not too excited about it, but seems okay. Oh my god. Ah, I don't have this guy a 3 blue. I cannot see his revolution. Why? Really? I don't know. Whatever. Do any of you? Because I'm not willing to pull 3 copies of this guy. Well, I can hardly max endorse it because SSR are a pain in the ass. If only it was an SSR Plus, I would have pulled for that, but no, SSR too expensive. I'm not willing. So, do you guys know what they do? Or maybe I don't know if you posted it in your tab, Nick. Let me check in here. Cool, it's not even working. Okay, it was just lagging a bit. Let me open. No, okay, I misclicked the thing I wanted to click on. Almost seems like the link is gone. What the hell? This is not clickable, damn it. Okay, whatever. If you have the information, good, I will go back to him. Otherwise, I will just move on. Pretty weird. I don't know why it's not working, that link. Damn it, I really hate this laptop. But it's okay. Let's go back to Revolution, even though there is no information there. So I could have left whatever page. So Prince, we don't know, or at least I don't know. If you do, let me know. But yeah, we can just move on to the next color. And here there are a lot of units I'm hoping for good upgrades. Like Amigo charts, I would really like to see him get something because this unit has to be the most useless unit in the game. A tank which kind of receive boost to damage, but it cannot deal any damage. It is really weird. I don't know. But let's get started with one of the strongest units in this element for the SSR rarity. So let's have a look what she, all right. She already getting the boost on the path. That's already insane. I don't know what the boost is, but that's already insane. Recovers the caster age, whatever. I don't, whenever I see HP recovery on a unit, I just say whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Like, this is irrelevant whether you're running resistances and whether you're running evasion builds. This doesn't, because evasion, you die in one shot if you're hit. Doesn't matter the lifesteal. If you're running resistances, you're already getting more than enough from other sources. You don't need these HP recovery means. Just fine for PvP. Like all of these HP healing and stuff, I only see value in PvP. That's pretty much all there is to it, in my opinion. Wow. So other than 80 swiftness, you are also getting 100% attack increase. Insane. Really good value. Not as good as Nare. I would say Nare was boosted way more than Warion, but this is already really, really good. So nothing much to say. 100% attack increase, especially with the way they're working on bosses now, that they try to limit the impact of resistance reductions, defense reductions, and stuff. Having buffs for your allies will always, I hope, work. So this is definitely a great addition. Not as huge as others, but really a good one. Vicente, let's see if this guy can actually come back from the place where Jin Sung put him. We have Spell of Soul Ruling is announced, increasing Vicente's soul eating stack maximum by 1. Okay. Duration of Will of Nothingness increases by 8 seconds. This is the damage reduction skill, right? Decreases Vicente damage taken exactly and effect resistance and counters for 8 seconds. It doubles the duration of this. This is really solid. You could potentially like make him work with a not that many resistances, though I think as close to at least 90% will still be better, but it could open up some more offensive builds, most likely also in PvP. Like 16 seconds is a good duration. I would say that. And the passive here was just where is the stacking part? I don't remember even what this does. Okay, just the evasion and effect resistance increase, accuracy. Actually, which one of the two enters the soul eating state? Probably is the last one. No, I don't know what stack is going to be increased if both of them, only one, and obtain more souls. Where is the soul ruling state? I don't know. Not clear, honestly. I'm not getting the sense of that skill, but it's fine. I think the biggest increase is going to be this one. At best, this one is a 25, 20% increase in the effectiveness. It's nice, but this one, I think it's pretty solid, doubling the duration of the damage reduction skill. Really, really solid. So it's okay. Doubt is going to be that crazy to bring him back up, but could work. Now let's have a look at this guy. T4 blocks HP recovery of enemies damaged by toxic potion. Pretty good, I would say. Pretty good. Red kind of lacks that. I think Evankella's HP recovery reduction, nothing much. We can also move here to this section. I should have done that before so that I could already start increasing. Whatever, I will just go through everything anyway to write the skills, so it doesn't matter whether I do it now or later. But HP recovery block is only available on these two units, so that's good that we get REVO for Michael. Actually, since I'm already here, let's just do that. Okay, damn it, why didn't... Ah, I hate that. Okay, better. So that's it. That's an okay one. Increases attack by 100% for 8 seconds at the start of the battle, just to improve the Rihanna functionality. I think this is nice. Helps killing some enemies that it couldn't anymore at really high deficits. But is it going to be enough? I don't necessarily think so. And it also requires you to get him to Rainbow 5, not really a early investment. I don't know. We'll probably ignore that directly. Red Mask Warrior, another one of the best SSR units. Let's see what she gets. Dramatic tensions provoke duration increases by 3 seconds. What was the base one? 5 or something? It was really short, I think. No, it was 3. No. What was it? This one. Okay, fully immersed. Okay, provoking them for 3 seconds. I kind of missed the provoke because they always say full immersion. What the hell is full immersion, Danny? So okay, it goes to 6 seconds. Pretty nice. Is doubling the duration, but okay. Method is announced, increasing all allies' physical peers by 16%, which it's already doing. So it's 16 plus 16 most likely. This one was already discussed in my Discord server. Pretty sure it's doubling it, otherwise it would make no sense. If it is doubling it, this unit gets a lot more value, and she's going to work wonders with Jinsung for sure. So I really like that. Yeah, nothing much. Let's see what Xia gets. She's going to get This one is the passive. Okay, the same passive as Kunagero from 32% to 80%. Nice. The old is getting a lot of attack increases, but for sure Evankel will benefit from that. And also Jinsung, pretty much. So pretty solid, pretty solid. Then we have High Performance Lighthouse is announced, recovering target's energy at the lighthouse by 100 for 5 seconds. So 100 a second for 5 seconds, 100 over 5 seconds. I think the translation and times are just bad. But if it's 100 in 5 seconds, that's shit. If it's 100 per second, that's really good. I think there is already an energy generation in here, which procs at really weird time. No, it doesn't. Okay, hopefully it's going to be 100 per second. This is going to be pretty huge. Otherwise, quite terrible. All right, Romei, let's see if this works out because she might get some good buffs. Becomes invincible while using Heavenly Blessing, so she cannot die while she casts the special move, or for the whole duration of the shield. Probably just for the cast. Upon using Divine Intervention, increases attack of ally healed by the caster's basic attack by 40% for 8 seconds, stacks 5 times to 100% attack increase. This is also not bad. Yeah. Since she heals allies that are not at 100% HP, instead of dealing damage to enemies, this is not a bad buff. Overall, the thing is, the unit she casts the basic attacks on is quite random. I think it's the lowest HP one, but I might be mistaken. Heal ally for 100% of her attack instead of attacking enemies. Less than 100%. She doesn't say which one she attacks. If she's going below that. Probably the lowest HP one. Could be all of them, but I doubt it. Actually, I haven't played her match lately, so I don't really remember how she plays. Could be good, depending on who is getting the heals. So for fights like bosses, probably shit, because your carry on the back is unlikely to receive heals most of the times because they are not taking damage if you position them in a certain way. So not for bosses, maybe for adventure. Could be a good alternative, or maybe now she could be played in general. But that's expensive, like T5 just for that. I don't know. Doesn't resonate that well with me. Next unit, Yellowy. Let's see if now they add some damage to her kit since she's mainly used for the passive. Obviously, she gets a buff to the special move, which is pretty much useless. Invincibility while casting it. Who cares? Then we have the buff of this one should be the passive. Increases crit damage, increase rate of boom boop targets by 50%, and effects going through this skill. What? Wait, what? This is the passive. Wow. Wow. I might get her with the SSR chest. This is insane. Well, actually, also looking at Yura and stuff is not as insane as Yura's, but this is good. Crit rate increase, crit damage increase, attack speed increase for the whole battle. This is really nuts. But guys, let me know if you're writing stuff in the chat because I'm not seeing it move, to be honest. So I don't know if it's because you are listening, or maybe you're not even listening at all, but or maybe my chat is bugged. I have no idea. But if you have any questions or anything to comment, let me know. Or if you are alive, just write a comment so that I know the chat is not bugged for some reason. So this is really a good revolution, though Yellowy is not really a unit people would normally pull for. So yeah, kind of okay-ish if we take that into account. Then we have Amigo charts. This guy is going to get passive upgrade, recovers energy by 200 when created above. But his special move is shit. Okay, but he gets an increase, like an improvement on the special move as well. So I will say shot before I say it's shit. It is shit. Upon using fighter, recovers HP by 100%. An effect gained through this skill cannot be removed. Are they kidding? Like, this guy sucks. What? What's the benefit of this? Okay, it lasts for a long time. It's 120 attack speed. But what? For what? It doesn't die anyway. Even if it doesn't get the barriers, even if it doesn't get the heals. Why? It doesn't deal damage. It doesn't provoke enemies. I was expecting to provoke somewhere. Maybe on the special move. This is just entirely useless. Really. This is stupid. Let's see a Craptor. Maybe it becomes a really great DPS option for the red element, even though Viol is so cheap to build, it might not be needed. But let's see. Crowd control always results in a crit hit. Crowd control. So the special move turns to always critting. And then we have a buff to the special move, which is one of the best skills he has. So let's have a look at that. Shinsu control is enhanced fluctuation attack by an additional 8%. But wasn't it like 2-ish? 2% plus the one from the exclusive equipment. It's already 10 plus 0.7. But that is a lot. You get 100 swiftness at least, more or less, especially now with the changes. I'm going to mention that as well in the True Essence part. This is really a ton of stuff. So, okay, guys, I just noticed that my chat was, as I was mentioning before, my chat was stuck. And I just refreshed it, and I see so many comments now. It's going to be crazy to go over all of that again. Yeah, time for support Yihwa. Warrior is worth the pool for the new Yihwa. Wait a second. Okay, I see where I left off. Who cares? It's Ghost. Yeah, Ghost was good, kind of. It's just weird. The depends on how the T5 works. Any quick update to prioritize for wishlist pools? Depends on the state of the how far into the game you are, but maybe you can ask that on Discord. We can have a deeper look into that. Defag invitation. Okay, someone already replied. Nobody's using him anyway. Skip. What was that unit? I don't know. But the fact that nobody's using him, maybe it could, like with the revolution, could become a playable unit. So I have to look at all of them anyway. But yeah, I get the skip. Mine is blue too. Unlucky. Special. His special increases ally resistances within the field by 50% each. Both resistances 50%. This is Prince, right? No, wait. Is it 80% or 50%? 80. Damn it. But the field is kind of small, even with the increase in size that I think it gets from the exclusive equipment. That's okay. Is it worth to pull for the new Yihwa with Suspendium? I don't necessarily think so. It depends on the state of the game you are, but she seems perfectly fine on no dupes. You just need, like, what matters more, I would say that, again, in general, you will hear me say it a lot of times, but hang in there, I would say, is that ignition weapons are more important than dupes. Because a unit at 0 dupes, if she doesn't have anything in the kit that really matters in terms of scaling, and Yihwa kind of doesn't, she just gets more damage and more heals, but none of those are relevant. And when I don't specify the scenario for which I'm talking about, so adventure, PvP, or bosses, I'm always kind of defaulting to adventure. So for adventure, doesn't matter. Heals, because you're running resistances on most units, if you're kind of following what I do, or if you're running evasion, heals don't matter anyway because your units die as soon as they're hit. So if heal is irrelevant, it only comes into play with like the scaling stuff in PvP, I would say at that point is pretty much relevant when you're fighting at similar link levels. But when the enemy one-shots you, EOS means nothing. And when you're running resistances, they do not one-shot you. So whether it is 100% or 200%, it's still going to heal you. So for Yihwa specifically, dupes mean nothing. I have to look at the Revolution actually, because I haven't yet. But I don't think you need to dupe her up. She's fine at 0 dupes. You just need ignition weapons to keep her alive. That's all. You don't need the HP, you don't need the defense. She can survive. I already tried some rounds with her, with a, was that a Runda? Yeah, a Runda. So with the Sela, she can also survive a lot more. No need for anything, I would say. So the R4 was that one, the 80% increase in both resistances for Prince. The R5 new Prince mode activation condition changes, but that, okay, doesn't matter. Attacks gained through this skill cannot be removed. Why are they specifying that much? I mean, only 2 units have that thing of buff removal. Whatever, it's fine. And then that's okay. But okay, you wrote then I switched R4 and R5. So R5 is the good one that increases resistances at this point, and the bad one is the activation of Prince mode, whatever. Okay, depending on the area, an 80% is good, but we have to remember that also Rack, the yellow one, has an 80% increase for allies that lasts for like 12 seconds or so. And still that doesn't make him a really relevant unit. So I wouldn't be too excited about that, but could be good. Let's see, I like using it. Yeah. Vicente was okay. I think it's a nice addition, but I don't think they're going to really make him that much better. So Jin Sung, a good investment, is better than him, but probably deserves a bit more than before. Do you think it's worth to sacrifice swiftness and accuracy a bit to reach 100% resistance from Tree Essence? You mean how much are we talking about in that case? I will cover Tree Essence later when I also talk about the archive. So I will try to answer that later. If I forget, remember me, but I will go over that as well because I think that requires major changes, especially now with all the accuracy we get. So, okay, yeah, thank you for the upload of the Revolution for Prince. TXA will be fun. Yeah, unfortunately, didn't. Yeah, other than the 80%, the energy one was not that clear. Yellowy. I think so. Was that a yellowy or did I misread it the whole time? Yellowy. Yeah, yellowy. Sounds good. Okay. That's a good buff. You mean for yellowy? Yeah. I think that one is insane. But getting yellowy to Rainbow 5 only to buff one single unit, even though that buff works wonders with Viol. Like imagine ranged units do not get crit rate in the Revolution subnodes. So obviously Viol doesn't get it. Like if you take my Viol and I will just give him a set randomly here. Well, not randomly. I will give him the set I usually give him. If you go over my crit rate, you see it's extremely low. I can get a 90% increase in crit damage, so 230, but this one is shit. Getting a 40% for the whole duration of the battle, that's insane. That's going to boost the damage like crazy. And you also get an additional 50% crit damage. That's a ton. That's really a shit ton. So Viol, like Yellowy could really work crazy well with Viol, only because it doesn't have crit rate in the subnodes. It does. She's not going to do much for Evankel because mages get the crit rate. She's not going to do much for Jinsung because he's also getting crit rate. So it's only for Viol. That's it. Depends if you really want to go for Revolution 5 on a unit that only works for Viol. It's a really good investment, probably, but nothing crazy. Checking 1, 2, 3, listening in the background. Okay, yeah. No, I really lost a lot of messages, guys. I was really it was like nobody's writing. I was like there are like 70 people, nobody's writing. It felt weird. I don't know why it took me so much time to find that out, but it's okay. And then, okay, Amigo, okay. Some hate for Amigo, poor guy. Posted Prince, okay, good. So thankful for your info. Would love to get advice. I've ran G0, Kaiser, Green 1, endorsing, which one is that? The new one, Green 1, 1.4 keys and REVO mats to max and SSR plus, ready to go out, all out, all in, or whatever. Uh, I don't think they announced the key consumption event, but I think like 1.4K is a ton. You can get a ton of benefit from getting a good Sela set and a good Sanden set, maybe even more than one. So I would spend them, to be honest. The unit I would get, I don't know if you are also asking if you already decided on the SSR Plus to max, or if you're asking if you should go for Ren, because Kaiser you cannot pick her, unfortunately, in the non-stop banner. But Ren, I think, is the best pick out of all of them. There could be an option for Viol early on, but Ren is the best one because even if you are average luck, you should get to 3 red. If you are lucky more, if you are really unlucky, which could happen unfortunately, less than 3 red. But we'll see. I don't know. Still, he only needs 3 red, so if you can get there, that's already perfect. He only gets better with the subnodes investment, but that's for late. Yeah, I'm discussing order and it's for sure hurting me, but yeah, okay, makes sense. We're talking about Prince, correct. New question, should Pharaohs suspend him to pull more for new Yihwa? What do you mean? Uh, I don't know, depends on him, I guess. I cannot tell him what to do, so that's fine. I'm so close to 1K subs, that's insane. Unfortunately, I really hate, like my main setup at my official home, because I'm where I stay for work. My official home, I have a lot of screens. I can see a lot of stuff on screen at the same time. Here I have one screen from a laptop, which is small. It's crazy hot because I have no air conditioning, and I'm looking at the chat from my mobile phone, which is next to me. So, I don't know. Terrible setup for the anniversary live stream. I would have loved to be at home, but whatever. So, okay. Talking about just basic black market summons, I have 270k suspendium, also meant SSR Plus endorses. Sorry. Yeah, oh, okay, Yuri. You went to you picked Child endorse sorry, Child Yuri for the SSR Plus event. Okay. Okay, makes sense. For basic black market summons, I would go for Kaiser over Ren, to be honest. Even though Ren is great, Kaiser is just too boosted, yeah, too busted, and is also going to work for bosses. So I would do that. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. I'm sorry that maybe the quality is not as good as it would have been, but I cannot not cover this update for sure. So I'm suffering, but that's fine. That's fine. I will continue with the Revolution upgrades. Yes. So where we left off, Amigo charts I already talked about. Sorry, not Amigo charts. A Cropter gets like crazy value from this one. I just wanted to mention it because 8% fluctuation per point is swiftness. You get, without even trying too much, 100 swiftness. That is 1,000 more than 1,000% attack. This number is out of the world. I want to try this out. This is really like that number is so high. I really want to try it out. And it could be another unit that works really well with Yellowy because he has the same issue as Biol. It doesn't get a lot of like it doesn't get any crit rate from the Revolution subnodes. So the 40% from Yellowy is crazy value. I would really love to try that. And he's also getting attack speed, which increases the frequency of his basic attacks. Nuts as well. Really like that. And then we have this guy, which is kind of useless, but could have its uses already because of the magic decrease, even though now they are adding magic decrease of 90% on a lot of units. But let's see what they do for this guy as well. T4, special move increase. Okay, Raging Rapids always results in crit hit. That means it procs the passive. But they're also boosting the passive. This one is the passive, if I'm not mistaken. Increases crit hit rate by 40% and decreases magic resistance of enemies inflicted with Rolling Boil by 40% at the start of the battle. What? What does the at the start of the battle make any sense with this? It gets the 40% crit rate, I'm sure at the start of the battle, that's fine. But that they say it at the end is just bad translation, I would say. What this does, from my understanding, is the magic resistance decrease goes from 40 to 80, and he gets a 40% crit hit rate base stat at the start of the battle. This is pretty good. Even though with all this crit rate, this makes less sense, but it's okay. 80% on an AoE, because this should apply to the special move as well, right? Successfully lands a crit hit with the skill, yeah. So it has an AoE 80% magic resistance decrease. This to me is really good. But yeah, it's really good. It's answering you, but this effect is not bad. Could make him worth a shot, could be used. Quite expensive just to test it out, but I will get there and I will let you guys know what I feel about that. I'm kind of scared of ranking units now because of how unclear certain translations are. So I will try my best to also rephrase the way that they're written in my spreadsheet. We'll see, but it's really weird. Now let's have a look at another useless unit. Maybe they improved her. So successfully throwing an enemy backward with, we'll see about that, decreases the target's energy by 1000. So basically depleting the whole bar. This is not too bad, but nothing really to look up for that much. Resets Alpha Princess cooldown upon taking damage. Okay, so you take 1 damage, then you proc the passive again. The passive was some damage reduction or something. Ignores damage that is 50% or below her max HP. The thing is, her kit doesn't have enough value that you say, okay, if she survives, she's going to do something. It sounds good on paper, but why would you want an Akin team? Like, why would she need to survive? She's just plain attack without any crazy scaling or any. No, no, not going to do much, in my opinion. I don't really feel like this is going to be that impactful. If you want her to survive, you can already make her survive with just ignition weapons. You don't need this, so that's a skip. And that was all, right? Because these two are not natural SSR units. So that's it also for red. Let's have a look at blue. So we have the first one, Kunran. This guy, I hope he got something really good to boost his damage. The first one is this one. Decreases evasion of enemies hit by Espada de la Luz by 80%. Whoa. This is interesting. This is really good decrease. Unfortunately, that is a single target skill. It does not have a guaranteed hit, though. I mean, not that is an issue now with all the accuracy we get. Evasion lost, like that kind of skill lost a bit of value, but can definitely help. Destroy the barrier, shock them. No, it doesn't guarantee the hit. If it was a guaranteed hit with a follow-up evasion decrease, then awesome. This one is just awesome on paper, but practically you won't really feel it that much. You should already have more accuracy than the enemy evasion. Anyway, could help against the Zahard, but Zahard is green. You're not really going to do that matchup. Maybe in trials, these helps. If you're facing Shiliel and Zahard, this could potentially be beneficial, but that's the only scenario I see, I would say. Now let's have a look at the T5, which is the boost of the special move. Upon activating lightning, Mhm. Ooh, but this what? Why is it a boost to the special move, but it boosts the passive? That whenever you enter the lightning peel stage, you recovered your whole HP. Why is it in here? They really did something weird in general, most of these things, but it's okay. Unfortunately, it lacked damage, not necessarily survivability. So to me, this is not really a big win. I don't know. I don't like that. But okay. Next one, we have Meliodas. Let's have a look at this guy. Could get some crazy improvements. So the special move first recovers 3% of HP every second for 6. Why? I mean, I get it. Is this guy is used more with peers, so he could take additional damage after the special move is capped at 3% max HP per hit. But this one is 3% per second for 6 seconds. Doesn't convince me that much. Could be somewhat valuable, to be honest, but still doesn't convince me much. Then we have the boosted T skill, removes debuffs inflicted on the caster and gains status effect immunity for 2 seconds when true power is granted. Okay, doesn't proc that frequently, but removing debuffs on your own is not too bad. Yeah, I would have hoped to soon. I would have. Sorry, guys, I really cannot speak today. Okay, yeah, I really hope that as well, but unfortunately, not really. No damage boost, so to me, that's a no. It was lacking damage. It's okay with Novik, maybe, but no, no, no way. Yeah, I think Quaetro Comet already spoiled it. Like the damage on the comets get insane, but we'll see. Comets spoil the damage on the comets, but meteors, whatever. Okay, was a stupid pun on words, but okay. The true power is the passive is only proc when the stacks are removed. Yes. So not that frequently, but it's nice to remove the debuffs there. So you can just cast the special move and deal a ton of damage without any attack debuff on, but not too worth it, in my opinion. Easy skip. And we have Elizabeth. Elizabeth jolts enemies hit by spiral light. This one is like the cannon or the uh, Kamehameha from whatever. Yeah, okay. Adds a jolt. Terrible when you're facing Urek, actually. I used to use her at times against Urek because she worked well. But with this, if she hits Urek with this, it's just going to turbo heal him. So I don't know. Increases defense by 50% until the end of the battle when regaining memories. That's it. Probably they were too good already to be SSR units. So I get it, but disappointing. Disappointing. Then we have Blarod. Let's see what they did to this guy. So, alright, this is a boost to his passive, decreased damage taken by 50% from isolated enemies. It's okay. Not too important, I'd say. At least guarantees a 1v1 goes kinda well when he pulls someone. But yeah, let's see what they do to the pull since it's this skill. Decreases energy by 500 when dealing damage to enemies using real inventory skill Snatch. That's good against enemies with Rainbow 5 because they start with 500, you remove 500, then they are silenced. And yeah, because Blood kind of struggles at killing enemies at the moment. So it's not bad. It's not bad. So kind of interesting. If your Blood fails to one-shot units, that might happen in the high deficits. I think already for me, Blood can never kill anyone. This is a nice addition so that the enemy survives, but he cannot do much because he's not going to have energy. And he's also going to deal less damage to Blood. It's okay. but I wouldn't really prioritize this upgrade, I would say. Then we have Leroy. This guy was already quite good. Let's have a look if they also increase the passive from 32 to 80% like they did with Xia and Kunagero. This one is just, what is that? The passive? I don't remember. Increase the caster's defense by 100% for 30 seconds every time advantage or defense decrease effect is successful. Max 3 stacks. This is a ton of defense increase, but again, as I said, defense is not really too important outside of PvP, in my opinion. This one is scans the battlefield and decreases all enemies' defense by 40%. Okay. All right, so it's going to stack quite quickly because you should hit 3 enemies, especially in adventure. Maybe PvP is difficult if they have effect resistance. Could happen. We'll see. Okay, I already clicked on the passive before seeing the upgrade, but I think it's exactly 80% for him too. So this is actually, this is a good buff. This is okay. I don't think I would go out of my way for this, but it's okay. It's not bad. Now, if we look at Horyang, let's have a look what he gets. He has, okay, first, a special move improvement. Allies granted a barrier from the special move gain status effect immunity. Fine. Fine. Could have been better, but it's fine. Then we have this one. When attacking an enemy, decreases the target's defense by 8% for 10 seconds, 5 stacks, so 40%. So this one is the passive that already decreased the enemy attack. This is also decreasing defense. Is an okay buff. Not sure it would make him worth in adventure. And in boss fights, doesn't change much. Maybe the status effect immunity is actually nice against some bosses. But I don't know. It's okay-ish. I wouldn't go out of my way to upgrade him either, but at least it's reasonable. Let's see Novik. That used to be one of the most useless units, but with the introduction of Kaiser, it got so much more value. Let's see what it gets. 35% chance to lock the enemy for 1 second when using basic attacks. Sounds reasonable. This is a pretty good crowd control. Now, if we look at the special move, increase all allies' attack speed by 40%. Oh, okay. So my mind already read while inside the shield zone, but is while the shield zone is active. Nuts. This is good. This is really good. And Kaiser is going to benefit quite a bit. Not that crazy. It's only 40, but it's still really, really good. So I liked it. I might upgrade it soon. We'll see. Really, really good buff, I would say. Then we have Blanc. I will try to speed it up a bit more because it's already like 2 hours and 20 in the live. I can still go on for a bit more, even though I have a lot of like, yeah, whatever. But yeah, I can still go on. So, but there are so many topics to cover, I will speed it up. So the first one, Blanc, regenerative resistance field skill condition changes, recovering HP every 1 second. Before it was every 2, something like that. Not the biggest of deals. When recovering the HP of all allies, excluding the caster, with research par excellence, increases the target attack by 80% for 10 seconds, 3 stacks. Pretty good. 240% attack increase. Plus or 80% from the special move. Now the special move just seems subpar. Like, yeah, not really that important. This is going to be really beneficial. And it's an attack buff for everyone healed, and the area of this AoE heal is insane. It's going to stack in 3 seconds thanks to the T4 instead of potential 6. I would say really good, actually, really, really good. Blanc got a really huge buff, so nice. Now let's have a look at Kurdan too, because he might have gotten really nice buff. Let's have a look. First one is special move. Disrupts Shinsu silence condition changes, triggering when target HP is 70% or below, because before it was like 20%, never procced. 70% is more reasonable. Yeah, it was 20% blue. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This one is okay. 70% is reasonable. Makes sense. Physical resistance and magic resistance effects gained through Disruptor cannot be removed. This is also huge because no, actually, I mean, it's not. It would have been huge if it was the enemy cooldown. For our cooldown, it's fine. Like Urek is rarely, no, he's not rarely seen. You rarely use cooldown against him, but this definitely makes it good. Could be good for trial if you were using cooldown against the Yihwa, since she also has a removal now. But it's nice. This is definitely nice in PvP for sure. I like that. Yeah, let's have a look at what the other units do here. Quant. Did he? Nobody mentioned him, so I'm guessing got shit stuff. But let's see. The caster's attack on enemies with the within the dark area's range always result in a crit hit. Only the caster. Had it been the team, could have had its uses, but this one is meh. Blackfish is enhanced, increasing Blackfish duration by what? Increasing the caster attack by 60% for 12 seconds for every successful evade. 5 stacks, 300% attack increase. Blackfish duration increases by 6 seconds. Is that 100% uptime? Yes, because you get 2 seconds from the exclusive achievement, if I remember correctly. But already without exclusive achievement, this is 10 seconds. This is like, well, not that the evasion increase is that relevant. 120 with all the increases we have now is nothing much. But this is nuts because he also gets something else, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, 20 additional. This one doesn't matter anymore because you will always have the effects. That's all it does? I think so. Then whatever. It's nice, just a 100% uptime on the evasion increase. And then this one, the attack increase is actually good. But I don't think it does that much damage anyway, even with 300% increase. So even though they seem good, I don't think the effect will be that impactful. Let's move on to the next one. Hot Sling. This guy got improvement on what is that? The passive or something else? Lighthouse modification is announced, increasing basic attack damage by 200%. What? Ah, okay, okay. So instead of 120 is 200. Or is it on top? Because since this one scales, if it were to be flat, well, to be honest, to unlock it, you need to have 3 red anyway. So it doesn't matter at the end of the day. So it's probably 200. If it were 300% on top, that's really good. It says enhanced. So it means to me that it's overriding what it says, and instead of 120 is 200, something like that. If it's like that, not the biggest of buffs. If it's from 120 to 320, that's pretty good. Blueberry 13, this is the passive, right? Is announced, increasing attack by 50%, attack speed by 50 for 10 seconds every 10 combos. 4 stacks. 200 attack speed, 200 attack, plus the increase in basic attack damage. This guy with the Sundance can do a lot of shit. Still worse than Kaiser, 100%, pretty sure. But this guy can do a lot of stuff. Yeah, I agree. A lot of descriptions are really confusing. At times they say coefficient, and at times they say like enhanced general. At times they say it increased the values by certain amount. You can never tell for real. It's really stupid. They should have adopted the standard convention or whatever. I hope it's 320, but we'll see. Okay, now the guy that we were mentioning before. I cannot believe this. I don't have this guy at 3 blue. So again, guys, I know one that is the fireballs from the special move should be. What is that? Every enemy that no is oh sorry, the special move is one. I don't know why I was looking at the other one. But this one, 7 fireballs instead of 200, it's 700 from what I know. So 4,900 total damage based on how lucky you are. Could sound good. I think it's good. The other one, I have no idea though. Could you guys just let me know what that is, just in case? But this upgrade is nice, but I wouldn't say it's that absurd and that would make him valuable, to be honest. We are used to so many crazy units that this increase doesn't really worry me too much. And especially this is random, so we don't even know how many are going to hit. The base version was really shit, so this is a reasonable upgrade, I would say. But yeah, if you guys can send me the other one, great. I'm going to read it. Otherwise, we'll see later on, I would say. And that was the last one, right? Yeah, we don't have anyone in the blue. So let's go over the last category. I'll start with Yihwa because I don't remember it. I think I read it once, but I don't really recall it. And obviously I cannot. Damn it. I will go over the rest of the units and then I will pull for her so that we can have a look at it. Okay, that's fine. Every enemy burned decreases damage received by 20%. Up to how many stacks? If it doesn't say any stack, could be 100% damage decrease. That could actually change stuff, but if it's capped, then okay. Revolution 4, she becomes invincible when using the ult. Okay. And the other one was like a cleanse, if I remember correctly. Something like that. I remember reading that. So it's okay. Invincibility again matters relatively, I would say. So doesn't matter too much. I will also check Sheila, but not first. I will go. It's like the fourth one here. In the meantime, I'm going to open Halden Dorsey. It's going to upgrade the Resolve, or whatever that skill is called. Revolt, Revolution, whatever that is. Cleanse all allies and makes them gives them invincibility for 2 seconds. Really? Invincibility for 2 seconds on all allies. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, I don't know if I can really easily see that because unfortunately, again, I'm only using one screen, so it's difficult for me to open some additional stuff here and there. So yeah, seems pretty good. Seems pretty good, but nothing that makes me think is necessary. To me, she's still totally fine. Like if those are the REVO 4 and 5, she's still totally fine. She totally works with the right ignition weapons, meaning giving her survivability with ignition weapons. Doesn't really matter the set. Before I used Runda, but you can use Runda, Doris, Idea, Stella, whatever. I think those four. But yeah, if you can give her resistances, all of these is just a cherry on top. You don't need that, in my opinion. Now let's have a look here. She steals 100 energy from a what? Wait, this is only one attack though. Or is it says the basic attacks boosted from that? No, it's basic. That's insane. 100 energy steal per hit? Am I getting that right, guys? Her special move is already really good. Being able to spam it like this and debuff enemy energy, this is insane. What the hell? Wow. All right. All right. Increases attack and defense by 200% for 10 seconds upon revive. No, okay, okay. It's upon the revive. Nothing too important. But this sounds totally insane. if it releases 100 energy per hit, that's a shit ton. Especially it's AoE, so you could steal 100 from 2 enemies, get 200 back. You're going to spam special move. That's crazy. Really, okay. She's really up there as the best revolutions I've read so far. Yeah, yeah. Could be that someone from that marble heard me treating her not right. Even though I still put her in S, even though I don't use her, I didn't really like her. Now I get it. This is really good. And she's going to block energy for all the enemies consistently, really huge. You could even go against an Evan and he might not even cast a special move for the whole 90-second if he were to survive, let's say, in hypothetical scenario. You could keep him without energy for the whole fight. It would be insane. Now let's see if they make this unit that Yihwa just threw in the trash bin like actually valuable. Shinsu Blessing is announced, increasing green element allies attack by 80%. Okay, boost of the passive as the other ones. The only one that didn't get that was who? Shibisu? Am I right? I think so. Shibisu got the increasing resistance for his own and not the one for the whole. Okay. Whirlpool is announced, increasing the skills. What the fuck? Why? Okay, the duration by 5 seconds, but is that really necessary? Wasn't it already like 8? Mm, it was 5 plus the exclusive equipment 3, 8 plus 5, 13. Why? It's okay, it's heals, but ah, not worth it. I don't know. Maybe the attack buff, but whatever. Yeah, Sheldon Dorsey really good. Then let's see next one, Leroro. This guy is already really good. Let's see what they gave him. Special move boost as the first one. Polarized defense 200% is okay. Helps reduce that remaining 1% damage. Not too thrilled about it, but it's okay. Gene simplification is announced, increasing all allies magic pierce by 16% at the start of the battle. So this is taking it from 40% to 56%. This is quite the relevant increase, to be honest. So yeah, if I remember all of them, I will try to sum them up. I will for sure, though, make a video. Unfortunately, not tomorrow because I will be driving back home. So I don't think I can put it up for tomorrow. I will try though. But at the latest, I will make a video on Revolution. I will prioritize this one for Friday. So then on Friday, we have this kind of information with the whole Revolution tab filled in with all the skills and also some. I will also do the recap in a video for sure. This one is nice. Is a nice. Oh, okay. Oh, there is more to it. Okay. No, what? Oh, no, this is really because 56 seemed off as a number. Wow. 80% magic peers. I almost missed that second part. 80% magic peers. This is stupid. Wow. This is really a ton. Wow. This guy probably not better than Euro, but really, really close. If not the first best, the second. I really love this one. Like, could potentially, like now going Pierce on Ren is probably overkill if you always pair him with this guy. Just go resistance slot 4, resistance slot 5, only resistance in the substat. Start with like 100, 110 base resistances. No, sorry, more. Start with 120% so that he gets 160, no, maybe even more. Start with 150 base resistances. It gets 190. The bull gets too many. No matter what pierce the enemies have, he's not going to die. This is nuts. And he gets 80% from this guy, and then he gets 60% special move pierce from the Revolution. Potentially, okay, probably is overkill, guys. I was kind of exaggerating, but really good stuff. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Remedy. I also just read your comment about running Lopo BRN with full resistances. Really, really possible. Definitely. 80% is huge. A 40% from slot 5 is not going to do much compared to this 80%. Love it. This is really a really good increase. Now let's have a look at Shilio since uh, operator wanted me to read it. Still not sure. I'm finishing to read the other ones. I don't know if if you have just started out with the game, if you're a bit into it. So if you're just starting, for sure now you want to add, since you are pulling for Yihwa in the welcome banner, the first one, and could potentially skip the second one. I would pull for Vivi, Yura, even though Vivi doesn't really have great Revolution, but you won't care about Revolution at the beginning anyway. Yura for sure. Support Warrior always comes in handy, especially if you then go for Evankel, stuff like that. Who else? Probably, well, now Tank Hats is in the welcome banner for Evo, so maybe Tank Hats not necessarily, but could be a good option as well. I don't know, kind of tricky, but there are some units that are really valuable and some that come into play more later down the line. So it really depends which stage of the game you're at. Anak is amazing now. Are you sure? Did we read the same stuff? She's not getting damage buff, she's not getting that much utility, just the 1000 energy decrease. And the passive reset is just damage reduction, but she can tank without it with the right ignition weapon. So I don't know. Doesn't seem too crazy. But yeah, okay. Let's have a read at this one. Recovers energy by 100 per green element ally upon using black snakefish venom. This is which skill? The one that activates at the beginning? Yes. All right, so they made her an official Rihanna user, so she can cast the special move first without Runda and without BAM, Rainbow 5. This is really good. Already, this one deserves really good upgrade. Now, Shidiel is a great Rihanna user, I would say. Pretty good. That's all of it, right? Yeah. Ah, no, okay, it's only 400, but still with the amount of time it takes, maybe a Runda, maybe. Not sure, but at least it will work even with swiftness, because the issue before is if you didn't have a lot of swiftness and you had a Runda, that was most of the time enough for her to cast the special move as the first one. But as you get more swiftness, she decreases the amount of time she takes to cast this skill here. So she will move earlier and she won't have enough energy. So this one helps mitigate that, I would say, but you might still need a Runda. Yeah, I would say second Leroro, probably. Really, really good. Now let's look how they improve the special move. Physical pierce increases by 30% on the special move. This is good for Rihanna purposes and just in general along the fight. So I like that. I like that. I can I can I can respect this. So I would say Fidel got quite the good buff, but yeah, it's okay. She's going to be a Rihanna more reliably on her own. I'd say this is what they made, which makes sense. It's good. It's really good. She might really deserve higher ranking for that, for sure. All right, so the next one was this one. And she might also have gotten an improvement on the Rihanna functionalities. Let's see. Okay, shit. Let's skip that one. Really? Why they hated so much on collab units? These two are both worthless. HP recovery means nothing. Energy recovery from the passive when she dies means nothing. I don't like it. Yeah, I will definitely do that because there will be a ton of changes in the tier list. After looking at this, I would say sub nodes won't matter much because they actually thought about it and made the ability upgrades really insane for certain units. So I can still keep the same tier list and not split it up in two as I was planning to do at the beginning. I can keep it in one because I believe that they did a good enough job to make some units really really stand out with just the ability upgrades, which is good because it's the cheapest way. If they had you rely on the subnodes, that would have been a lot worse. But with just ability upgrades, with the amount of stuff they're giving, that's really promising. So I like that. Now let's move on from that useless unit. I don't want to look at that. They really did. She's one of the losers for sure of this Revolution update. Why should I apologize for trashing her if she was just average before? I never said she was bad. I said she required to like a setup that most people could not necessarily afford. That's what I said. So I'm not going to apologize for that. Okay. I mean, this is a nice comeback, but nothing to that's going to be insanely like super insane. It's good because she is going to be a Rihanna user that can kill multiple units, but that's it. If you go full damage, then she's dying pretty much. We'll see. Yeah, I think so too, Remedy. I think those three are really solid ones. The increasing coefficient from Joaquin ult is really promising. I think Akraptor, they kind of made something wrong there. I think probably they added the zero by mistake. It shouldn't be a 10. No, it wasn't zero. It was an 8 plus the 2. No, okay, they made no mistake. What the hell? It's really stupid. Akraptor might be a good carry now without might. Yeah, Air Survival is still the core issue, even though with the archive upgrade, they still kind of worked it out. You could make her work even though she's a mage. As an evasion unit, now you could, but I'm going to talk about the archive after we finish this. So she's going to steal 400 energy from the target each time time to fight hits the enemy. What is time to fight? It's not it's the passive. This is counterintuitive. They are trying to make us player as a unit that stays in the fight and doesn't kill in the first hit. They want us to player with Rihanna resistance. Why? Why do they want that? And this is again contradictory. What? This is also stupid. Why would you want us to player Rihanna resistances and then just give this with if she has resistance, she's not going to get that many benefits about HP recovery. I don't really get this. They did it on another unit that I just forgot now, but this is weird. To me, this is not doesn't sound right, but okay. What do you think of the AoE debuff, and stun for Yihwa? Which Yihwa? Because, or do you mean debuff removal for Yihwa, the Yihwa new one, or the Yihwa old one? Yellow Yihwa? Because she gets the defense decrease, but you mean stun because the passive also procs stun? I kind of forgot about that. Let me check real quick. Let me check real quick if the passive also stuns. Yeah, stun. Oh, okay, okay, interesting. I kind of focused only on the defense one. So yeah, it's nice actually. At this point, it's a nice. We are also getting additional attack here, additional damage here, and stun. Thank you for pointing it out because I missed it. I focused entirely on the defense shred, which is not bad on AoE, but that portion I totally just ignored. So really good, really good. This is definitely a nice addition for sure. Additional damage and additional stun on an AoE, really, really great. So yeah, even better, pretty good. Now the next one is this useless unit, but looking at the other collab units, they probably did nothing on her. This one should be the passive, activates crystal soul absorption, increasing attack by 30% with each absorption. 90% attack buff after you proc the passive 3 times. If you do proc the passive, you are not running resistances, meaning she's dead. I don't know, guys. All this stuff is weird. All this stuff is weird. She wipes. That's correct. If you are like if you are at low, if you are still starting out, if you are not fighting at because Yihwa kind of falls off when you are at levels 350 to 400. Then at 400, she starts getting great again. But then once you start actually pushing the deficit they are taking us to with all these buffs to all units, like if you are starting to fight 170, 180, 190 level deficits, she is not going to kill the enemies. I already see that she really cannot kill the enemy team, not even in a couple of special moves. She needs uh, magic resistance decreases from Eden, E5. She needs maybe Shibisu if you really want to kill one bulky enemy. She needs a lot of stuff. So she does kind of fall off. This is going to help a bit keeping her up, I would say. So yeah. So out of all the Revolution updates, the biggest winner is probably Purple Team and Green Team. I think so for now, yeah. I think so for now. So this one is kind of trash, but whatever. Decreases crit hit resistance by 8% for 8 seconds when dealing damage with demons laying hearts. Special move. Does it matter? Blah. I don't know, guys. This also feels off. I think they just neglected because also the new collab, the second collab, the Seven Deadly Sins collab, was kind of weird with the Revolution upgrades. They're just okay. I don't know. Yeah. Her kit is mostly carried by her special move, but like before, the passive was only applied with basic attacks, so you could not really get benefits out of it. At most against one unit, but it might get like 2 stacks before she casts the first special move. So it's really nothing. That one really helps out, I would say. Now the next one, Lore. This one, I think I read something on my Discord. Oh, I also got 2 copies while I was pulling before, so that's good. That's good. All right. Now, Revolution. Increases the caster physical magic resistance by 50% for 10 seconds upon waking up. Why? It's good, but it is also weird. Upon waking up in which scenario? From the passive or because I think there is something else that can bring him to sleep. Okay, yeah. No, okay, it's not the passive. So it could potentially proc it. Can really help her as well. Really, really good. Yeah, for real. Let the guys sleep. Yeah. But they kind of did that with the Revolution 5. They added the stacking to the special move, which you are applying AoE, which is really good. So, yeah, I mean, that REVO 5 is fine. It's not as crazy as some others we saw, but it could be enough for Yihwa. She was already pretty busted base. So that could be enough to bring her back to the levels she used to have. But nothing too insane, I would say. Cry of Piercing Water, Magic Pierce by 30%. This is good, guys. I think Lore could see some play in general. Maybe not even just as a Rayana user, actually. Maybe just with a Sela. You go full damage with a Sela. Probably Sela is overkill. No, actually, no. No, yeah, well, you could do it. Full damage with a Sela set, and then she just survives and deal damage with the special move. could be interesting. Not gonna lie, could be interesting. Especially as a mage is getting crit rate, crit damage, attack, though the percentages are low, but all things considered, reasonable. I think this guy needs to be reevaluated. This guy definitely needs to be reevaluated. Pretty good. Now, one of the other worst units in the game. Let's have a look at what she gets. Attack coefficient of the bar. I don't even want to read that. Why are you increasing the barrier? Who fucking cares? Duration increases by 10 seconds. The coefficient is huge, the duration is huge, but why barrier? Give her something, provoke, resistance reduction, something. Not she has nothing. Lock condition changes. Instead of locking maybe after a bit, she locks immediately. Is that something worth of no. It then creates an area. Yeah, instead of lock. Okay, the lock time, 6 seconds is a long time. But is that really enough? No, I don't think so. Could be. If it were like 3 seconds, definitely not. 6 seconds makes me think a bit, but I don't know. Doesn't convince me much, to be honest. I'm really lost with all of the new event. Sure, I can try. It's going to be difficult probably from YouTube, but if you want, you can send me a DM because maybe there are going to be a lot of messages on my Discord. I might lose it in the middle of them. So if you want, just DM me on Discord your account, and I can have a look maybe during the stream or maybe later, just to have an understanding of which point of the game you're at, like which floor more or less, how many resources, suspendium, pools, whatever you have, and then your boxes, they should be more or less enough just to have an idea. Or if you mean about other stuff, at the moment I didn't cover much. I'm focusing more on the Revolution. I tried out Yihwa no dupes, and I would say further testing at no dupes is not necessary that much, but we'll see. Then the next one, this guy, let's hope he gets a really good effect. Maybe like applying the set effect from the ignition weapon to the special move would be insane, but probably not gonna happen. Increase the caster and pitching machine attack speed by 80 while the pitching machine is active. We've seen more insane ones. This is okay. Works well with Sundance. So at this point, I have no more any doubts. If you want to build Sundance or L, I think Sundance might be more beneficial, but I was expecting more, to be honest. Breaking Ball is announced, increasing the casters and pitching machines attack by 1% for. Oh, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. This one is respectful. So you get the 80% attack speed that turns into an 80% attack as well. This is a lot better. That can also get more with more attack speed. So probably L is still better if you're relying on the pitching machine. I'm not really sure what is doing the most damage for this guy, if it's the basic attack or the pitching machine. If it's the pitching machine, then L set. If it's that guy, then Sundance. That's more or less it, I would say. But yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think we need another Yuri. It's disappointing that they made her an SSR. She's such a good like a good character in the manhwa. It's kind of disappointing, but whatever. Yeah, they already did one, but I hope they didn't do the regular version of Yuri. If they did like the double 13th month weapons, so with the two ignition weapons, could have been interesting. Maybe they will release it. We'll see. So who got the craziest revolution from the update? Probably Yura at the moment. I would say Yuraha. Second, Leroro. Third, I haven't really thought about it, but there are some good ones. Really good. They did good stuff there. Still building Yuri because I love her, but yeah, she needs a revamp. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, really not that useful, man. But again, if you like her, by any means, go for it. But yeah, it's really weird. We need another Endorsi 3 is not enough for sure. Yeah. Regarding who to get from the SSR chest, I would say, guys, let me go through all of them again in the following days. I will fill up my spreadsheet. I will really compare them, think about them. And for the ones that I have no idea, I will either try to, because they are written badly, maybe, I will either try to find if there are people that for some reason did those upgrades and try them to run some tests and see what they think of that to better understand how they actually work. And yeah, some of them I might unlock myself. We'll see. But I will try to provide as much information and as clearly as possible. And I will make a video on who I think got the most benefits out of this update and who to pick from, like from the Revolution chest. Sorry, the SSR max limit break chest. It's going to take a while to unlock. I think a few weeks probably. So there is time. Don't worry too much about it now. I will for sure make content about that. Let me make a full team of Endorsi. That would be pretty funny. Yeah. All right. Now the next guy after this one. Did I already look at this one? I don't think so because I didn't have that. Yeah, I did. Okay, yeah, I did. The defense decrease and the damage taken. Okay, this one didn't really get anything too crazy. The defense reduction is single target is somewhat nice, but okay. And this one is also not too important. So I would say she doesn't really need revolution. You can easily use her without it. She will tank. She will be pretty strong. I don't know. I understood the. Okay, all do your suspending tickets. Wait for the video. Okay, okay. I was not understanding the sentence at first, but okay, yeah, makes sense. I would say if you can, if you're not rushed by anything, I would say hold on, and I will try to update everything as soon as possible. Unfortunately, again, tomorrow I won't have much time, but on Friday I will. Actually, on the weekend I won't have time, but Friday I will try to pull it off on Friday. So let's see. Then we have Edin. Let's have a look at this guy. This is completely useless. So, and again, I don't have in a 3 blue, so fuck. If you guys have him, let me know what he gets. I think he's the last one, right? Yeah, he's the last one. We have all of them except him. So yeah, if you have his stats, great. Otherwise, we can just ignore him for now. I will find them somewhere. But okay. Yeah, yeah, but that's a good thing. I mean, if they make good units without need for revolution, probably they kind of used revolution to make up of the mistakes of the past. It seems like collab units got worse revolution, even though actually Shane needed them, but because they were better thought out, probably new units as well, because they kind of planned them a bit better. Old units, just there were some trash unit, and they kind of tried to remediate that more or less. So yeah, is it worth to push story now? You mean adventure? I would say now is always worth it because they are not going to make the same mistake they did with the race event. So you can safely push, no problem, I'd say. So yeah, do that. Especially if you are in the lower floors, don't worry about it. You need to stack up those AFK loot resources. If you're already in the upper, like the 60s and upwards, maybe you can chill out a bit more, but still push. Don't worry. And I mean, it's one of the main content of the game, so makes sense. Bikini review. But should I only review the costumes like the one for Endorse? Sorry, not Endorse, Kaiser, which is pretty nuts, actually. And where am I finding the other costumes though? I mean, this one I have, and that's fine. It's actually better than it looked from the previews and stuff. It seemed way too aggressive, maybe as a style. This one is a lot, I don't know. it doesn't feel as aggressive as before, so I like it more, I would say. The one in the screenshot or in the wallpaper was too much, probably, even though she's crazy good. But yeah, the other units are what? Shiliel is one, but then what? There is Wang Nanjai Prince for now, right? Only those two. And Shiliel, let's have a look at that. It is really good with the see-through and all, but I mean, now is a solid Rihanna user, so it's not like I can say not worth buying. He's a bit too aggressive on front and too, I don't know, grannish on the back, but it's fine. The skin looks quite good. The one for Wang Nanja, I mean, even though his revolution was actually pretty stacked, not sure it's enough to bring him into the like make him playable, but the skin is okay, but it's too simple maybe. And these sandals, I'm not sure I like them, but I don't know, not worth buying in my opinion. The free one that is Prince is free, get it for sure. He has some style, but this guy, unfortunately, I mean, it didn't really get a great buff from Evolution. Could be usable with the buff that he gives to allies inside the passive, but I don't know. It's free, so take it. But if it were paid, then if you really like this style, which is funny, is great, but it's not really usable as a unit, so I don't know if I would pick that. Yeah, Shiryu is free. That's fine. It's the Wang Nanja that's not worth it, I would say. Meliodas and Elizabeth, you mean the Revolution? Yeah, I already went over that, I think, but Meliodas got like heals and a buff from the passive that I don't really recall, but it wasn't nothing special. Elizabeth also got shitty stuff, I don't know. Nope. These bonuses are just flat. So 1000 HP means zero because you don't scale with the link levels. So this is just a flat amount, no value. It's just symbolical, I'd say. Endorsey and Yihwa's costume are probably going to be released in part 2. I think they mentioned it in the dev notes, so yeah, we don't have them yet. Yeah, new Endorsey is really insane as the base skin. But okay, that was pretty much it for this point. It really took a ton of time, guys. Regarding the non-stop banner, for me, I mean, now I'm speaking for my own banner. I'm probably not going to summon in this instance because I'm planning on. Well, actually, I still have Zahar to max as well. Damn it. I have to max this unit first, I think, because I kind of want to enter the lounge. Let me see if there is. We have maxed out the limit break of all SSR plus teammates in this summon. So if I take 4 of them with black market tickets to Rainbow 5, and then I use the tickets on the last one and I take him to Rainbow 5 as well, I will still enter the lounge. That's what it's telling me, right? If I'm not mistaken. That could be interesting. Should I pull on the black market, guys, or should I cover some other topics first? Because Yihwa tested zero dupes, I think it's kind of understandable. She doesn't really benefit too much from getting dupes, at least nothing that's really worth spending your resources if you are short on them. So I would say it's safe to skip, even though you get 2 free copies if you do some pulls, but I don't know. I could even pull for Yihwa now, actually. That's an option. Or actually, first, let's do this last thing that I was going to mention now, but let's do it. I will mention the archive change, which is massive. So yeah, I'm a whale. I actually whale on units, but if you look at my ignition weapons and my revolution, I'm way behind everyone else. Like, look at my revolution 6. Only these 2 guys. The rest, 2, 3, 5. I try to optimize as much as possible those aspects because whaling on units is the cheapest thing. whaling or revolution mats is crazy expensive, and whaling on ignition weapons is also crazy expensive. So I use presets a lot. I don't have sets per every unit. I share them, and I don't have Revolution 6 on a lot of units, actually two. So I'm crazy poor on that aspect, but yeah, I do have dupes for units. That's true. That's for sure. So yeah, exactly. I will mention the archive first and the impact on the tree essence. So again, if you have spare mats for the tree essence, wait for a video because I will make one for sure. I will have to change my tree essence as well. So I will do a video for sure while I'm doing it. Now we got one additional thing. What did I increase there? If we go in the record effects, we got two new entries. If you get to limit break 16, which is orange 4, we get 3 evasion. That's already insane per unit. All these stats are applied to all teammates, not only the ones inside this the same category. Okay, so all the buffs are for everyone. We get 3 evasion per unit that is at orange 4 and 3 accuracy per unit that is a rainbow 5. Now this won't matter much for free-to-play players or people that just started, but this just means that when you reach that high end of the game, you will, even if you're free to play, you will have a lot of units with a lot of dupes. This has a major impact on what we run in Tree Essence. So there might be stages to it, but for sure what you want to aim for will change a ton. There is now a lot of opportunity to dump some accuracy roll, well, probably even more than some, from your Tree Essence because of this change. So you can run, like for example, I would just go over one of my pages real quick, take a random one, doesn't really matter. If we take this one, okay, this one is accuracy, physical resistance, but per se, I could remove accuracy and put magic resistance, physical resistance as a potential node. This one has magic resistance, accuracy. This could turn into magic resistance, swiftness. This would be really huge. This one, again, magic resistance, physical resistance, that's an option, or change it entirely magic resistance and then subnode swiftness. So you can get a lot more resistances, you can get a lot more swiftness. This is really a good upgrade over, like a good update overall. And this one, for example, I will just roll it away. Actually, let's just do it. I will just say B for swiftness or physical resistance. Both of them are a win. I will say do not ignore A rolls because if it does roll A in accuracy, I want to keep it. So I'm not going to ignore all other stats. This one is locked, doesn't matter. Attack, main stat, doesn't matter. So because also these ones, the flat amounts you see here in the TRSs do not scale with the links. So they are entirely useless. What was that circle under ran? What was that? What do you mean? I don't know. I will check later. Okay, like this one is shit. I don't give a fuck. So I will just restart the auto change. Then I will check that circle that I don't know what you are talking about, but okay. And let's do it again. I don't care about attack, fine. So yeah. New Yihwa gets most of the value from Revolution 4 and 5, so if you need copies of her, ideally. She gets value, but is not really insane. And look, guys, this is what I was mentioning before, why I didn't put that flag before, because this one would have been re-rolled with the ignore all other A rank stats. Now I'm getting a 17 accuracy. I'm obviously going to keep it. This node will stay magic resistance accuracy. So we'll look for another one that has the same rolls, so magic resistance accuracy, but with better, like with worse uh, numbers or whatever, like this one. This one potentially, I could do something even crazier. Actually, no. Let's move to another one with an higher magic resistance. I don't want to change that yet. That one is also quite okay. Nah, this one is quite low, but whatever. This one is already a perfect, almost perfect node. Magic resistance quite high. I can lock that. I don't care too much about that evasion, to be honest. I want to save resources, so I lock only this one. I will start later with that one. I will still look for the worst of worst rolls that I have. This one is kind of shitty, but okay, I can change that. Accuracy, physical resistance, magic resistance, still quite low. Damn it. This one is quite okay. This one is huge. This one is pretty nuts, but okay. Magic resistance, damn it. I mean, I really have terrible rolls. I don't want to lock it to 16, but 261, but okay, well, I will do it. I will remove this accuracy again. Let's go for B in physical resistance or swiftness. And then I will keep the ignore. This one, I don't care. It's attack percentage. It's still better than the flat attack, but doesn't really have that much of an impact. Wow, language. What do you mean? What do you mean almost break my account live? But yeah. Yeah, they do take a while, but it's for sure a lot quicker to build one good set than to waste resources. Because the most important, like the worst thing is to waste ignition weapon resources. Every resource that you give to a piece, it will lose 20% value, because if you then feed that piece to a better one later on, for some reason, you lose 20% of those mats. Building a set per unit is something that only whales that aim at PvP can do. Nobody else can, pretty much. You will have more and more sets over time, but it's not something you should look for. This is a good roll, so I will keep it. So in this case, I removed accuracy in favor of swiftness. I won't keep doing this. I will make a dedicated video on this where I go more in detail, and I will also try to rework this whole table, because now a lot of accuracy roll can disappear. I will try to play out a bit more with these stats here to get the most amount of swiftness, the most amount of physical and magic resistance, so that building ignition weapons is as easy as it can get. So I will for sure make a video about that. So if you have resources to spare, just keep them saved and wait for my video, so that you might gain some insights from it, and then you can decide how you want to spend it. This is my recommendation. Obviously, if you want to spend it now, do it. But yeah, definitely a lot of stuff will change. This setup is not the best one. And I mean, it was not even the best one before. It was the one that I think helped best building ignition weapons, because of how easy it is to reach 100% resistances. This is all you needed in the substats. And if you look at strength and intelligence, they were almost the same. You could exchange sets and use them on units that were of a different class without almost any problems. So that was the good thing of this page. But I will still make it easy to build ignition weapons, but improve it as much as possible without losing too much accuracy. Like, I'm not removing all of it, probably 1/3 of it, probably, if I'm really crazy, half of it, but we'll see. We'll see, guys. I almost re-rolled accuracy. I mean, my nodes were already following this table, so all I could do is just get additional resources. That's why I have all of these saved up. But yeah, fine. Ah, 1 second. I have one copy I have to buy before. It's still a long way before the reset, but before I forget, pretty much, I need to go here and buy the copy of Yihwa, because I saw that before. So I'm already buying it. That's good. And okay, this topic is also marked, I would say. Revolution, Yihwa, zero dupes, entry assets are gone. Yeah, that's true. I said I was quitting before because, I mean, it was really getting busy at work. I didn't have a lot of time. I just wanted to chill out, and I didn't feel like making content. But then after vacation, I kind of recovered, I would say. So I think it makes sense. I still enjoy this game, obviously. So I keep on pushing content, but we'll see. I try my best to give the best advice I can, so that it's reasonable for free-to-play players. Because I am a whale, let's say. I think I'm still quite. Depends if we take the whole category of whales. I'm in the lower end, I believe, because I only buy really the best of deals. I don't want to waste money on stuff that do not provide me a good push, and I don't have the resources to build every unit. I don't have the resources to build a lot of stuff. I just dupe up units, because once you have a lot of units duped up, duping new ones is easier. Other than the SSR units, like SSR are crazy expensive. SSR plus units are free, more or less. Like I have a ton of black market tickets. All of them come from the pass, which is nothing, and the daily, not the daily, yeah, the daily trials that you do. You get 90 tickets every week from just playing the game once you are past trial 600. So that's crazy, crazy, crazy good. So yeah, so it's not the swim suites, but okay. How would you rank the new endorsing? To be fair, it's difficult to say now because I have, with all the revolution that came out, I have to rework the whole tier list. This guy might be pushed even higher. This unit also got crazy good. I might leave them here. Just it's going to be tricky. She base value is high, doesn't scale too much because the revolution is nothing too important. So I would say she has at a lower level of investment, a pretty high ranking that doesn't increase much with more investment. That's my first feeling. Why are these two guys A plus? Okay, this whatever. I have to rework some stuff. She might be S, I would say, at full investment, A plus when not that really that invested into. That's my feeling. These two are going to go down for sure. She got shafted by this shitty revolution she got, and she no reason to build her. Even though this guy is a lot better now, maybe you could play her with the resistances, would work well with the Aurora. I'll have to test it out. Since I have her already a Rainbow 5, I will test that, but I don't know. We'll see. We get 90 black market tickets from the trials, yes, because it's like every 10 for a color is 6. You have 5 colors. You get 30 trials per color every week, and that is a total of 90 black market tickets. So this is really, it's a lot of stuff. Like it's literally easier once you push adventure, once you are higher up, once you have the gear, the ignition weapons to tackle high trials. It's a lot easier to max SSR plus units. I don't get any normal summon tickets. So to me, an SSR is difficult, and to most whales, an SSR plus is fairly easy. Like it come out, I can max it, more or less. And I will say, guys, tell me, do you want me to pull black market first, or should I go for Yihwa? I wish Netmarble could pay me. Well, I also wish they could just hire me to fix some of this shit stuff going on here on some units, but that would be good, but not gonna happen. But okay. Yeah, but hopefully if like I'm approaching 1000 subscriber, which is when YouTube is supposed to start like paying you for ads and stuff, but I have no clue how much that is going to be. Probably nothing, but I don't care. I mean, I would have made this content anyway for me, so I might as well share it, at least the spreadsheets and stuff. I'm usually an analytical person. I try to scan, like make a scheme for everything. So I would have done it anyway. I might as well share it, I would say. Black market, black market, black market. Makes sense. Let's start with data machine. I will max most of them, I would say. Because I really want to eat the lounge. It's a ton of revolution mats. This is not a good start. It's also pretty laggy. Love it. So yeah. Yeah, it takes a while, but once you are there, it's really cheap. If they give you units. Okay, I'll take this one. But if they give you the units from the pools, come on. It's one every 50, but I would like to see more than that. Otherwise, it's really going not to, like I won't have enough black market tickets at that point. Damn it. It's already 40. Come on. This is the time for a unit. Fuck it. So this is the time for 2 units. Fuck. I said it multiple times I shouldn't be pulling on live. Really. Okay, we got one. Got one. I'm maxing Karak as well. Yeah, all of them, I think. Only one. Come on. Still below average, but we still have hope. Last 20 to get another copy so that we are back on the 2% rate. All right, we are back on the 2% rate. Okay, and it's only 2%. We didn't get any better. Let's have a look. 2 copies left. Let's open a double. And let's hope I don't get a single copy and then a double. That would be insane. Okay, 1 copy left, guys. I might even open the, no. I'm not gonna use the SSR Plus box, you never know. It's only 1. I could get shafted if I get a double. But let's still do it. I'm still above average now. It's 3 in 110. So even if I get nothing until 150 is still average. Though I hope I can get something. Why language? What am I saying? Oh, okay, maybe five, okay, whatever. 20 more summons. Let's have a look. So stressful. Black market is always a bitch. At times you can max something with 600. Other times it will take forever. All right, we got another one. 4 in 150. That's insane. If it's a double, I won't scream, but I might. Okay, that's perfect. She's maxed. No excess. This guy is going to be painful to watch. This is going to be really painful. So I'm going to leave it for last. Let's go with the other machine. Let's have a look. Anyway, guys, remember, like ignition weapons are the most important thing. Focus a lot on your preset, learn how to use them effectively. It will help a ton. Because again, if you're not a whale, PvP is really hard to be competitive in. Really, really difficult. You need ignition weapons on all units. Not all, but most. So really tricky. And if you push adventure and if you push trials, then you get free stuff that you can then use to dupe up units. So yeah. So far, just 4 machine in 200 pools. So we're back to average unless we got one here. Nope. That's kind of sad, unfortunately. I also did something stupid, to be honest, because I had at least one shard. I could have opened it when I still had machine, data machine that would have brought my chances up a bit more of getting something, but it's probably going to be a useless unit anyway. Actually, no, that's good. The hard copy, I'll take it. It's one less to pull for. Pretty lucky, I would say. That's okay. Exactly. We're going to max out Machine. She's insane, so she deserves it. Only your fog. Exactly. Fog. Come on. We have 40 more pools to get one so that we are back to standard rates. Come on. Don't disappoint me. 2% is savage, guys. Really. I don't want to use suspend. Well, I will, because worst case scenario, even if I end up spending too much suspendium, I still have the adventure packs to buy. So it's not a big deal. I can always get more suspendium to max out Erang as well. It's not a big problem from my point of view. But yeah, we are back on average, so that's good. This one is the pool for the 5 units. So we got none. We're at 2% right now. Let's have a look what we get. Overall, I think the 2% is actually pretty accurate, even though I know a lot of people end up pulling a ton of times without getting anything. It happened to me as well, obviously. But on average, even if you see like 100 pulls without it. There are times when you get a double and that kind of balances it out. Like this time, pretty cool. All right, maxed out. Great. Easy peasy, guys. 60 pulls to get 4 copies. I would say that's a win. Well, not 4 copies. I got 3, but one was from the selector. So awesome. Yeah, if only she got the swimsuit, that would have been insane. I might as well max Zahard next. Is so close. Let's go for the quick wins. And I was just talking about doubles, and I got woo. All right, all right. This is pretty good. Make it a double again, so it's done as well. Please not a triple. Okay, it's just a single. So I might overcap it. But this is already quite good. Am I wrong? Or is it 4 in 80? It's 1 every 20. 1 every 20 is pretty dope. It's already the whole 200 worth is already in these 80 pools. So if I were to not pull anything until 200, I'd still be in the 2%. I hope that's not gonna happen. Actually, I'm stupid. Okay, I hope, thanks God it didn't pull anything, because this last dupe I can take from the PT. So why would I risk it? Let's just go for Karaka. I don't want to go for Rick yet. I might even select who. We'll see. We'll see. It's not at the level of insane luck, guys, because as you can see, I'm approaching 90 and I'm back to standard rate. But is okay. So far, the session is fine. So far, the session is going well. 80 more and I'm back to shit, but okay. Hoping it doesn't happen. Ah, damn it. 60 more. Karaka. Come home, Karaka. Fuck. Fug. Let's call Fug. Fug you, Karaka. Fug you. Not working. Not good. Not good. Look, guys, I was lucky in the first part and almost got nothing here. Back to standard rates. 30 more and I'm on 2%. It's awful. That's always like that. Again. So whatever. Used to it. 100 without anything. 110 without anything. This one is the pool for the 2%. So I should get nothing here as well. Guess so. Damn it. Why is this 2% always like that? Fuck. Okay, now that guy is maxed out as well. And let's go. Let's go again. 50 to pull one. Okay, and we got one. That's good. Yeah. It comes and goes. It's really random. Well, obviously it's a gacha, it's random, but okay, we got one. So we are in positive for the next 40 pulls if we get another one. Otherwise, well, average again. Nothing in this one. Pretty solid. I still have 250. 250 kind of guarantee me 4 plus 1 PT, so 5 units. Not enough, but good. I might use some spending them. I need 9 Karaka and what, 6 of that thing. Still nothing. Fuck. We're back to 2%. Fuck. Below 2%. Fuck. 30 more and we can get one. To stay in the 2% ratio, but oh, it's going way worse now. Damn it. The last 10. If I don't pick him here, it's below 2%. Damn it. All right, all right. It's always the 2%, guys. Always the fucking 2%. Unless it's a double, but it won't, so it's fine. It won't. Perfect. Back to 2%. Other 50. I hate this. I really do. I'm going to, well, of course, Irang and Yihwa, because I'm using the black market tickets here, so we'll have to use Suspendium to max Yihwa and Irang. But I think it should be around 300k each, so I should have enough, hopefully. I don't know. But I'm trying to max them out so that in the non-stop banner, I get into the lounge and I get like 130k orange revolution mats. Because now what I need is the revolution on most units, so I'm going to try and leverage that. I don't care too much about these black market tickets, so that's what I'm trying to accomplish here. Yeah, at least I'm getting ignition weapon mats, something like that. Yeah, it's giving me signs, but we'll see. The next 10, we're still in the 2%, but I need more than 2%, or that won't be enough. Damn it. Ah, really, really tough, guys. And now I'm below. I have 40 to pull one. 30 to pull one. Damn it. Ah, guys. It seemed a good pulling session. Now it just got so much worse. The last 10 for a copy of Karaka. 2%, come home. All right. It's really 2%. It's crazy. Like, I don't know. There are periods where you get nothing, then it just appears. Never in double. Like, okay, well, I got a double before, so I should shut up. But yeah, now they are both, like this one is orange 4, the other one is orange 3. The last 74, guys. Then I will get to PT anyway, I would say. And we can see. Then I will select. I mean, hopefully, in 200 pulls, I get 4. It's 2%, means rainbow 4. Then I give him a copy from the PD. And that means I have orange 3 data work left that I will pick for the non-stop ban. Damn it. Yeah, it's right. If you did the pre-registration, you will receive one code for every email, but you can only claim one, obviously, on your account. So yeah. So I already got another one, right? If I'm not yeah, it's rainbow 1. So we are positive now. I need like 3 copies in 170. 3 copies in 170. 2 copies in 160. 2 copies in 160, guys. Totally doable. Totally doable. 2 copies in 160. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Damn it. If only I could get 2 copies in this pool, it would be insane. Well, then I would still have to reach PD, but at least would have been pretty good. Last 10 tickets, then I have to use Suspendium. Damn it. Didn't really want to do that. And again, 30 more, and oh, all right. It also lets me use the other tickets, which is pretty nuts. Okay. Finally, they did this change. It should have been here since day one, I would say, but okay. Nothing here. Ah, so painful. 5,000. That's so much. God. I'm back to 2%, right? Or are you going to give me one? No, back to 2%. Yes, so 40 pulls to get one. Come on, man. I believe in you. Nothing again. No, come on. 20. 70 to get 2 copies. It was at 160 to get 2 copies. Now it's 70. Man, please don't play with me like this. Last 10 for the 2%. And now we're below 2%. Fuck. All right. All right. Almost back on track, guys. Almost back on track. Free way to get Suspendium. Not free. Ooh. This was good. So now let's swap to this guy. And I will get to the PT still. That's what I said I was going to do, and makes sense. They are not. They are within average, unless like if I don't pull anything for the next 30, it's exactly 2%. Exactly. And now it's I will end the session slightly above 2%. Like 2 point, I don't know, percent. Pretty okay. I will take it. I will take that. Maybe I can still get some more because Data Urek is a good guy. I always say he sucks, but is not a guy that gets offended by that. I'm sure. I'm sure he's going to appear again here because he's a great guy. We all know. Fuck you, man. Really, you're useless. I cannot say anything. So we got Karaka to Rainbow 5 as well. And that's it. It's slightly above 2%. Is fine. Now we have the non-stop banner. I can only pick this guy, which is great. And I'm doing this. I could max him there, but here the special the special lounge says entry is permitted all what the for regulars who have maxed out the limit break for all SSR plus teammates in this summon. So I'm expecting if I do max him out here, I will still gain access and can exchange my remaining tickets for stuff in there. I do hope. So, well, I might as well use them. Why not? I mean, it's not like there are any other picks left. So, what? What? I mean, 30 pulls at 1% gave me 2. I did way more at 2%, got nothing. I mean, that's good. So let's keep going. Let's keep going, guys. And this one is nothing. I really like that there is no animation, no useless stuff. Just straight, okay, but maybe if you can give me something, I'm happier now. I was just saying. Yeah, GG, but now not really. Come on. The first 30 were great. Now the next 150 really shit. All right, all right. Got another one. So we only need one more. Only need one more, guys. All right. All right. This is nice. This is nice. This is way above average. All right. And what am I going to use this here on? Like, all right. So now we have access, as we saw, to the special lounge, which is going to give me a shit ton of mats. Like this one is already, it doesn't even show me the total amount. I had 78K before. Let's use all tickets, 54K, and I still have a lot more to exchange. I will exchange also all of this. Yeah, pretty good. Oh, let's buy this. Why not? It's free. This one is kind of expensive. I don't want to spend 1,111, but pretty good, guys. The 1% went way better than the other, to be fair, but okay. Happy with it. I get to join the special lounge and I will at least get all of this Revolution mats. This copy. Wow. No, I won't get it. So yeah, I will get all the Revolution mats, but not the copy here. This is just for everyone that had all units like without even having to pull for. then they get all four because it's 900 free plus 300 you can buy. You could get the whole shop, but I cannot. I cannot get that free one copy, but really, I don't care. Fuck, there is also Alliance Expedition. I have to do these searches. But okay, I will do it. No problem. Now, since it's going kind of well, we can do also the special summon for Yihwa. What do you say, guys? Yeah, I'm now a VIP. Pretty cool, guys. Finally, and I didn't have to spend a lot of spending like 76k or something. Now I do get to spend a ton of it. So let's have a look. What is this loading? Oh, okay, there is the animation for this one. Why they could have skipped it like the other one. I kind of like the automatic skip, to be honest, especially if it takes this long to load every time. Come on, it's 6, they got nothing. It's pretty cheap, so it's okay, but all right. Yes, pulling for Yihwa too. I will stop though at 3 red because I already checked the 0 dupes to have an idea. She can survive perfectly fine. So what she needs to do, she can do. I will still try 3 red to see if there is a change in damage, like if she can actually deal damage with 3 red alone. And then obviously I'll take her to Rainbow 5, but most likely off stream. Yeah, I think they should. Yeah, they should make it a setting so that you can disable it. It will make sense. This is not VIP lock though. This is what, one in how many? Well, I mean, it's 1%, so I think it kind of makes sense. 1 in 150 is 1%, so it's okay. A bit less. There is still time for a second copy, maybe, before the PT. Come on, 1% means I need to get another one. Okay, I guess this is to make up for the extra copies of that useless data work. So I'll accept that. Accept it, man. Let's move forward. What do you mean? 6? No, it's not black market. This is the special banner for Yihwa. So it has a different pricing. It's like 2.5 times cheaper than black market, but the rates are half as good. Something like that. It's still better overall in theory, but yeah, not that great. No, because it takes too much time. I mean, when I'm streaming, it doesn't make sense for me to be waiting because I have to go through a lot of summons. I cannot just wait the animation every single time. It's really insane. Yeah, 30 summons for 30, yeah. And I'm getting nothing though. Nothing. What is that? Like 3 in 330-ish, right? I think so. Slightly below 1%. Come on, man. I might do the 10. Okay, no, it's fine. Oh wait, there is no 10 though. There is 1 and 30, right? Or did I saw that wrong? Oh, okay. A double is fine. Yeah, either 1 or 30. That is stupid though. That is stupid. All right, guys. Why did Ran go from S tier to A tier? I mean, it will change again for sure, but the main reason is that that guy doesn't deal enough damage and is too single target. If you pair him with Novik or Leroro, the irregular one, it works fine, but it's quite the strange setup. Like most DPS units work well on their own and just get better with support. It just needs support, so it doesn't feel S to me. I moved him down for that reason mainly. So yeah, more expensive than collab banners. Yeah, it is. I will move a Craptor up, pretty sure. Yeah, if it's actually the 1000% increase in attack, that's going to be nuts. Might even do more damage than Viol. Not gonna lie. I don't know. Whoever thought of that increase really is really strange. Would have been fine with like 3% taking it to 5, not from 2% to 10%. What the hell is that? Hmm. I kind of lost track of how many I got and how many I pulled, but I still think I'm quite well off, I'd say. This is expensive. I'm expecting to, I don't know, probably I should stop soon, to be honest, just because I don't know exactly how many copies I have. I will just do the last 30 for the extra copy, and then that's it. Then we can see how far off I'm from. So this is um, the third PD I got. So 900 pulls done. Wait, 900. That's a ton. And I'm not even close to maxing, right? Oh, this is sad, isn't it? Hmm. Let me check. Where are you, Yihwa? Okay, here. I also have to max all the others, but okay. This is 3 purple. Okay. 900 for 9. So I'm below 1%. Because that's 1%, but it includes one, the free copy I got from the shop, and one, the 3 PTs. That's kind of sad. It's way below 1%. Why did I think it was good? Good luck. It went well. I managed to max all the SSR Plus units I had left with the black market tickets, but here on the Yihwa banner, I did 900 pull. Did I do 900 or 600? Wait a second. I need to check because if it's 600, it's still somewhat fine. Where is the boost mission? If it's 600, okay, it's 600. Okay, thanks God. If it was 900, it was really stupid. But okay, 600 is perfectly fine. Makes sense. Then okay, it's going well. It's going well. I cannot complain. Yeah, yeah, pretty good. Okay, I can always try her also with the trial stuff, whatever. I don't care. This one, let's see if I can get some free copies of her as well. It's going to be tough to max endorse it, to be fair. I will have to use a lot of boxes. I hate that. But okay, we'll see. So I think I can leave her for now. No, let's go for 3 red. Let's pull 2 more. I don't care, guys. I need the 3 red. Really, just for testing purposes. Also, which skill to upgrade first? Healing from the passive, damage, healing and defense increase, or attack buff. Attack buff. Yeah, it went really well for me on the non-stop summon, to be honest. I had like 5 data work to pull for. Let me max out all the units in the meantime. Because I don't have any normal tickets. I had a lot of black market tickets and I have a lot of suspendium, but for the normal banner is really a mess. All right. I managed to almost max all my SSR plus that I had left with the tickets I had saved. So that's pretty good. Yeah, yeah. I get that this 1% really put me off to like I was expecting 2%. It makes no sense to have a 1%. I guess it's cheaper. So at the end of the day, the one for Yihwa is still fine because it's a 2.5 times better than the No, sorry, not 2.5 times better, but slightly better than black market. It's 2.5% against 2%, so not really that much, but still something. What do, which one am I missing? Oh, obviously, the most useless guy. The last one I maxed. Pretty good. Great, guys. Finally, I reached the point where I have all SSR plus a Rimbo 5. It's not that I've not been saving, it's that it took a lot also to max this guy, the Varagarv, and they didn't give, like, they don't give normal summon tickets. They do give a lot of black market ones, but not the normal summons. So it's really, really tricky. I don't know. But okay, let's keep going. I need to get 2 more copies, right? And then we're done. Opening a double so that we can finish it here. This torture, and obviously nothing. You maxed an SSR in 400 summons. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Wait a second, guys. Did it crash? Because I saw a pop-up from OBS Studio. Mm, no, because I'm also looking at the live from my phone and it seems fine. It should be good. I don't know why that pop-up. But okay, let's go for another copy. Okay, perfect. We got her a 3 red. So we can test her out a bit more, 3 red, and I will max her out later on off stream. Doesn't really matter. Not sure though, I'm going to test her out now. Let me see if there are any other topics important to talk about. Maybe not necessarily. I'll say we could try something. If you have something you would like to see or any questions, let me know. Maybe we can focus more on that because for now, I think it's pretty good. Okay. Uh-huh. Let me see if there was anything else I was missing. Okay, yeah, the archive. I have a lot more accuracy now. I would also, as I said before, make a video about this archive thing and tree essence when I think better how to set up everything. I will most likely have to differentiate between different stages of the game because obviously for me, I can remove most accuracy roll because as you could see, now I have a lot of units at Rainbow 5. Most people, probably not. So it's going to be tricky. Yeah. 1400 for what? For Endorsi at Rainbow 5. That's a lot. I'm more scared of the normal banner if I'm being honest. Like this, where is that? This banner, I'm really scared. I will never get her at a decent amount of dupes. Oh, I have to change Endorsi. Who am I adding? Yellowy at the interesting Revolutions 5 could be worth a shot. Adding, I'm not even thinking about it. This guy, Wangman, could be interesting. Did I see the chicken? Guys, I think I skipped the chicken. Yeah, I did skip the chicken. Hmm, interesting. Let's add Yellowy in because she might be worth a shot if I have spare green resources. What does the chicken do? This guy. Okay, when will we receive the rewards from the registration? The rewards from the registration just Yihwa. The other ones were for like people that didn't log in before they made the announcement, basically. So you could get the rewards you didn't claim, something like that. And then the invite a friend is already in here. The other thing I don't remember, but all of them are granted to everyone. There was no special need to register other than getting 10 normal summons. So if you did put an email, look at that email, you will receive a code. And yeah. So do you already have the SSRs that you need? Or were you talking to someone else? Okay, yeah, makes sense. In the origin orb, is it better to distribute evenly among the colors or going all in purple, yellow in the mid game? Okay, maybe we can touch upon that because I think I didn't talk about it after it was extended. So mainly how I think this thing is still working is you first want to get to the, let's call it, first part of every tree first before you dig into the second portion, mainly because this is really expensive in terms of suspendium and manuals. It's better to evenly upgrade all of them to the first part. So the swiftness upgrade for all colors, this is the cheapest one, and it's what we had until recently. The second part is more for like later down the line. Like I'm thinking for 50 something. If you have been playing for, well, no, depends. Really, when you have most of the stuff done and well prepared, then you can say, okay, I want to focus more on these stats. And even when you do, I would say the first, like most important nodes of the second part are going to be effect resistance and accuracy. These two are the most important nodes. So you can like do first all of them at the first part until swiftness. Then when you are ready to dig deeper, go effect resistance and accuracy for all of them. The order at which you do is obviously based on what your main teams are. The first two are going to be purple and yellow, depending on which of the two you build first, most likely yellow, because if you are a new player, you are going with Yihwa banner. If you're not a new player, well, then at that point, use your main teams first. The one that you are the strongest one, you want to go for first, then the second one, and then etc. etc. the other colors. I would say stop first at swiftness for all of them, and then you can dig deeper. In the sub ones, I would go, as I said, effect resistance and accuracy first for all of them after we've done them in order. And then I would go just down based on your needs. Are you running mostly magic damage dealers? Then you can go first to like the evasion node and the magic pierce on this one. If you're running mostly physical pierce, like physical damage dealers, then obviously you need those to go down the other three at the beginning. It will depend a lot on that, but I would kind of keep following this logic. Even though now accuracy is not as important, I still believe that is mostly for like whales or people that have been playing the game for a long time, that they get a ton of benefit from archive now. If you're not one of those people, accuracy might still be needed. If you feel like you have like 200 more accuracy than the enemy evasion, then obviously don't do that. You can stop earlier and just be, when you're prepared, you can go down the tree directly, or you can at this point aim for the actual damage type you are running the most and stuff like that. I still haven't maxed it because I'm missing books, but I'm going to get them from the event exchange shop now. I waited uh, on purpose. I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah, this is pretty much it. I will try to cover it again in the video. I will see when I can release it, but yeah. Yeah, it makes sense to save up for a big celebration. My chicken is black because there was an event, I think during the first collab, it was the cooking event stuff. They gave that skin for free. Terrible, but okay. I skipped Rock. Rock. Oh, right. How did I miss him? Oh, probably, let me just filter by yellow because I think they might be below. Yeah, okay. No, why did I miss them? I got Wangnan, but I didn't get the other two. Okay, whatever. Whatever, guys. Let's have a look at this guy. No. What? Why I don't have him a 3 blue? Damn it. So, can any of you guys share also this guy's revolution if you have it? But yeah, only gives the code into your Google mailbox. No, it gives it to the mail that you added there, not necessarily for the one that you use for the game. What about the 900 summons? You mean from the non-stop banner you get 400 from the check-in, then we get 20 from a push notification thing, and then the remaining 480 should be here. Let me check if it responds. Not, I don't remember if it was the missions. No, not the missions. Oh, interesting. It was not the missions, it was the exchange shop at this point, or the daily festival. I don't see anything here, I believe, so it's the daily festival for sure. Yes, so it's near. And we got 60 here, then the other days as well, I think. Maybe not all of them. Yeah, 60 again here. So the remaining 480 are from here. Every 2 days, more or less, it seems, we're going to get them. The last ones will be on day 20. No, maybe earlier. Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much where we get the remaining ones. Which is your best color mono team for you? Yeah, I could reply in Italian, but then most people wouldn't get that. My strongest team. This is, I mean, it's either a full blue team, maybe not even necessarily full blue, but whenever there is a Kaiser in. So maybe, okay, but okay, monocolor, yeah, Kaiser, Ascanor, Data Machine I also like quite a bit. Now Blanc with the Revolution, she also got pretty good ones. So I would say Kaiser deserves a spot. Novik too, in my opinion. Something like this would make sense. This guy is just going to help Novik survive. She's just insane. If you invest in Revolution, I will have to do that now that I have a Rainbow 5. And she's just providing heals and attack buffs, mainly attack buffs, and she's destroying the whole enemy team. This guy is buffing the damage of the basic attacks for Kaiser. That's pretty much it. Obviously, it doesn't work most of the times, but I would say this is probably the strongest one. Now with green, though, it could change because like Kaiser, even with full resistances, could still die to Pierce, like these two stupid units that they added here. Those two are really annoying. I would say now with also Leroro and Yihwa and stuff, maybe this could be better. This guy also got a lot better, but I don't know if I would put him there. The new Endorsey is also going in. With these two, 80% pierce from him, and this 50% magic resistance decrease from her, plus the 40% from his special move, you don't need pierce on him. So you can just go with both pieces with resistances, and this guy would be nuts. And the last spot, either Child Endorse if you have a good investment on her, just it's a hard as an additional tank. Maybe you can put him in the middle, depending on whatever you want to do. Actually, she's also going to be nuts with Revolution, with the steal of energy AoE. That's going to be pretty dope. She could also be a good Rihanna user if you need one. So yeah, I would say green really got a huge buff. Blue, to be honest, is mostly carried by Kaiser, Dimash bit. But green now really has solid units. Really, it went from being the worst to probably being one of the best. It's really, really good. 3 hours later, what's the craziest unit? Yeah, I still haven't like again reanalyzed everything, but Yura got crazy. Right. Also, okay. Well, monocolor. Okay, if you don't go monocolor, then I would include probably her as a DPS together with Leroro. This is an insane composition, I would say. Instead of her, we could go with Ghost for the insane 100% pierce. Even though it might be unnecessary, probably it's better to go with the utility from Endorsey. these three already are quite good. Then we can get a Yuraha, which has also crazy good revolution. Insane is going to give her a ton of attack speed that with Sundance work perfectly fine. And then the last unit, actually, it really doesn't matter that much. Energy doesn't matter, so Nare is not a good fit. We could do him for additional attack since he doesn't get a ton of attack otherwise. That could also be good. Or we could go again with this. Maybe we could do her. I don't know. There are a lot of possibilities, but this is not a mono color that you asked for, so yeah. Rock gets magic resistance to go along with his physical resistance, and 5 is time to hunt reduces cooldown 20 seconds. Yeah, Shibisu is nuts as well. Yeah, that's true. Shibisu at orange 4, it gets the REVO 4. Ah, I mean, I cannot even. Oh, maybe I can show it from. No, I cannot show it from here. It gets 40% if you play him in a mono yellow team, 40% physical and magic resistance. Nuts. Really a ton. He's almost a Kurdan, a small Kurdan, but he also has crazy value on the rest of the things. So really, really good. Yeah, for the crocodile, yeah, still not clear what that magic resistance to go along because he also gets physical and magic resistance already. Or maybe you mean in the passive because he gets only physical resistance here. He also gets magic resistance for nearby allies. That's insane. He already gets resistances from this one. Yes, 80% at 3 red, mine is not. This is also pretty good already. 25 second, maybe it will increase it somehow. I don't remember. This is good if it also applies some magic resistance increase. Which unit earned the most benefits? Uh, Depends in which sense. Like that got crazy good, Yura, but there was no change in his ranking. She was already S plus. If we talk about units that could potentially move up, maybe a Craptor, maybe Lore, test him out. Filial also got quite good. Yellowy, interesting. Probably she deserves A now, if probably even more if you put that investment, but it's probably too niche to go any higher than that. Vespa, okay-ish. Joaquin probably can keep the S plus ranking now because here, as I also wrote above, I did not account for the disparity that S plus units add over the SSR units, meaning the subnodes. So the SSR units are going to get very low stats from the subnodes. But even with that, Joaquin gets a really good increase in damage on the special move, which might be enough to keep him up here. Even though at this point an idea build might be better than a Sundance build, but all things we need to test out, like needs to be tested out. So I don't know. We only get one max SSR box. Yes, correct. That's the only one we get. Can you talk about Gietang? Did I read it recently? I think I was starting to look at it, then I skipped, right? I think so. Yeah, definitely skipped because I don't remember these icons. So, feather boost is enhanced, increasing. What the? Okay, okay. This already gives a shit ton of attack speed and basic attack. But is increased to 400 or by 400? By no, it's enhanced. So it's going to upgrade the value and it's going to be double the. Okay, okay. It's not 600 is 400. Okay, I was already, but 400 is still pretty good. Then we have cooldown reset condition changes activating when one or more enemies are hit. This is huge because it's going to hit one enemy all the time. So the more you spam the special move, the more you spam the boost, the more your basic attacks are going to deal damage. So It's pretty nuts. For real, guys. This is actually a good unit now. With the fact that Yihwa, other than the defense shred AoE and the stun and some additional damage, didn't really get much, this unit might move up quite a bit. And again, it has magic resistance decrease like an 80% even, I believe. So it's quite high. Yes, 80%. Plus the 80% if you potentially pair them up with the Rainbow 5 add-on, which not many people will have, but still. 160%, you can run him with resistances and Sundance is going to melt. So yeah, as you can tell, I really love playing units with resistances, but this guy, okay, it's going to be really tricky for me to pick the SSR unit in the chest because there are some units I want to test out. Like this guy is now one of them. Akraptor is one of them. I want to test Lore as well, but he's orange 4 now, so I can get him to Rainbow 5 without too many problems. This is pretty good. I don't know why I skipped it. Yeah, it was rocked that I did not have the Revolution 4, yeah. Yeah. It gets a shit ton of attack speed increase. This is really nice. He has the whole package. You just need to make him survive, which means just go resistances because even if you go Pierce, like 40% Pierce is really not going to change much in this case because he already has 80%. Going to take from 80 to 120, which is a 50% increase. But if you do have add-on, is going to take from 160 to 200, which at the end of the day is a small increase. Having him survive is way more important, I would say. So yeah, and there are also many more ways. Is going to work wonders with Laroro, 100%, 80% Pierce additional from him plus 140 or 120 basic attack increase coefficient again. So it's 540-ish. Crazy. Yeah. Lore might be able to one-shot the team. It was already doing it. I think it can now maybe even play different builds. And with the 50% resistance, it could also be played with offensive stats, but still manage to get to 100% resistances so that it can keep destroying enemies and surviving too. Could be interesting, definitely. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I skipped this guy for some reason. I didn't notice him, same as Rock. But yeah, definitely good. I was already saying that Wangnan just seemed pretty good with what he got because he got what the uh, attack increase per yellow elemental eye, which is a 320% increase, plus the crit damage increased by 100%, which is probably his own crit damage, not the coefficient of the skill, looking at the way it's written. So that's quite good, but definitely nothing compared to this guy, I would say. It's definitely worth a shot. I will think about whether I want to, or I have the resources to actually take him to Rainbow 5 and then invest in it. Could be really potentially a good unit. Right. Yeah. Very good. You can still keep the box for the next SSR unit. No, because new units are not going to be added. It's only going to be the previous one. Actually, did they say they are not going to add the new units? They only said not the collab and not the latest SSR. I think they're not going to add them, but I don't know. Yeah, the last node is only for Arena, so I haven't even read it for any unit. I don't know. Nothing I'm really particularly interested in. 150, that's an odd number, whatever. But maybe you only need then 50 from here, so probably evens out at 200 to max out some shit here. But like the numbers are so low because if it's really 10 levels like we know from the scaling of the others are really like if we go in the Revolution tab. We go here down right. I have this information here, like this level 10 is shit stats. 7.9% cooldown reduction instead of 30. 26% basic attack pierce instead of not what 100%. Really, SSR were going to suffer a lot, but apparently they thought about it, so they gave some really insane Revolution upgrades because the upgrades from the main nodes for SSR plus units are nowhere close to these ones. Really nowhere close. So they did take that into account, and that's a good thing because they're going to be cheaper to build, and you still get value out of them. Yeah, probably like those kind of boxes you usually use when you're about to reach thresholds. Like I only have 6 now because I used quite a few of them. I will use them probably on endorse because I don't have enough resources to level her up. Uh, like if I didn't do that. Oh wait, right. We got some because of the Yihwa summons, so I might open them. We got an Anak, useless. No, I didn't. Ah, well, okay, I mean, we can see now from the dupes. I was trying to drag it down, but it didn't work. So now this one was 3 red, so I can test her out at 3 red before moving up, just to see the damage mainly. And then Prince. Okay, I got a copy of Prince. Better than nothing, I guess. I don't care about anything here, actually. What reduces magic resistance, that one. This one too. Let's go with Splatter. I don't know why I like the name a bit more. That's fine. Who else we got? Anak, okay, already saw that, so that's fine. These both are just terrible. Probably this one has multi-hit, so let's go for that one. Then Kurdan as well. Okay, got lucky. This guy is even closer now to Rainbow 4. Next one. Where did I get the additional copy of Endorsing? Interesting. Interesting. Probably from the shards. All right. And that's it. Those were all the units. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I know that has the skills, but unfortunately the link I put here in my credits tab is not for some reason working, and it's not. Looks like it's only text for some reason. It was a link, I'm sure. So I don't know, guys. I will double check. Well, wait, maybe. No, guys, don't tell me. Because now I open this page with a different account. Let me just, no, okay, it's the right one. Then I don't know. I don't know why it's not a link. I will just make the change later. But yeah, unfortunately, that's the reason why I haven't opened that. Otherwise, I would be there looking at the everything instead of scrolling through my units. Yeah. Standard Yuri, no. The SSR one, really disappointing, I would say. She got a shield, and the second part kind of fine. She locks all units for 6 seconds when she casts the special move immediately instead of waiting 3 seconds, but that's about it. So I don't know. Our endorsing new Yihwa, are they top tier? They are, I would say. They survive extremely well. Their utility is top notch, and they were both no dupes when I tried it out. Unfortunately, I kind of got stuck here. I should use a different team to beat these guys instead of using these 2 units. But I think if we have a look at probably the previous clear, just quickly. Okay, this was quite a busted team, to be fair. And in this one there is only Hiwa, but she did well. She didn't die. Obviously, with the right sets, she's not going to die. I can try this one again, maybe now with the additional investment. It could go better. Let me just check I have everything set up for them. Yes. This guy I don't need. We can add Leroro, even though I still have to upgrade him. Okay, he already has the set. She is fine there. She's also okay. I would like more resistance because I have two enemies that give 16% pierce. She, damn it, my bad. How much resistance does she have here? 112, so it's 142. Magic resistance is fine. And this is 133. If Ren can kill these two units quickly, it's going to be fine. Otherwise, I'm screwed. That's the thing. I don't plan on going with that unit, to be honest, in this fight. I might as well. I'm thinking of Escanor just for extra safety. Obviously, if I were to add the Kaiser, it would be almost cheating. Almost. Oh, let's say so. But I cannot this guy. Put him in the middle. I think it makes sense. And maybe I can also show you if it's still working. A good thing about Ryana Escanor, but let's have a look. I will have to probably slow it down a bit because otherwise we're going to lose that moment. So, okay, I was not really seen. Michael could teleport, but Miseng was stopped from the silence, in theory. We'll see. Run damage was a bit disappointing in there, but let's have a look. I mean, the deficit is quite high. That guy is a red guy. He's taking no damage. The enemy has also that annoying Leroro, so it's just protecting from projectiles at a certain point, but it's still working fine. The more the enemies die, the riskier it is, but fortunately, Endorsi has an increase in resistances anyway, so she can still survive fine. And let's see, okay, she's tanking really, really well. I really like that unit. Now her circle expired, but fortunately, Escanor got close, so she got the resistance increase from Escanor. And the Pierce should not be able to deal damage to us because Pierce is the most annoying thing. But now with overcapping resistances, we can deal with that, which is really, really good. I will make a video on recommended wish list. Yes, it will take some time though. So if you're wondering what to do in your current state, you are in a rush, just write me on Discord after the live. I will see how many DMs I get, and if, in a reasonable time, I will get you a reply as soon as possible. But yeah, I will for sure make a video about all the changes, all the priorities, because a lot of stuff will change. Literally, this update was massive. These three essence will change. I will make a video about it. It's probably going to be one of my first priorities, but make sure not to spend your resources. Not necessarily because you have to copy my tree. It's just because I will try to give you insights on what to look for, why I make certain decisions now, and then you can decide based on your situation what is the best course of action for you. Evasion got a lot better too with this update, I would say. Evasion builds, though I still don't like them because of the RNG factor, but they're definitely possible. This, though I think I already also made it clear during the video, lost the value because of the 1% banner. So maybe let me just add a disclaimer on top really quickly. Let me see if I took all the columns. I think so. Yeah. We'll just not valid anymore. I cannot write because of the 1% pull rate. Ran is a safe pick if in doubt. Okay, I will write something like this, color red to make it appear a bit more. So yeah, again, this is not valid anymore. I would say you now have to look for units that are good at 3 red. Ren is one of them that is also good at very high investment. That's why it was always at the top of the list, more or less. So yeah, I think Ren is always a great pick in this banner, but yeah, it also will depend on your situation mostly. Ryana Escanor. Yes, Ryana Escanor is a great pick because his first attack is the passive and is going to silence multiple units, which is pretty dope. And it could help block something like a frontline Blarud from grabbing your units or a Misang from dashing. Didn't really help with Michael in that fight, but it's pretty useful. Now we have Myongol that can now with the overcap of resistances. Myongol is probably better. Sela too as a second option. So I would not run Ryan anymore, but I already had it, so I'm still running him with that. That's the main reason. But Sela and Myongol will be better, most likely. We can also have a look maybe at the clear. We just need to see the damage and stuff. I wanted to see if Yihwa. Okay, as kind of expected. Actually, the damage from Endorsi is higher than I thought. The damage from Yihwa, not really. Like from 0 dupes to high dupes, it didn't change much. Like the whole damage is coming from this guy. The healing might have increased, but I mean, it's not the same fight, so I cannot really tell. But the healing will have increased for sure. The damage, though, is disappointing. So again, I believe this unit does not require any dupes whatsoever, really. So yeah, that's pretty much what I think. Data Machine is still a good pick. It is, but like she's not going to be a damage dealer without crazy investment. So you still want the Rainbow 5, you still want all the Revolution, you still want the sub nodes. Otherwise, she's going to be a stall tank. So unless you really don't have any better options, you don't really need to go for her. Like she was only here in this when you have perfectly optimized ignition weapons, perfectly like a lot of stuff, a lot of revolution mats, and obviously good Rainbow Fiber. Without that premise, no. Like she was not in this quadrant. She was a bit low, but tricky. And also, Evan lost a lot of value because if you cannot Rainbow 5 him, then no point, I would say. So yeah, I was also hoping for a higher rate, but this is really strange. What is silence exactly? Basically, it's just preventing the enemy from casting skills. That's it. So if you like when you move at first, and it should also stop skills mid cast. So if you are casting a skill and your silence is going to stop it. So like a Rayana with silence with an Escanor with Rayana is going to move forward as all units do. Is going to hit Misang and Misang is going to stop the pass. Something like that. Maybe we can have a look at the replay if it kind of works. It should work like that. It works for sure against Blarod in Adventure because that guy takes a bit of time to cast the real skill to grab the enemy. It will work against the Vicente, stuff like that. If you really have no other way to prevent that from happening, or if you like, most of the times when I see those units, I just put a support in there to be grabbed because my supports are running 100% resistances. They're not going to die from the grab. And if it's a Blarod, it's a bit trickier because if your unit is isolated, it will die anyway because it sets the resistance to 0. But like if you have a good frontline that can still reach close enough to where the unit is going to be pulled to, then it's fine. And here we didn't really see, but as you can see, Misang didn't really move that forward, so it was kind of stopped by Escanor. And this is the fight we saw before, so not much going on. A lot of units not dying, not taking damage. Also on the other side, obviously. But as Leroro builds up Magic Pierce for Ren, also my Ren has a ton of Magic Pierce already. So even if its elemental disadvantage was against Red, Ren still won. And this deficit was like 190 levels or so. Not the highest of deficit, but this is just to prove how stupid Ren is. Is 2 black market tickets for 5 Yihwa tickets. It is worth it, but depends. I mean, to respond to these answers, I would need to know also how much suspending you have, how your teammates look, because I cannot say pull for Yihwa. I can already say Yihwa doesn't need dupes, as we can also see from the fight that by mistake I replayed again. He doesn't die. You just need ignition weapons, guys. You need to put yourself in a mindset that ignition weapons are more important than dupes. You can play any unit at 0 dupe and make it not die just with ignition weapons. So really dupes matter only for revolution now and to get energy. That's it. And skill scaling, obviously. These are the things that change with dupes. Survivability is not going to change. And if they have skills that do not scale well, like Yihwa, for example, she does not scale well, in my opinion. Aura skills make no sense to have this scaling. Like passive, you don't get stack quicker, you don't increase the number of stack, you don't increase the threshold, you only increase the HP recovered, which on a resistance build means nothing. On an evasion build means nothing because your unit is still going to die 1 hit. So it doesn't matter how much you heal. So in both of the popular builds, this means nothing. So EOS, like whether it is 20% or 40 is already more than enough. So that one means nothing to me. The other heal as well. And she has so many that really you won't notice the difference. This one increases attack. Doesn't matter, as we saw, she deals no damage. And this one is going to increase the defense. Defense doesn't matter that much either. It's going to probably have a good impact now that we are capped at taking always 1% damage, but we can reduce that 1% with defense. It is a nice buff, nothing major. The attack buff is random. If it were on the highest attack enemy, then sure, could have been valuable. Like she could have had a good one skill with good scaling. This one is on the highest HP percentage ally, which you cannot control. So to me, this has less value, whether it is 50% or 100%. I don't care if I cannot reliably target the DPS. So this one also has no scaling. This one, all the other effects are already fine. Energy, 200 level 1, 400 level 5. It is nice. I don't think it breaks the balance in any way. It will still be impactful at 200, so that's fine. Healing 500 to 1000 doesn't matter for the same reason I mentioned before. Just an addition, like Life Flame is only 1, it doesn't scale with level. So whether she's 0 dupes or 3 red, for me, is the same. What changes is again Revolution. So that's what you want to look for Orange 4 to decide whether you want to go for Orange 4 or not. For REVO 5, you also have to consider, for Rainbow 5, you also have to consider if you need the energy from the special move. If you don't, you might skip it. Then you look at Revolution, you say, okay, do I need Rainbow 5? Yes or no? If it's no also to that, then Rainbow 5 is a skip. That's usually how I reason when I give also my recommendations in the spreadsheet, if that makes sense. So let me check because I think I missed some more questions. So regarding, okay, I was also talking before about the exchange of black market tickets. There is the thing that these tickets, when they expire, let me see if I can do it because I don't have any more tickets here. Where do I exchange them from? Exchange shop here? Yes. So if you look at these tickets, it says when they expire, you only get 1 loot coin amplification. Okay, you can always use them in the pool, obviously. But I don't like the fact that you could overkill it. So I would probably, if you want to convert your black market tickets, do it gradually. But taking into account what I just said, she doesn't need dupes, to be fair. She needs ignition weapon, but that is the same for most units because that's what making a unit survive. So if the unit doesn't survive, the kit doesn't matter unless she can survive with it, but she cannot. She can revive. So maybe even without ignition weapons, she can still do stuff, but I don't know, to be honest. I could try it out, but I think she would just die at the deficit I'm currently at. Although it's nothing crazy, but yeah, she would die. So ignition weapon first, dupes second. So to me, if you can give her resistances, or I have no idea what your current situation is, you don't need to dupe her up. It's nice if you have a ton of resources. Like if you were like me, you have uh, even now like 400,000 suspendium. You can go for it, sure. So that you can also get the free copies from the boost mission. That's a good time. You don't need it, but if you are at the point where you have most stuff built, then go for it. Otherwise, no need. More or less same thing with Endorsi. She doesn't need it necessarily. She gets benefit, she gets better, sure. She doesn't need it. She survived just fine, and mine is one purple against red teams and stuff. Like this fight is by no means a fight that should be easy to clear, because it was against like two red units. Well, in this case, not that difficult to be honest. It was mostly green on green and then two units that countered mine, so no big deal. But these two guys with Pierce are super annoying for resistance builds. So the fact that they survived and they provided value is insane. They're really good. Dupes don't matter. Ignition weapons are king. Sorry if I repeat myself over and over again. I just want this message to be clear, because dupes really matter very, very little. And when they do matter is when you are really pushing crazy, crazy, crazy deficit. Not really like maybe early on, what it could be like a 3 times deficit, 4 times deficit, and not even mine. That is what 13 times deficit. Because after link 400, we don't think about like combat power anymore. We think about link levels. Combat power really means little. So we look at the links, and in this case, it is 190 link difference. And even here, I didn't need dupes. So this is just to say ignition weapons are really what matter and what you should focus on. Use presets, do not build sets per unit. That is only something whales can do. And whales that whale on ignition weapons, not maybe like me that I whale on units. I cannot afford to give one set to every unit. No way. So I just wanted this message to be clear. So again, whether you pull for Yihwa or wait will depend a lot on your situation. I would say since she's this free-to-play friendly, you'd better wait for your rank, but again, that depends on your situation. Okay, I didn't know there was a way to stop passives. Okay, sometimes my Escanor just dies way too quickly. I don't know how that could be the case, to be honest. The thing is, my Escanor has these starting stats, okay? So it then gets the 20% on top, then after noon activates the 30% on top from the passive. This helps against Pierce, this helps against uh, defense reductions and stuff. So this is why my Escanor is kind of tanky, even though there are times where it dies. Against the Ghost, for example, that decreases the resistances by 100%. And if my effect resistance, which in this case is quite high, actually, where the hell am I getting it from? But even though my effect resistance is quite high, there are times where that decrease applies and then he instantly dies. But for him to die at the beginning of the battle is rare, I would say. So yeah. She's a zero dupe as Evan. I would say so, but as I mentioned, uh, will depend a lot of your state with the ignition weapons. For me, personally, is a zero dupe unit. For people that are using presets and have reached a point where their units get to 99% resistances, is a zero dupe unit. For people that are still in the middle and are like 85, 90% resistances, she might be better 3 red, because at that point you take more damage and the heals are more important, but that only works at low deficits that I was mentioning before. Because if I get a unit to 90% resistance in my deficit, that unit is dead in 1 hit from a basic attack from a support. No matter which unit that is, they're dead. No matter the defense, nothing, they're dead. So it's really a matter of really building the units accordingly, having the right sets. Now, when I will make the Triessence facility video, I will focus more on creating a tree that can work to more easily get to that point, to that 100% cap, and maybe even higher. So yeah, we'll see. So it really depends. In general, yes, because their scaling sucks. A revolution is nice. Nothing to say about that. Like this invincibility. Again, the invincibility is probably the least important one because you would probably be running her with resistances or evasion if you're going for evasion builds. They're totally viable, but too RNG to my taste. Again, I'm saying it again, but just to make it clear. And this invincibility is pretty much useless, in my opinion. Like if my Yihwa dashes and takes damage, doesn't matter. She's healing back. It's fine. Debuff removal is nice. It was something that when I saw the basic kit, if you remember, I said, it's missing the debuff removal. Then they added it in Revolution, so whatever. And invincibility for 2 seconds is nice. But again, if you're running the whole team like I was doing before in the previous try with 100% resistances, does it matter if they're invincible? No, not at all. So really depends on your playstyle, which units you're running, which teams you're running. But these 2 seconds anyway is short, is not 6 seconds like Evan, for example. So do you need those? No. Are they good in certain scenarios? Yeah, but you can build around that. That's my opinion, if it makes sense. So let's see also the others. Sorry, I'm talking a lot, but I really want certain messages to be clear. So sorry if I bother you a bit by repeating stuff. From which floor should I start making the best ignition weapon substats? What do you mean by making more precisely? Because like you cannot really choose anything. You can only go random and then hope for the best. If you mean upgrading the right pieces, then I would say you kind of always want to do that because when you upgrade pieces that are bad, you're going to lose a ton of resources. So maybe I can also share some of my pieces somewhere. This one was nuts, guys. When I saw this, I was pretty happy. But I know there are people with better rolls, but overall, also the effect it was solid since he has magic resistance decrease in the kit. But whatever, I wasn't meaning to talk about that. Let's look at other stuff. Like I will also open. Where was it? Did I add it to the presets tab? I think so. Yeah. So here in my presets tab, I added the recommended substats. You kind of always want to look for, it's written up here also in the description, at least one high roll substat priority one, the one in bold, with high roll meaning 3.5 or 4.5 for the, like there are 4 variants for every roll, depending on the stat. You always want at least the 2 highest stat to be considered a good piece. You could still upgrade a piece that doesn't have that, but this is what a good piece is. You can always go for okay pieces that might have lower rolls or might be missing some stats. Always fine. This is just what I think is good. It can always become shit. If it like this piece starts as a shit, but okay. I could have a piece with really good substats, but then there is one bad out of 4, and all the upgrades go on that one. That piece is trash. Unfortunately, it happens. It's RNG. But like here, I tried to recommend which pieces to upgrade first. As you can see, slot 4 and slot 5 are the most important because they are the ones that are getting you 100% resistances. Most of them, especially the ones for the supports, I recommend only 16 because 20 is expensive, even though that additional 6.4 might be helpful, but it is expensive. So yeah, it will depend a lot on your situation, but you do want to look out for good pieces, you want to lock them and maybe mark them accordingly based on which stats they have. And then you want to upgrade the piece that will get you the most value if you're free to play. Because I cannot see a free to play player, like in my mind, it's difficult for a free to play player, early on especially, to be able to afford a set like this one. A plus 20 in every single piece for a support. This is insane, like ignition weapon resources consumption, even though you only need two at the end of the day. Like I only have two rundas. And the second one is not even that upgraded, to be honest. But like you don't need to upgrade the first three because you don't need attack, you don't need defense, you don't need HP for the reasons below. You only need resistances. And then all you need these for are the substats, which some of them are really bad for me. Like some sets really suck. Like this one, I don't care about crit rate, whatever, some low rolls, etc. So you do need to get some upgrades here and there at a certain point to optimize the build. But to begin with, you can just get slot 4 and slot 5 plus 16, especially if you are lower floors, because at that then you don't need 100% resistance. You can get away with less because you're not going to push high deficits. Enemies are not going to be stupid, dumb, Urek everywhere with that one shot your whole team when they die, whatever. You're not going to face that yet. So even if you don't reach 100% resistance, this is fine. You can just start by looking out for good pieces. When you see one that makes sense and is within the slots that I kind of recommend if you want to follow this. In general, slot 4 and slot 5 are the most important. They need matching. You need the right main stat. Then you upgrade that because at that point, main stat is more important than substats. But if you find one with, like this one sucks. If it had physical resistance and that's it, only that one good roll, that would have been perfect. This one literally has 0 good rolls. Magic Pierce on supports, other than Gustang, pretty much irrelevant. Crit damage the same, defense the same, crit to resistance again. So this one is pretty trash. I still upgraded it because I wanted the main stat mainly. Then I got it only to plus 16 because that was enough to get to 100% resistances. You don't need to overkill it most of the times. And one additional thing I didn't take into account in my Tree Essence Facility tab, here all these stats are without taking into consideration the one you get from exclusive equipment because not all are getting the same stat. Some of them might have a certain point over cap in a magic resistance, like for him, he has 111 instead of 103 because I have 8% from exclusive equipment, but I cannot account for that when I make like ignition weapon sets for multiple units. You could do that if you were creating one specific for Evan, but not recommended. That's only for whales. So yeah, sorry if I talk too much about that again, guys. So yeah. Wait, let me just go back because maybe I missed some more. Just good zero dupes, yes. I haven't confirmed that if Endorsi works with Miongo. I think it doesn't, to be fair, but I haven't tested it. And to be honest, I don't think even if she did, that it would matter that much. Stella is probably more reliable in general. Like it will start off better. She has already increases in her resistance. She really survived well against enemies with Pierce. So Miongo, even if it did, I don't really see a real necessity. But I will try it out when I have time. I will try to remember to test that part as well. Yeah. From which floor should I start making? Okay, yeah, this one was the question that got me talking about ignition weapons in general. So yeah, in general, just always look out for good pieces and then upgrade them accordingly to watch where you are in the game. These here, I also try to recommend certain sets like L Magic Pierce is used on Yihwa, Viol, potentially Evankel, units like that. So it's a good priority. Like it's high priority mainly because Yihwa is the first carry everyone will have pretty much. Second one is Sela. Surprisingly, when Sela came out, I said first thing, this set is trash. I still remember it. I said it, but then Netmarble released. I don't remember if it was the dev notes or something saying you can now overcap resistances. This just made this set I said was shit. Probably one of the best sets in the game at the moment for most units. That's why it's now priority one, in my opinion. It overtook Bergamot by far and is now, I'm recommending it on 16 units. So if you build one of these, you could potentially use it on 16 units. Obviously not if you're running those units on the same team. So you might want to build two of these, but it's definitely insane. Really, really crazy, insane value. Still, if you have old Bergamots that you had before, because that was the only option with the resistances, you can still use them. Like I didn't throw away mine as a reference. I think I assigned it to one unit. Okay, I was sure it was this one, but it's not. So if you go over this set, I still have my, okay, for some reason it's on Joaquin now. I still have my Bergamot set that you can see here. Kind of bad, doesn't really have good stats, but it can get my units to 100% resistances. Most of the times that's enough. So I don't really care about the set effect, etc. But Sela, 100% better. Because Bergamot, again, healing is not needed when you have that many resistances. And if you don't have resistances, you go evasion, you don't need it either because your unit is going to die. So that's pretty much the logic. So yeah, okay. I see that Sipin already replied to you too about the substats. I still can't believe you can use sets on multiple team in one stage. Yes, exactly. This is the functionality. If you saw my videos also from before that we were kind of requesting because it's always been like this since ignition weapons came out, but you had to manually move every single piece. It was insane. Since the introduction of presets, this has become a lot easier. Now that we can create a lot of presets, this filter function kind of helps too. So that if you categorize your sets correctly, you can find them easily. And it will help a ton in more quickly swapping out. It's still bothersome, but it works. And for free-to-play players, this is the way to go. I cannot really even I cannot think about myself going with one set per unit. So to me, free-to-play players should never do that and should focus on really important units like sets first and move on the less used later. I see just because I have like one K key and a lot of initial weapon on inventory, so I start to focus on them. Okay, yeah. Wait, maybe I missed also some previous messages. Should I have one carry every element? Yes, I would say so. The most important thing though, if you are just starting out, I would say as soon as you can get to, nah, it's complicated because now, like when I first started the game, things were slow. When you got to multiple teams, you add the units already. Now it's so quick. You reach two teams in potentially 2, 3, 4 days. You reach three teams in maybe day 5, day 6, and you reach four teams maybe a couple of weeks into the game. No, maybe sorry, no, maybe that's too much. Maybe 1 month, 2 months with all the buffs that we got and all the resources they are giving us. These free SSR plus pools, the free maxed out SSR, they are all going to help push your account a lot more quickly. So with all of these, I cannot really say how quickly you should build these kind of units. I would say for sure you want to go for Yihwa first. The second carry is again a big question mark. I haven't really tested out whether it's better to go with Joaquin or Vivi because they're both valid. Early on, Joaquin is better. Later on, they are both crazy good. Vivi has some better matchups at certain points, but it is also more relying on ignition weapons than Joaquin is. I mean, trickier to build. So there are pros and cons to a lot of units. I would say going for one carry every color is definitely the way to go, but don't exceed the amount of teams you need. Like you're still on floor 16, have two carries built and start building the third one. Don't try to dupe up third and fourth and fifth at the same time. Do not level up them at the same time. Focus on one. Once it's done, focus on the second one. Once it's done, if you are still away from the next team, you can slow down on the third one, take your time, don't worry too much, and so on and so on. It's more based on what you're getting. Then once you have the third team, uh, eh, like once you have the fourth team, so you have 4 carries, then it's a problem because they are going to start putting monocolor teams here and there. Like I think floor 31, that's the first one where you get the fourth team. It's mono blue. So if you build as a third DPS, a red DPS, that's going to be shit. But that's there's not much we can do about that, unfortunately, because DPS red is probably the third easiest one to build. So that's why Ren is a great recommendation, because the first really hard floors are going to be when you're facing this stupid guy, and he's really a mess. So Ren helps out a ton, and there are also some other units here and there. Zard helps out a ton against him as well. So all of this, just to mention, it's really tricky. It depends a ton on your situation. So I would say, if after all of this I only created more confusion for you, just let me know on Discord, whether directly to me or on the server where other people might also reply to you. Let us know your situation, your box, which units you have, what are you struggling with, and then we can give you customized recommendation based on where you're at and what you should try to start building to more easily climb the tower, let's say. So yeah, don't know if you had a chance to test, but do you know how new Yihwa's life flame works on allies? If the ally is sitting at 10% health, is about to get one shot. This is also what I wanted to test. I tried her, but I didn't really catch that. It was probably too quick. I should do it like while recording and then slowing down from the recorded video, because I couldn't tell if Yuri, which is the only was regular Yuri, which is the only unit I was running with Pierce, uh, like how that played out. I have no clue. I don't know. I'm guessing it should prevent one-shotting, but I don't know if it's going to void the overcap damage. Like you are at 10%, as you said, you take damage that would be 40% of your HP. You go to 5%. The passive procs, you are healed back by 20%, let's say. You're back at 25. There is the remaining, what, 35%? Would that kill you or not? That's the question I have to find an answer to. I still haven't checked. If it does one-shot you, that's awful. If it does, remove the damage that you would take. So all the overkill damage is removed. That would be pretty good, especially coupled with Bad Yuri. But I don't know, it's tricky. I would need to record it, because with just the normal speed here in game, it was hard to tell with all the effects ongoing. So I need to record the video and then slow it down to see. Urek being an unkillable monster 1v5, then randomly getting one shot is a highlight of late game. Yeah. Yeah, really. And also, like, you will also have noticed I downgraded this guy from S plus to S in my tier list. That's mainly because he is a weird one. He doesn't have enough damage to be a solid DPS. He doesn't have enough utility to be a tank. He only has a buff removal. Swiftness decrease is also nice, but nothing really major. He's just in a weird spot. Ascanor is better. Now, I might say something strange, but Kurdan is better. So even though he's ranked lower in my tier list, but that's only because Ryana Urek is a thing. And with the fact that Ryana Urek is a thing, the more dupes you have, the worse it gets. Because 3 red is the max. You optimize the scaling on the passive, so red 1 potentially is the max. But then 3 red, you get additional damage against red, which is pretty good. So 3 red is the max. Anything higher, maybe, okay, orange, whatever, but up to orange. For orange 4 is already a risk in it, or making it more difficult, because you want the unit to be one-shotted immediately as soon as the fight starts, so that it can use Royana on the passive and kill the enemy team. That's the best use of Urek we have at the moment, I believe. I still haven't tried investing in him to see if maybe with the swiftness steal and with increasing attack, he can do something. I doubt it because now we have Kaiser. Even if we put him in the fight, Kaiser is still going to make appear as his damage is nothing. We could try him as solo carry, but I highly, highly doubt he's going to carry at the deficit that I'm currently at. So he's going to be even worse at higher deficits. So to me, he kind of lost his place. And the more dupes you have, the worse he is. So it is really weird. It's really weird. So yeah, I'm only at floor 520. Well, if you're not a whale or a spender, 520 is really really solid floor. So far, I can go through without any real problem. That's perfect. So if you don't like, as long as you can progress fine, you don't. I would say save. You should invest the stuff you have stocked up and piled up only when you say, okay, now it's too difficult. I'm stuck. Let's invest and go over this wall. If you invest stuff too early, you might make the wrong investments because you might not have the right insights on what's blocking you and which fights are causing you the most issues. So I would say try hard as much as possible. This is usually what I do. Uh, the race event kind of messed it up, but yeah, usually I just push as hard as I can. I never use resources until I'm stuck because at that point I will know, okay, I'm stuck because of lack of accuracy. I'm stuck because this unit is dying. I'm stuck because I face these enemies and I need to build my teams around that. So I then use my resources for that purpose, if that makes sense. So as you can see, like I could use, well, okay, this one I will use them on the units I don't have, but like all of these, I could max, like take to level 40 a lot of exclusive equipment that I didn't. Also for units I use, like Evan is 35. Why would I waste them? I don't need it. If it ever comes a point where I will actually need it, I will do it. But I always go with minimum investment. This guy 35. I could use the additional 2%. Not really. So I'm not doing it. And so on, so on, so on. There are some that I just went 40, but most of them are DPS. Most of them are this guy trolling me. And this one is what I'm ashamed of, but I will just keep it as a. It's a PlayStation. Why not max it out? So fine. Uh, but okay. So this is usually what you want to go for. And I was also going to share like this. I have 657. I could spend them, but why? I'm not stuck, as we also saw before when I was clearing. I'm not stuck. Why should I spend them? Now, I do have a reason to spend them. There is the Alliance Expedition now. I need higher links. But for Adventure alone, I don't need that. I don't need this either. I don't need this one either. This one, not even. I could get dupes for SSR plus units. Yes, but why? SSR, yeah, why? I'm not stuck. I don't need it. Do I need it for testing purposes? I might spend it because since I'm a content creator, I do at times make weird investment just to test things out. But I save a lot. These boxes, okay, well, these are random. I could open them, but I also have the specific rapport ones. I could open it and max all the units, but why? I don't need that. So I'm saving those. All of these, I have like 75 boxes. I think I never opened one in the past months. Why? Like, really save on all the stuff you don't need to spend. I'm sure I have units that use these ones that I still haven't leveled up, but I don't need to. Maybe for completion reasons, I will do it soon. But just this is the kind of mindset I try to adopt. Never invest stuff you don't need at the current moment. Unless there is a reason to it and you're stuck, don't do it. When you're stuck, you'll know why. And at that point, you look for answers with the items you have. That's pretty much the logic. So yeah, which ignition weapons for the new Yihwa? You can run Runda, you can run Doris, you can run Sela, you can run Idea. Those are the sets, depends on which one you have the most of. I personally tried her only with Runda at the moment, but it doesn't really matter. Is a support like any other. Her damage is neglectable. She really does nothing. So at least from what I could see, maybe if we were to try with some optimized set for damage dealing, but she's not dealing damage. To be honest, 3 red should be more or less the damage ceiling. She's not dealing damage. So she's only a pure support. So go with pure support sets. Runda with the resistances, Doris with the resistances, Sela with the resistances, and Idea with the resistances are all valid options. Might depend on the enemies, on your team composition. You already have 2 Runda, don't go Runda, go Doris. You already have a Doris in the team, don't go Doris, go something else. You don't have any better option, go Sela, it's always fine. Idea could be okay if you want to go with more special move quickly. It really all depends, guys. Build presets and then you can swap everything out and test things really quickly. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. If you are in my Discord and I'm busy, I cannot reply, which happens a lot. There are a lot of good people in there, really knowledgeable, that can help you out for sure. And my spreadsheet, again, now that there is this update, all you see here is going to be, not good to say all of it, but most of it is going to be obsolete. So I have a lot of stuff to work on. I really hope I can get it online again really soon. The preset tab, this one specifically, is still fine, but most of the rest is all obsolete. So give me some time. I need to try things out, recheck everything, and then I will update them all. Then, okay. Sipin, you are Beaza. Good. Or I don't know how to pronounce that name, to be honest, but yeah, okay. Yeah, it's really weird when you have a name on Discord and then in YouTube it is different. I never know who I'm talking to, but okay, cool. Uh, the stream is so good and from the start and love all the information and opinion you made. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. It's a long one. Probably I also wasted a lot of time on random stuff, but I always try to take all of these into account when I make the recommendations because like playing as free to play is really difficult if you don't optimize your resources. You could be stuck in places that you shouldn't because of poor choices, let's say. I know at times it's tempting to max a unit, but if the unit doesn't really benefit from it, I would save. I'm not really a huge spender, even though you see my account, it's super big. I'm playing from day one. I've been buying passes probably for more than 10 months. So I have a lot of stuff that's been piling up. But as you could see, like also from the thing I mentioned before, I really only use the bare minimum when I need it. I always push at a deficit. I was doing it before the race event. The race event really messed everything up. I really hated it because it's a really bad practice for a gacha game to introduce a system that doesn't give retroactive rewards. Because at that point, if I push, I lose stuff. This is really counterintuitive, makes no sense. And it's a good thing they removed it. They could have done better, like keeping it and providing retroactive compensation, but they deemed it too hard. They decided to remove it. Not the best option. Still, I'd rather have it removed than have it in the game because of unfairness and because it opens up for potential future issues like that. Let's say you're free to play. You managed to push up to floor 50. Someone else didn't, was stuck like at 44 because they were lazy, they weren't playing. Then they introduce that system. You lose 6 floor of rewards compared to another guys at your same link levels. And then he's going to surpass you easily because of the race event that was introduced late. This was the kind of issue. Again, I don't want to talk about that because a lot of people were pissed at me for that reason. I complained too much. I still don't get why it was a difficult topic to understand. I get it that we lost, like we actually lost free stuff. I get it, but we at least prevented this kind of system from being implemented again in the future. I also lost a lot of stuff. I was stuck at floor 54 for like a month and a half. Then as soon as they said, okay, we're going to remove it, I pushed like 20 floors in that like 2 weeks notice that they gave us because I was over leveled at that point. I had too many resources from not pushing. So it was really stupid. That's the only thing I would say.
Revolution 5 Yihwa would make sense. Would make it insane if it prevents the one-shot too, since it had invincibility. But the invincibility is from the special move, not from the passive. If it did add it to the passive, then awesome. But it's from the special move, so it doesn't really overlap with the passive proc. And again, duration is really, really. Oh, wait a second. No. No. Okay, wait a second. It does do that. I'm stupid. I don't know why I was certain it was on the special move. Okay. 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 I retake what I said. Revo 5 is great because at this point it means that it does kill you if it over, like if the damage is too much. Because they added this invincibility because of that. It's going to proc at 5%, then it's going to heal you and give invincibility that will negate the damage you would have taken. This is what is. I will still test it out because I'm. It might not. If it doesn't work like I just said, then I cannot explain this passive. But okay, no, no, it was my mistake. I thought it was on the special move. My mistake. I'm really too tired at this point. Really stupid. But okay, this is a good one at this point, but not worth going for it in my opinion. With the resistance builds I just mentioned before. This can be great if you have a child Yuri. If you don't have a child Yuri, this is not needed, in my opinion. Because all other units, more or less, in the green team are not really going to die from overkill damage. They might be at 7%, they go down to 5, they're healed back at 30, and they stay at 30. So, really not needed in most scenarios. I would say the only one I can think of is Child Yuri currently. So, yeah. My bad. I really thought it was the special move. I don't know why. So, yeah. My units either run full res and don't take damage, or they run DPS ignition weapons and get one shot from full health. Lol. Exact. In this case, it would help for that scenario. So yeah, I'm sorry I misunderstood that. I don't know why. I was really 100% certain it was a remove from the special move, which at this point the debuff removal just makes less sense. If it was on top of the special move, would have been better. On the passive itself, it's not going to proc that often. I don't know. At this point, the buff removal is more or less like it doesn't exist in my view, but the 2 seconds invincibility is really good. My Yihwa keeps my whole team alive for ages. I feel like her and Evan chain really well. Yeah, yeah, they probably do. I mean, if you run both supports in the same team, is probably overkill. Like too many supports. Like they both do a similar job, and you're using two of them in one team. If it's a single stage, then it's fine. But normally you would, I think you would still split them up into different teams. But yeah, for me, work is strong because it tanks so much and spamming shield while blank heals, so my blue team survives well. It can be for sure. I mean, the thing is, my perspective is that if you build your sets correctly and quickly, and you can get the third page of the Tree Essence unlocked, you will get 100% unit, like resistance unit soon. And at that point, tankiness, shields, and heals will lose a lot of their value. They will still be valuable, but a lot less. So a unit like Urek to me doesn't provide tankiness, doesn't provide shields. To me, it's just there as a buff removal, and that's all Urek is, and swiftness reduction a bit. So this is just a shift of perspective based on your ignition weapons. Not dupes, not necessarily even revolution, just ignition weapons really change your perspective on certain units a lot. So when you don't have that, when you are low deficits and you're not really fighting crazy teams that were just put together to put you through hell, like multiple data machines and Urex in the same team, like 4 teams of data machine in Urex, that's hell, or even other compositions are equally a problem. Until then, you can easily run Urek. It will work fine. It's just that is an investment that will lose value over time. This is the only reason why I started to demote him a bit more, and I will probably demote him even more when I review the tier list. Because this guy from, where is that? This guy from like very, very early, he can get 100% resistances, and it won't be like it won't be taking damage, none at all. It will be a mid shield at the front, doing stuff, being just invincible. The issue early on is you won't have exclusive equipment mats to take the exclusive equipments of most units to plus 20. That's a big issue early on. That's really a problem. Nothing much we can do. Only time can fix that, unfortunately. That's your biggest issue, is getting exclusive equipments for the right units in the right order to plus 20, so that you can give them the right ignition weapon sets and they will change from shitty to insane value. So there is a lot of stuff like that. It's also hard to put it in a spreadsheet. I tried my best with the investment, etc. But like every unit has a sort of a story, except Quant and Quattro and whatever those other useless guys are. Edin, those guys are just shit, but that's okay. Most units have niche use cases. Some others are just crazy strong. Some others look like shit, like a Novik. Novik look like shit because his main issue is he cannot survive. That's what it seems. But as you give him the right sets, as you put him in the right composition, this guy is a beast. It just sucks most of the times, unless you know how to place him and where to use him. This is just a general overview. So, you just checked the spreadsheet now. Okay, cool. But yeah, as I said, don't really take all of it now. It's outdated at the moment, unfortunately. There is a big patch, a lot of stuff changed. I will get it fixed as soon as I can. I hope Friday. If I cannot make it on Friday, I will be away on the weekend, so probably Monday, Tuesday, stuff like that, I would say. So I'm sorry, it will take a while, but as I said, if you can save resources because you're not stuck, I'd recommend you do it. And then I will make videos to cover all of this stuff for sure. Because now obviously people cannot watch what is that, like probably already 7 hours live. People cannot watch it. So I was cover all this topic in dedicated videos. And yeah, it would just take some time, unfortunately. Uh, on what to use, on who, and what stats I should be going for. Yeah, exactly. Free to play and saved up 256k suspendium. Do you think it's worth summoning for anniversary unit? Uh, Again, I think 256k almost guarantees an R5 in that banner. Not really guarantees. Some people got it in like 200k. Some people got it on like 300 and something. I think I spent like I stopped black market at 620, 630. So I spent around 150 and she's free red. So probably I would spend around, with keeping with this luck, probably 150k more. So 300k for EWR5. If you don't have DPS units, that's not worth it. This is only worth it if you are in a situation where, let's say, you have your Ren build, you have a good Ren to pair with. Like good Ren starts from 1 red, better if 3 red, but already at 1 red, it can reach the 100% resistance, is no problem. It's just going to deal less damage, but that's fine. If you have Viol or Evankel, why am I clicking? I just wanted to click outside of it. If you have a Viol or an Evankel for red, that's good. If you have Kaiser at certain amount of dupes, that's also to me a priority over Yihwa, because this Yihwa doesn't really need a lot of dupes if you go either full evasion or full resistances. If you're still in the middle, she, like, it could seem like she gains value from more copies, because like your units might die otherwise. She might heal more with 3 red, sure. But in the long run, those dupes are not going to have been like really well spent, I would say. Because as I showed you also before in the adventure fights, your units are not dying. Even at insane deficits, with the right sets, with the right team comps, your units are not going to die. So you just need the bare minimum of heals, which at 0 dupes she can do totally fine. you won't have much benefit from the invincibility because not many units are going to go down to that HP threshold. And even if they do, they still take so little damage that the invincibility won't matter. You won't die from overkill damage. So it's not a necessity. To me, Revo 5 is only needed for Child Yuri. Really, I cannot think of another scenario unless you use her in non-green teams. Then at that point, Viol would be a good example of a unit where this thing works well. That's it, to be honest. Jinsung, another good one. That's it. All other units are running resistances. The SSR plus. The SSR, Yihwa, maybe Compressed Rock could benefit from a Revo 5, but you already have Evan for yellow, so yeah. Kiseiya could benefit from a Revo 5, not Joaquin, not. But they already have Yura as well. So you see, it's really difficult for me to recommend a Revo 5 because it is good on paper. It works really well with her. But if you don't have Yuri, makes no sense. And even if you do have it, then we still need to check exactly how that works. I believe it's built for Yuri 100% because she's going to go below 5%. She's going to heal up, be invincible in 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, she's going to cast the special move, which is going to make her invincible. She's going to heal someone else, maybe move somewhere, lose more HP, go down below 5%, use another stack, go above again, invincible, regenerate energy, cast another special move, and on and on and on. So it's going to make her a lot more viable even without crazy investment in the subnodes. But that's the best interaction I can see right now. Maybe by playing we can find more, but if you don't have this unit Rainbow 5, well, let's say 3 red, a Revolution 5 is not needed. That's my opinion, but I really don't feel like you need it. So I would save for a potential Yurang, which is going to be a DPS for sure. They're not going to release another support. And my feeling is that she's going to be Kaiser level, maybe more. That's just my feeling. And I would say, guys, that's pretty much it for this video. I don't know if I should be doing something else. I mean, I should be doing something like Alliance Expedition and stuff, but I'm not going to do it here on stream. It doesn't make sense to take your time for that. One thing I need to do is the Astrolabe actually, because I pulled so much that I might have enough resources. Yes, exactly. Oh, actually only for one upgrade? Wow. All right. Better than nothing, I guess. But yeah. Also, Astrolabe, it's a tricky one. There are a lot of people recommending Shinsu, not many recommending coins, and most people are recommending Link XP. Now, the thing with Astrolabe, even though you didn't ask, but I'm still going to say it, is that this is going to boost AFK loot. AFK loot, if we look at it, we can see that we get, now if it loads, 156 an hour. This is at my floor, and it didn't increase much. If you look at yours, maybe if you are really low floors, it's going to be maybe like 20, 30, but increase is nothing. What changes the most is this one. Link XP is the one that changes the most. This one also changes little. So the most important thing in the Astrolabe, no matter which point you are in the game, is Link XP. If you double this amount, which mine is already increased quite a lot actually. So without it, it's like 80, no, a bit more, 90 an hour, which is nothing, nothing. Like if you look at what you get from the agency, this is where you're getting most of your Shinsu, is the agency service center. This is place number 1 for Shinsu, as you can see. Like 156 an hour is nothing compared to all of this stuff. So that increase is the least valuable, like the least value possible. Coins also suck, and you will need a ton of it. It doesn't scale well with adventure floors, but so it's the same as Shinsu. The thing is, you get most of your coins from boss battles mainly, and then obviously back market with all the boxes that I also showed you before. But it does get more than 100% increase at level 20, it gets 400%. So in my eyes, it's still better than this. And yeah, Shinsu is the least valuable because it's not the main source of it. You get it from other sources, like as I just showed you, the agency service center. So that's the kind of order I would say you always need to upgrade for. There are times where you need more Shinsu. There will be times where you need more Link XP. There will be a lot of times where you need coins. But at a certain point, you will also need a ton of Link XP again. So they always go in rotation. But what matters most is that you get the Link XP first, because that one is the ones that scale best with the AFK loot. It is the main source of it. You don't get it anywhere else. Just wanted to mention it, but again, I always talk too much about stuff. Oh, really? I hit 1,000 subs. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for your support. Again, I will try my best to update this spreadsheet as soon as possible. I will make it so all of this new stuff is reorganized and digested, like digestible, and that I will change the priorities based on different different things that we saw. I still have to see if I want to recommend T6 on most units in nice to have, or if I would just say do not even bother if it's not valuable. We'll see. Well, we'll see exactly how I will factor all of that in. Most of it will be in this tab. I removed all the black from it, all the black color for the SSR that I used to hit the formulas and stuff. But now I have to write all the skills. It's going to take a long time. Maybe also let me know in the comments or in the Discord server. I might create a poll there to ask which video you'd rather have first, because as I said, I won't have much time to cover a lot of topics. So probably Friday, if I can record 2, 3 videos, hopefully, if I really have a lot of time, which I doubt, but I hope so. And that I will then release like over Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I would say. I'll release it over those 3 days. So I will make a poll to ask you which one of the different topics, like uh, Revolution for SSR units, the changes to the tree essence due to the archive, or I don't know, the max SSR box, the chest we're going to get in 21 days. I'm really going to take my time with that because, again, 21 days is a long time, so no rush in it. But yeah, which units to prioritize, stuff like that. I will make a poll with some different topics, and I will ask you guys to tell me which one you'd rather have first, and then I will try to reorganize them accordingly. But yeah. Yeah, not investing in gold is valid considering how much coin items we get. Yes, we do get a lot of coin items, but the amount we get, since they don't take astrolabe into account, and these numbers we have above here do take astrolabe into account. So without it, this one is like 900, 1K per minute, which is not a ton per 24 hours. So we do get a ton of boxes, but they're never enough, really. At least not at my current link levels. Again, it really fluctuates a lot between the different stages. There is a point where Shinsu is the biggest wall. Then there is a point where Link XP is. Then coins. Then again and again, they always change. Nothing much we can do. Oh, let me just open this once. Uh, my problem right now is gold coins after reaching links 400. Exactly. I have lots of EXP and Shinsu, but 0 gold. Exactly. This is what most people will experience. And that's where a lot of people are dumping like Suspendium on refreshes to get the coins from here. That's why they added these many, because a lot of whales or people with a lot of Suspendium spared used to dump that to get coins, because coins is a real issue. Now it's the same with Link XP later on, because right now I need for one link 60 million. This one, which is only like this 67, But like starting from 700, from what I heard, is like 150 million per level, which is a ton. Even though it scales well with adventure, it's not enough. It's not enough. So yeah, it depends on your link range, but we all experience the same bottlenecks, and that's it. But link XP will be such a problem that maybe stacking it up early with the astrolabe is a good idea anyway. So yeah, 2.5 million gold worth it for 500 Shinsu. Oh, you mean Suspendium, the one in the shop, right? Okay. No, 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 no. Even though it seems to you you do have an excess of coins, it might seem like that. I'd never spend it. To me, 2.5 million is a huge amount of coins. Early on, it doesn't seem like that, which is ironic. But the more you progress, the more this 2.5 million will have value when compared to this 500. I would rather level up a piece of a S rank gear than to spend it here, for sure. Or I'd rather spend 100 Suspendium to try a few refreshes here, if you are at level 7 at least. So yeah, it's really, really tricky. Can you suggest what I should focus on my account? Sure, if you want, you can either add a account review request in my Discord server or in the help section. Up to you, doesn't matter, or you can DM me on Discord. I try to reply to most people, but there are periods over the day where I really don't have time to have a look at it and I cannot really respond. After links 400, there are no more big jumps every as exactly. This is also the biggest change between the earlier levels. While we also, as I mentioned, were talking about X times deficit, like 3 times deficit. That's before links 400. After links 400, you start talking about link level deficit. So I'm not talking anymore about, oh, this fight is 3 times deficit because they have 3 times more combat power than me. No, this fight is 100 link deficit, 60 link deficit, 190, 200 and more. It could depend. Because here, like if we say link deficit, now I didn't keep my ignition weapons on some of the units, so it kind of screw up, but I get max 90 billion on the, like if I have 2 carry units. In this case, I could get 84 if I gear everything, I think. Let me just have a look real quick. Damn, I also have to reorganize all the ignition weapons for HRA and the other one. Somehow I managed to pass this qualification, no, not the qualification, the first, what was that, 62 round in HRA. I wasn't counting on that, actually. I was hoping to lose, but I won, damn it. So I still have to participate in that, plus the other PvP. It's going to be nuts. Too annoying. I will put her back in. He already has the set. He already has it. And he too. So I have 81 billion against 12 trillion. Oh, what? 1 trillion. Sorry. So it's really like 12, 13 times deficit. But we cannot reason like this anymore because combat power fluctuates too much with ignition weapons and with dupes, revolution, and stuff. And it doesn't really matter too much. I mean, even if all my units suck, what really matters is the level of my carry unit at the end of the day. And it's really tricky to quantify this in X times. It's a lot easier a lower, like before floor link 400, because it doesn't really scale, like it scales really quickly. So you can tell the 20 levels how much of an impact they have. And you start saying, okay, with this much difference, this is a 3 times deficit. You cannot do that anymore here because the growth is much more linear. So it's hard to tell just by the actual deficit if the deficit is low because you are overgeared or not. It's tricky at that point to distinguish the actual level difference. So we specify this is a 190 level difference. You always take the carry link, not this one. This is not like 100, no, 207 difference. This is a 190 more or less. And you don't have to be specific about the ones after, like 621 and 625, 628, they're all the same. You're always reason in ranges of 20s, but the increase is so much smaller that you cannot anymore say, oh, this is a 3 times deficit, and you can immediately understand what are you facing, because it really fluctuates too much based on different stuff. So we say I'm at 190 link deficit, more or less. No, no, it's not updated. I still haven't changed it. I don't know why I changed to this page, but I have to think it through, to be honest. I will remove a lot of accuracy, just not sure how much. I would just have to try some values here and see if they make sense or not. Like with 15, you are expected to get an average of 300. So could be enough. I don't know. I need to check. And the thing is, I might have to split it in two, as I said, because it will depend on how many dupes you have at that point. How much? I will probably separate it by accuracy provided by archive. I will also try to make it so you can transition easily from one to the other so that they are not exactly words apart. But yeah, it will depend a lot on what we actually like, what your dupes look like. Because from my archive, if we open it, I still have to unlock something, but let's try. Okay, not many things. I will just get this, just some swiftness. For my archive, I get 330 accuracy. This allows me to remove, like at the beginning was what, 70 for me personally. So I got 70 before this update, I got 330 now. I could potentially remove 200-ish accuracy without any problem. So that's 1.5 pages without accuracy. So to me, that is reasonable, but to most people, it won't. So I will have to separate it into two different categories at least. So this could still be good if you don't reach a certain amount of accuracy here. Maybe even if you like, you will still reach some because you will have some SSR units at Rainbow 5, some SR and R, they all count here. So you will still get some. I might still change it to say like this magic resistance accuracy combo. They might as well all turn into this. I might already make this change. So I will remove 3 of these. We'll go down to 18 and bring this up to 18. This is already a change I can say for the default page, sure. But then how many of these accuracy I want to replace with, I don't know, magic resistance? Cannot tell. And it's mostly going to be magic resistance. It's going to be quite tricky because swiftness and physical resistance cannot, they both go on the same slot. It's tricky. But we can gain a lot of magic resistance. We just cannot do the same with the physical resistance. So it's going to be really tricky. But yeah, I have to review it a bit. This change to me benefits strength a lot. Really, these guys are going to get a ton of value because they are the ones that I usually recommend the most magic resistance for, because they are the ones that start with only 10. As we can see from here, they get 10 from the gear. So I always aim for more of it here, and that sacrifices the swiftness. I balanced it out in intelligence, so they got 10 too. So they were the ones that, like, they are the ones that with this update will get the most amount of value. Like, we can just increase easily swiftness. We might even add some rows of physical resistance, but I still don't know for sure. I have to try some math, try to change values, see what happens, and see how that impacts the ignition weapons. But I feel like this is a really, really huge, way bigger than expected. Now I fear they might start re-increasing quickly the accuracy of the enemies. This also made evasion builds a lot more valuable, though I still don't really recommend them too much, to be fair. I mean, I don't like RNG. If you don't go with the resistances that can consistently help you push, you will have just times where you have to retry 50 times. And to be fair, I either first try it or change stuff. I cannot say, okay, I will put this comp, I know it will win, we'll just take retries. I don't like that playstyle personally. I don't recommend it. I will always mention it in the notes that you can do it. I might even, if I have to create a second one already, I might as well create different versions for the different possible builds, also separating them between optimized for bosses, optimized for PvP. That I have no idea what that looks like, to be fair, but I will ask people that do PvP at a high level to understand what's best for that. And then what's best for adventure. But what's best for adventure, I always try to maintain the same logic as this one. So make it easy to build and swap the ignition weapons between units. This is my main goal because I don't want to spend on ignition weapons. And if you're free to play, you're not going to spend. So I think you are on the same page as me. So yeah, just I want to make it as simple as possible, reduce the RNG so that I get an average piece, I can use it. I don't have to look for the perfect one with 20% physical resistance substat because I want to run all swiftness in dexterity. That's not going to happen. I might still, well, not go all swiftness, but this amount is definitely reasonable. I cannot get the remaining six. I doubt it. So yeah, this is the most amount of swiftness I can get. I need to see if I want more magic resistance for ease of building, or if I want to go for, maybe now it opens up for more stats. Here we have ranged units, they don't get crit rate. We might add some crit rate. I don't think so, but we could, potentially. So these are all things I have to think about, and I will also double check with other people that are investing a lot in this game and have the resources to try things out, to see also what their opinions and what kind of tests they did. And yeah, again, sorry for this whole long discussion, but we're almost over with the stream. I would say I was just trying to provide the last insights. Worth it spend suspendium to buy EXP or Shinsu? Where? If you mean here in the shop, I personally always buy the coins because 80 is so little to me that it doesn't matter. 320 is good, is good value. It's just that I'm really I really want to, I really like to save. I'm not someone that really spends on stuff if I don't feel like I must. This is good value. But 320, well, for free to play, no. Free to play, your suspendium is valuable, don't do it. For spenders, can be done, for sure. It's just, I do it every like 2 or 3 times I see it. I never buy it 100% of the times. If I feel like, okay, I already passed it too much, I will buy one. But I think I bought one like last time I saw it, so I'm skipping this. Just you, like if you watch my content a lot, you will get to know me. I really don't want to waste resources. I'm really stingy when it comes to this. Also here, I could spend this, but this value to me is low because as you could see, I have a ton of it. This is tempting, but 30,000, the amount of time it takes to get them, to me, doesn't justify this one single piece. It's 30 with the amount of coins I have, and it took me a lot to save 900,000. So I'm still not buying. I'm still hoping they are going to change it. So I'm still holding on until I feel like I must. I'm not spending. This one neither. Well, I waited when they said they were going to add the books on the event exchange shop, and they did. So I will just finish it up with that and maybe buy a few if I'm missing some. Uh, but yeah, these ones are really good. But look at the like 260,000. That's one fourth of what I have. That's for 400. This seems so expensive. I'm not willing. Even though I could or I should, I'm not doing it. These ones, more or less the same logic, really expensive. Which unit I have? Damn, I had the free copy of Karak. I didn't put. Oh, why didn't I watch the shop earlier for this part? Well, whatever. Let's hope I get an Iran copy sooner or later. But okay, fine. It was so perfect. It went well at the end. So yeah. Mentioned a long time ago if you would consider adding a page or chat in Discord with the value of things you can buy as a small spender. Would be nice to know that I'm buying stuff that's worth it. Yes. So this is also tricky. Let's say the general rule of thumb is convert the price uh, in actual suspendium. This is what I always do. So like this one had crazy value, so it was a must buy, whatever. They always write it up here, but this is almost never accurate in my experience. These are just random numbers from what I think. But I would say this one provides pretty good value for the price. You're getting is probably my main source now of normal summon tickets. Uh, but you also do get 10 of these that if you convert in suspendium, it's 3,200. And you get 10 of these that depending on your stage, it's at least 500 each, kind of. So it's 5,000 suspendium just with these two rewards alone. So you add everything up, you then add these. This is kind of tricky to try and quote. I would say it should be like 6,000 to get one copy of an SSR unit. This is random. It's kind of different, and you don't get the additional copies of other units. So to me, this has a value of around 3,000, 4,000 suspendium. So I add that up, and we have actual suspendium that's pretty easy to add up. This one is just 600 suspendium, which is also quite a bit. You get a lot of it. Then you say, okay, for X amount of euros, I get X suspendium. Then you compare another one, like this one that gives you 120 of the black market tickets. That's already, you multiply that by 500. I'm not going to do it, but it's like 60,000 ish. Yeah, 60,000, I believe. So that's quite a bit. And you have a price in euro, you compare all of that and you see which ones are more worth it. I would say in general, passes are really best value. The adventure packs that I still have a lot left to buy, that's why I wasn't too worried about spending suspendium, because these packs are also quite valuable. 72,000 suspendium for 70 euros is good, is not as good as the packs, as we just saw from the quick math we just did. They're not going to be as valuable as the packs, but is the biggest amount of suspendium you can get for the smallest amount of resources or of actual money. So that's a good one to buy when you need to fill the gaps. Bundles, to me, all these three are valuable. Also, this one, I started buying it uh, recently. I would say I didn't buy it at first, but then I was like, you know what? This is actually good. 24 hours every day is good. So I did buy all of this. You would again have to quantify it in natural resources, in actual suspendia, but makes sense. These ones are easy, obviously. Uh, but you do get good value. This one is the best value for sure. If you can only buy one thing, as everyone will always tell you, go for this. A lot of free stuff. This pass is the really huge. Way too great to skip. It's so cheap. You have to buy it if you're a spender. So yeah. Then I always go for this, but I use the points that I have saved. Like if I go here in my profile, I have, now if they load, the points that I get when I buy packs, I use 25,000 of these because this is a Vietnamese currency. I created an account in weird ways because I usually do that for gacha accounts. So that if they open up shops, it didn't work for, like if I buy it from here, I'm spending like 20% more than if I buy from the shop. Plus there is a 10% discount on the shop or cashback kind of thing. And that's what I use to buy this special pack too, that is like €1.19 that I buy 7 days every 2 weeks. to get these rewards that are also pretty good, pretty valuable. So I get those basically for free because I can just use the points that I get by buying other stuff. So that's pretty cheap. Weekly, this one is the only worth thing that there is in here. I don't even bother. Actually, they did change this. It wasn't like this before. Way too expensive anyway. Some of these are not, well, no, they're all bad. This one is the only one that is actually worth it. Something. Then in here, I usually also buy this one. Is not too bad for $5 if dedicated SSR and 10 summons is quite okay. This one might be valuable. Actually, it's a monthly pack. It's pretty good. This one is the same price as the weekly one, but has 10 times the resources, so that is also good. This one, ah, if you are a whale that whales for ignition weapons, you do buy this. I don't. I don't. Also, this one, not valuable. I can make a video on it. I can make a spreadsheet on it as well. But as you can see, like I really buy the bare minimum. I don't buy stuff that is not worth it. This one obviously was a must buy. I think this one I didn't buy anything. No, I did buy this one. It was the one with suspendium, like 1500 suspendium for 175 free gift. I do have a lot of gifts already, but I always like that. And to me, that's free. I just can get it for nothing. Let me check, guys, if it's still working because I think it kind of okay, nothing. The live chat kind of stopped working. Let me open it again. 1 second. Yeah, okay, many people probably already quit. Yeah, it's also midnight here too. Correct. So yeah, good night, man. And I also want to go to sleep for sure. I've been streaming for a long time already. But yeah, so as you can see also here, I don't buy anything. To me, nothing of this is valuable enough. This is tempting. I like the 25,000 orange mats. This is really tempting. I will think about it. But as you can see, I'm really nitpicking what I want to buy. Probably here I did buy some. No, I didn't buy anything here either. It made no sense. And yeah, to know what something is worth in Suspendium, you kinda refer to what it's worth in this workshop store if it's something that's there. If it's a summon, you do know pretty exactly what that is. If it is something you can estimate, like I made before as an example, the SSR stone, but again, it's a random one, so the value for some people might be lower than 4,000 or 3,000. So that one also depends on you a little bit. But yeah, this is more or less the logic. I always compare the stuff, but these are the things I usually look for. But uh, I will take a note and I will make a spreadsheet for this kind of topic. I would say best packs to buy. Okay. So that being said, I will just reply to the remaining questions, guys. Then I will just go to sleep as well, and hopefully tomorrow or Friday I can provide more value to you guys with some updates and some videos. So, what are your thoughts about anniversary? Do you think Netmarble cooked? I think they did overall a really good job, but they they kind of messed up on the rates. I believe it would have been a lot better to keep 2%. The bare minimum was going should have been 2%. I really believe that it makes very little sense to have this 1% rate. Even though you can still get most of the stuff easily, even though like Yihwa at the end of the day is a 2.5% rate, it just feels off. I don't know. But other than that, SSR Revolution seems pretty well done. I was expecting them to go so much down in value because of the subnodes, but they didn't. They actually did a good job with most of the active skill upgrades. So yeah, I believe I can still keep a tier list with all the units all together. So good job on that part. Really good the upgrade to the archive. I really like that. it opens up for more variation here because being forced of running accuracy was kind of bothersome, to be honest. So it's good. At this point, we could even hybrid with evasion and we would still have more evasion than the enemy accuracy, probably. GDL got also better because now mages could actually get evasion without sacrificing too much. That's not bad at all. Overall, it's a win update in general. It's really, really good. Just the banners felt a bit off, but that's about it. Everything else about this update is really, really solid. Unfortunately, it means just more work for me because it messed up most of the stuff I had on my spreadsheet. So we'll have to rethink all of it, but it's good. For the game, I think this is a good step for sure. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing with the live stream, I kind of consider everything I say here as dead information. Nobody's going to watch this video, and I'd rather make a dedicated video on each topic. So I will still make a video on all the things I discussed on this live stream. Obviously, this is just the first impression slash testing slash chatting with you guys live. Just if you have things you're wondering, etc. It's just a good time to be answering all of those. But I will definitely make a video for every single topic because nobody that didn't attend this live stream. But I'm sure there are a lot of people that didn't because of different time zones, different like busy schedules, etc. I will make a video for every single topic. That's for sure. BM to Yeon Salmon worth it. I didn't convert them. My main reason was that I don't like to convert stuff that I'm not sure I will use. Because if I end up overkilling it, I feel like I wasted black market tickets. So what I did is just I had so much to spend, I just used it. I still don't have her Rainbow 5. I will try her pre-read a bit more, but I'm pretty sure of her performance already. I only have to clarify the uh, passive effect on squishy units. So if they get one-shotted anyway, if the damage received is too high, or if the damage is cancelled when the passive procs. That's the only thing left to check for Yihwa. But as I mentioned before, based on the builds, you don't need the Revolution 5 for sure. You you don't even need 3 red. Her hitting, unnecessary. Her damage doesn't get that much better from the little testing I did, but I need to try her out for sure a lot more. So again, it's like this. It's a cheap unit, which is a good thing, which means we can save for Iran. I will still max her out because at this point I reached the point where I just max everything. It's not even that expensive, as you saw. I don't buy crazy stuff. I just have a lot of stuff that's piling up, and I can use it to max every unit that comes out. So this game is getting cheaper and cheaper the more you progress into the game and the more you kind of spend and you have things built. Also, now that I have all SSR Plus units built, whenever I get to the 200 PT in normal summon, I get the SSR Plus selector chest, which is nuts. So yeah, what I did with the black market tickets, if you were not on the stream, what I was doing it was pulling for the black market, and I maxed out all the SSR Plus units I had left that were not Rainbow 5. So Data Urek, Karaka, the Hard, Mashini, and Data Mashini. Those 5, I believe. So I maxed those using also the non-stop for Data Urek. Then I got access to the special lounge or whatever, which I think is really, really good. Unfortunately, I cannot get the free copy of an SSR Plus, but doesn't matter. It's not much anyway. SSR Plus are really cheap at a certain point. So I will get all of these. I'm really happy about that already. So that's enough for me. And yeah, wanted to be able to Revo 6 and Ren. If you only Revolution 6 Ren and not the subnodes, that's not that impactful, I would say. Like this guy gets the most benefits out of the subnodes. And also mine are not that leveled because again, I mostly spent for units dupes, not for other systems. So I get what I can get. And here I stayed a little bit low with special move pierce, cooldown reduction, crit damage, attack, crit rate, swiftness. Really insane stats. Mages get crazy stuff. This one is the only useless one, but really, really good. 5 out of 6 you need to invest in. You don't need to invest too much on this one because, as we could see also here, I kind of overcapped it. I just leveled it enough to go above 100%. I don't care about more. I don't really care about PvP and people that could potentially run crit hit resistance. I don't care. So yeah, this guy gets crazy good with the investment, but just the main upgrades here are nothing. They're just there to keep L for piece effect up. If at a certain point of time a new set come out that overtakes L, these two just lose all utility. 100% of the utility is lost, which is weird, but the sub nodes are so good that it's still worth it. So yeah, should I have max SSR or SSR plus and worth it suspension from black market? I don't think I get the question. Should I have max SSR or SSR plus? You mean in general if it's worth to max units? Or if you should spread your resources on multiple ones? Or what exactly is that question about? And the suspension part, and worth it suspending from black market. You mean to spend suspension on black market when you should do it? I would say spending on black market is quite expensive. You're not going to get a ton of returns early on. You can do it once you have at least 2 SSR carry DPS built. Most of the supports that you will use a 3 red. At that point, you could look at black market, but even then, kinda tricky. Like it took a while. Well, actually, when black market came out, I already had a lot of SSR units already leveled. But for people that started after black market, it's kind of difficult to decide when to swap. And also for me to recommend because I didn't experience it firsthand. I was already uh, like floor 30, 35 when black market came out. And at that time, 35 was quite high and tricky to get to. And I had Yihwa, like I had I had Bam, I had Hats, I had no, probably not Shibisu. I had for sure Joaquin, not Yura, she was not even there. Kunagero, Kiseya. I had a lot of units Rainbow 5. So to me, black market was valuable. Now, saying when you should focus more on the black market is tricky. I would say as soon as you have Yihwa, Rainbow 5, Bam, 3 red, Joaquin, Rainbow 5, Vivi, 3 red, Yura, 3 red, and you're still not. Yeah, I would say when you have those, you can say, okay, let's start getting. If you don't have Evankel Rainbow 5 because you're not one of those that started recently and has access to the welcome banner, if you're still one of those that didn't have that, you could go for a Viol 3 green, will get a lot of value. Then Kaiser 3 green. I kind of went over that here as sort of a procedure. I didn't say when you should move to the black market. I will also have obviously to review all of this. This is also updated. The whole spreadsheet now is just outdated stuff. I will have to review all of it. A lot of work, damn it. But okay. Should I upgrade support Exusi equipment after DPS once? Tempted to do Blood for boss. Blood for bosses is not even the best in slot anymore on all bosses. Like before, at the beginning was like the go-to pick for every single boss. Now that is not the case anymore. There are a lot of bosses where you go for other units instead. Don't ask me exactly why because I don't know the stats of the bosses. I didn't really uh, worry too much about that or just didn't dig too deep into it, there is a really knowledgeable guy on bosses. That's also my Discord server. That's always posting this kind of comp. Is called Wets. Now this one is the only comp that didn't post. I kind of assembled it. Probably makes no sense. But yeah, all the other ones you will see there are credits to him in the comments down below. And every boss reacts to certain debuffs a different way, so it's tricky. In this one, Blaro displayed, for example, this one too, actually. Okay, well, this one not, and the last one not either. So it really depends on the content. Is not necessarily a mainstay. It's tricky. Let's say your most important boss is always going to be this one that you want to max at 300, 321 link levels. That's when you can reach level cap. You will need to borrow probably a Misang or some other unit that has a Rayana and can one-shot him, that you can reach the 5.2 million cap. Let me check if I already sent the auto clear because I don't remember. Yes. All the other ones are really, again, people that are either the top of your server or close. Everyone else will just get average rewards in any case. So don't stress too much about the Blah Road exclusive achievement. I would say, obviously, DPS, as you said, is the first priority. Second, it's a split between tanks and DPS. Sorry, tanks and supports. Depends if the tank rely on that to survive. An example of that is Karaka. Karaka really relies on the exclusive equipment to survive because he gets like a 30% uh, increase. Let me check. Yeah, from the plus 30. This is nuts. This is really nuts. It's really good, especially now with the overcapping. You can start with an average Myeongul. It gets 40% from Myeongul. It gets 30% from this. It's 70% free resistances. Karaka is going to be unkillable, but it needs this. So that's the issue. And he also needs Myeongul. So plus 20 is the mandatory, plus 30 is highly recommended. That's more or less how I rate it. Because with plus 20, you can still get away with it and get it to work with just the 40% from Myeongul. But this 30% after he dies is extremely beneficial as well. So that's more or less Karaka, or just the logic that I look at when I go for upgrades. So Karaka needs it. Other units might not. You might want to go with the support so that you can run Runda and provide energy to your main DPS. So having one support at plus 20 is also a good idea, even if it's not that great of an exclusive equipment. But it really depends. You need to see which units you have and which one is going to benefit more out of it. So yeah, if you don't feel like you can think it through on your own with just these inputs I'm giving you, you can always kind of follow my investment tab. I give priorities, even though now it might be more difficult to sort, but you can see like I have this unit. Uh, Let me check. Okay. Like this guy, Urek, his priority for the exclusive achievement is high because he has buff removal at plus 30, and also the mandatory one is already plus 30 because that's his key aspect, removing buffs. So pretty important. This guy doesn't really have anything important. He's a plus 0. Recommended plus 20 so that you can run the Runda, but plus 30 is not necessary, so I didn't put it as recommended. Stuff like that. Same thing with Child and Dorsey. You can just do the plus 20 first. You don't necessarily need to go to plus 30 first, and so on and so on. Stuff like this. So you can also have a look here. You will find this one plus 20, but this is low because she doesn't get anything. Actually, this is going to be changed to not applicable soon because I don't see any reason to build Roselle now that we have Yihwa. Even at 0 dupes, Yihwa can easily destroy her in terms of utility. So yeah. This is the kind of way I set this up. You can see the priority, you can see the minimum amount you want to kind of take that unit to. Yeah, that's more or less the logic. If you have any doubts, always feel free to ask in Discord. There will be people trying to support you. And again, this is just my personal opinion from trying to understand the kits, testing them out and having them myself. If I don't have them myself, you will find also in the tier list. Most of the times I added also this accuracy tab, sorry, column, where I say how sure I am of that ranking. There's also an indication to tell you if it's 95, 100, I use that unit, I know for sure, not for sure, but I know more or less how that works. If it's like 85, 95 is I used it, but still not that certain. 50, 75 is usually a new unit. This one I can already increase because I've used them quite extensively. So they're not updated all the time, but most of the times, if you see 95, 100%, you can be sure I used that unit and I tested it. If it's below that, I might have used it little, or I might have just received feedback from knowledgeable people that use that unit. If you see it below, like already from 50, 75 is just maybe too early or not enough experience in general. Like this rack is not a new unit, but nobody really ever used this guy much, so it's tricky to rank. But this is what I can expect just from looking at the kit. So this is more or less the logic. If you're wondering whether I have personal or not experience on a unit, I try to represent it here as well. But okay, guys, it's already past midnight here, so I will say this live is over, in my opinion. Let me know again if it was helpful. I will just go around the last questions, and if there are any, I will reply. So it's already the max SSR that I didn't really get. Support, I think I replied, I hope. Data machining with crit damage, magic pierce, or resistance is not 4 and 5. Crit damage and magic pierce. She is one of the few units that has an invisibility so long. And if you get her to like Revolution 5, Revolution 6, and the sub nodes, she's a monster. Before then, doesn't matter. She's at least going to survive for 10 seconds, bare minimum, and potentially for way too long with invisibility at higher investment. So it's really good. You don't need resistances on that kind of unit. So yeah, that was a good question because I'm always recommending resistances on anyone, but there are for sure exceptions. Is there a way to get more SSR plus non-stop summon tickets? No, we get 900 over the span of the first part of the anniversary, I believe. We're going to get 400 from the check-in, 480 from the festival, and the remaining 20 from push notification, I believe. Then you can buy 300. That pack is pretty worth it. It costs like €2 per 100 non-stop summons, which is fair, I would say, especially because that is an SSR plus copy. So it's really, really cheap. So yeah, for sure. That's the only way. The max amount is 1200 if you buy the 300. Otherwise, it's 900. That's all you can get. Yeah, I almost have enough to max out subnodes, which is good, pretty good. Will not be spending anymore for a while. At least that's what most spenders like to say exactly. Always helpful, yeah. I'm glad you guys appreciated the content and it was helpful for you. Appreciate what you do for this game, although I've only been playing for 2 weeks. Well, okay, good. 2 weeks and you are a spender already, which is nice. I mean, obviously, uh, this game is really, really good, and without spenders, most games would fail. So it's always a good thing. If you spend on the right things and don't waste on crazy packages, you can easily sustain this game without wasting too much money, I would say. So it's not a bad game. It's really generous. So you can whale relatively easily compared to maybe other gacha games. Really, really good. I choose her for non-stop. Okay, yeah, you meant Datamashini. Yeah, pretty good. She's really a really good unit. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad. I always try to explain why certain things are, because at the end of the day, rankings on a tier list don't really provide context. Unfortunately, I try in the explanation to usually give some more information, but it's hard to just say this unit is A, this unit is S, this unit is whatever. And also, to me, A is not a bad rank. Now, I know a lot of people feel if the unit is not S, that unit is trash. I do use unit at B even. The way I rank units is maybe different from what most content creators do. Like, the unit is busted as plus, that's it. No, A is good. B is usable. C is trash. Starting from C is trash. Okay, we'll agree. But B upwards, B really has low uses. A solid in certain scenarios, and most of them. S top tier unit. S plus just above that. I might even rearrange some of them because S plus, I feel like there are two units that are just way too above the rest to put them in the same category as the others. So I will probably derank most of the units to S and only leave two units to S plus, which are obviously Kaiser and Ren. Those two units are just on another level. They just solo the game. You don't need teammates with them. You put Kaiser in one team, Ren in another, and if your deficit is not like 190, if it's just 170, 160, they win alone. You don't need a team. It's really stupid. Uh, Even at deficit, 1v5 with elemental disadvantage, they win. They're just S plus. They're insane with investment. That's full investment, obviously, but yeah, just on a different level. But all others, there are a lot of good units, but all have their pros and cons. I think Kaiser and Ren are the only ones that can do just whatever. Kaiser more than Ren because Kaiser also works on bosses. Ren doesn't. But yeah, it's again tricky to have rankings. It depends on enemy comps, your team comps, your ignition weapons. Depends on a lot of stuff. That's why I try to have different levels of investment, stuff like that. But it's really difficult to put it in words on a piece of paper on a spreadsheet. It's really difficult. But yeah. Okay, guys. Again, I wasted more time talking. And I would say this is enough for this stream. I hope you enjoyed it. And I will see you guys in one of the next videos. I really hope I can publish a video tomorrow. I will try to, but I cannot guarantee anything, unfortunately. Probably Friday is going to be the day where we're going to see the first video. I will try to record, like I said, three, so I will release one on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Maybe if I can, I will record four and release one also on Sunday. But I will give the priority to updating the spreadsheet, if you agree, because I think really before people start referring to it, I have to make the changes because we got a really huge update. So yeah, thank you guys.